I had always enjoyed the idea of getting away from the hustle and bustle of city life, seeking peace in the middle of nowhere. It seemed like a dream at the time. A small, rustic cabin tucked away in the mountains, far from the noise of the modern world. I needed solitude, a break from everything that was overwhelming me. So when I stumbled upon this cabin for rent on some obscure site, I didn't think twice. The photos showed it to be perfect. Nestled in a forest clearing, a stone fireplace, and the kind of quiet that only nature could offer. I thought I'd be able to hike, read, and enjoy the solitude. I packed a few things, clothes, some books, and plenty of food, and made the long drive out to the location. The roads were winding, narrow, and remote. I passed no one for miles. Felt like I was the only person in the world. When I finally arrived, I was greeted by the cabin, just as it had been described. Weathered wood, a steep roof, and large windows that opened up to a perfect view of the mountainside. There was a small stream nearby, its gentle rush barely audible over the occasional rustle of the trees. The air smelled fresh, the kind of clean air you can't get in the city. After unloading my car, I explored the cabin a bit. It was a one-room structure with a loft above. The kitchen was simple: a propane stove, a small fridge, and a few old but sturdy utensils. The bed in the loft was made of rough-hewn wood, with a thick wool blanket folded neatly at the foot. A couple of chairs by the fireplace completed the room. Nothing fancy, but it was all I needed. The first couple of days were perfect. I hiked through the surrounding woods, took in the fresh air, and spent evenings by the fire with a book. There was no rush, no pressure. I felt like I could finally breathe again. The nights were peaceful, except for the occasional hoot of an owl or the distant howl of a wolf. But even those sounds seemed comforting. It was the kind of isolation I had been craving. But then, on the third night, things started to feel off. I couldn't explain it at first. I had no reason to feel uneasy. The wind had picked up a little, rattling the windows, but there was nothing out of the ordinary. Yet, as I sat by the fire that evening, I started to get a nagging sense that I wasn't alone. It was a strange feeling, one that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. The sounds outside, the wind, the rustling leaves, started to sound louder, sharper. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was out there, just out of sight, watching me. I told myself I was being paranoid. The forest was wild. Animals roamed at night, and it was probably just that. But the more I thought about it, the more it didn't feel like an animal. The feeling was too deliberate, too human. The door to the cabin creaked, and I jumped, my heart pounding in my chest. It was the wind, I thought, maybe just the pressure changing outside. I got up and checked the door, locking it again just to be sure. But the unease didn't go away. Later that night, as I lay in bed, I heard something outside, a branch snapping. It was faint at first, but it sounded too close. Then, just as I was about to dismiss it, I heard it again, louder this time, followed by a rustle in the bushes. My heart raced. I grabbed a flashlight, careful not to make too much noise, and peered through the window. Nothing. The trees swayed in the wind, casting long, eerie shadows across the yard. But there was no sign of movement. I told myself I was overreacting. It was probably just a deer or a raccoon. But then the noise came again, louder this time, a clear, unmistakable thud against the side of the cabin. I froze. My mind raced. Someone was out there. The logical part of me said it could still be an animal, but the rest of me, the part that had been feeling uneasy all day, wasn't convinced. I grabbed a kitchen knife and stood at the window, peering into the darkness. The light from the lantern cast long shadows, but nothing moved. I was left to wonder if I had imagined the noise. The rest of the night passed without incident, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I slept with the knife close by, the cabin feeling colder than it had before. Every creak, every shift of the wind outside made my heart race. The next morning, I decided to leave. I wasn't sure what I was so afraid of, but I didn't feel safe anymore. I packed my things quickly, leaving my book and some clothes behind. The air outside felt just as fresh as it had before, but the woods no longer felt welcoming. They felt hostile, I was about to start my car when I saw something that stopped me dead in my tracks. Across the road, just at the edge of the trees, there was a man standing. He wasn't moving. He just stood there watching. I froze. The man wasn't wearing a jacket, despite the cool air. His face was obscured by shadows, but I could see his eyes dark, unmoving. I couldn't see his expression, but I felt it. He was looking at me, studying me. I didn't move for what felt like an eternity. My heart pounded so loudly in my chest that I could hear it ringing in my ears. Then, just as I thought I was going to pass out from fear, the man turned and disappeared into the trees. He didn't run. He just walked away slowly, as though he had all the time in the world. I waited for a long time, my mind racing. Was I imagining it? Was I just overly paranoid? But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. No one should have been out here. After what felt like hours, I finally made my decision. I wasn't going to stay another night. I needed to get out fast. I didn't care how much it cost. I needed to leave. I grabbed my things, jumped into the car, and started driving down the road. I didn't stop to look back. The drive back down the mountain was a blur. My hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, and every shadow in the trees seemed like a person lurking, watching. I felt like someone was following me, but when I glanced in the rearview mirror, I saw nothing, just the winding road and the trees swaying in the wind. It took me several hours to get back to the nearest town. I didn't stop. I didn't want to look back. I felt like I was being watched the entire time. When I finally pulled into a gas station, I couldn't shake the feeling of dread that had settled over me. My heart still raced, my hands were clammy, and I felt like I couldn't breathe. I knew one thing for sure. There was something in those woods. Something or someone that I wasn't meant to see, and I didn't want to find out what it was. I never went back to that cabin. I never even thought about renting a cabin in the woods again. Whatever had been watching me that night, I didn't want to know, and I didn't care to find out. But the worst part, I still wonder if that man was still out there, waiting for someone else to come along. Maybe one day someone else will rent that cabin, and the cycle will start all over again. The cabin stood silent in the middle of nowhere. I wasn't sure why I thought it was a good idea to spend the weekend there, alone, in the heart of a remote forest. The closest town was an hour's drive away, and the roads leading to it weren't well kept. I'd been up here once before with some friends, but that was years ago. Now it was just me. A few bags of clothes, a bit of food, a map, and a vague idea of what I was supposed to do once I got there. It wasn't supposed to be an eventful weekend. No grand plans. I just wanted to disconnect for a while, leave the noise of the city behind and spend some time thinking. I told myself that it would be peaceful, that I needed to clear my mind. The moment I stepped inside the cabin, I could feel the quiet. The air was thick with it, and for the first few minutes I stood still, soaking it all in. The walls were old, the wood smelled musty, and the floorboards creaked beneath my boots. The faint smell of something smoky lingered in the air, probably from a fire that had been lit long ago. I felt a chill, but it wasn't unbearable. The cabin had no electricity, so I used the small kerosene lamp on the table to light up the place. There was something calming about being there, something that made me think the weekend might go exactly as I planned. Nothing more, nothing less. But after I unpacked my things and set up a spot by the window, I realized something. The place felt off, not in a supernatural way, but in a way that made me question if I should have come alone. The wood groaned in the wind, and the silence felt a little too deep. As the evening drew near, I lit the fire in the small stove. The crackling sound was welcome in the otherwise still air. I sat on the worn-out chair, staring at the flames for a while. They danced and flickered, casting long, stretching shadows that twisted across the walls. The feeling of isolation settled into my chest, heavy and palpable. I stood up and stretched. The darkness outside the window seemed to hold secrets, like there was something lurking in the shadows. But I brushed it off, telling myself it was just my imagination. That night, I went to bed early. The bed was a simple one, just a mattress and a thin blanket, but it was enough. It was peaceful in a strange way, and I drifted off quickly. It wasn't the night itself that would be the problem, but the morning after. The first thing I noticed when I woke up was how quiet it was. It wasn't the usual quiet of a secluded place. It was unnatural, like the world outside had pressed a mute button. I lay in bed for a while, staring at the ceiling, trying to convince myself it was nothing. But then I heard it. A small, almost imperceptible noise that I couldn't quite place. I got up and made my way to the window, careful not to make too much noise. Outside, the forest was still. There were no birds, no animals moving, just a thick, oppressive silence. I frowned. This wasn't normal. I wasn't exactly an expert on wildlife, but I knew enough to realize that there should be sounds. The chirping of birds, the rustling of leaves, the occasional animal scurrying about. Instead, there was nothing. It wasn't long before I began to feel uneasy again. I kept hearing that soft rustling sound, just beyond the cabin's walls, just out of view. It wasn't like an animal moving in the woods. It was more like the sound of something, or someone, just beyond my reach. A quick shuffling of footsteps, a soft tapping against the cabin. My heart rate quickened. I told myself it was nothing, that it was just the wind, or maybe an animal. But deep down, I knew I wasn't alone. The day dragged on, but the strange feeling never left. I tried to keep myself busy, making sure the fire was going and eating the canned food I brought with me. I kept the lamp lit even though it was still daylight outside, just to keep some semblance of normalcy. I thought about going for a walk in the woods to clear my head, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. I stayed inside, pacing around the cabin, looking out the window every few minutes. Then, as the sun began to set, I noticed something strange. A set of footprints in the dirt outside the cabin. They weren't mine. They weren't particularly deep, but they were fresh. I stepped closer to the window and squinted. They looked like they were made by boots, not shoes. They led off into the woods, disappearing after a few yards. My heart pounded in my chest. It was the same feeling I had earlier, a presence outside, something that didn't belong. I should have left right then. I should have packed my things and driven away, but I didn't. Maybe I was too stubborn, or maybe I was just too scared to admit that something was wrong. Instead, I kept myself inside, locking the door and closing all the windows. I didn't want to acknowledge the fear clawing at my chest, so I tried to distract myself. I read a little, made more food, and kept the fire going. But it wasn't long before I heard it again, those soft shuffling footsteps. This time, I didn't just stand by the window. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped outside, trying to get a better look at the tracks. The air was colder now, and the forest felt darker. The trees around me seemed to close in, and the faint rustling was louder now, more pronounced. My breath came in quick, nervous bursts. I scanned the area with the flashlight, my hands shaking. I wasn't sure what I was expecting to see. Person? An animal? But there was nothing. Just the trees and the ever-encroaching darkness. I stepped further into the woods, against my better judgment. The light from my flashlight flickered and danced across the trunks of the trees. Every now and then, I would hear a noise, something that made me pause and turn quickly, only to find nothing. But I wasn't imagining it. The presence was there. It was real. It wasn't until I was deep enough in the forest that I realized I couldn't hear the usual forest noises. The rustling of leaves, the chirping of birds. Even the wind had stopped. The silence was so profound, so overwhelming, that I almost felt like I couldn't breathe. I heard something behind me, a snap of a twig. I spun around, my heart thundering in my chest. But again, nothing. No movement, no sound, except for the overwhelming silence. I turned back to the cabin, the flashlight trembling in my hands, and I started to walk quickly. But then I stopped. The footprints, they were different now. I hadn't noticed it before, but now I could see it clearly. The tracks weren't leading away anymore. They were coming toward the cabin. I froze. I don't know how long I stood there, staring at the tracks. But when I snapped out of it, I turned and ran. My legs were shaky, but I pushed myself harder, almost tripping over branches and rocks. I didn't stop until I reached the cabin. I rushed inside and bolted the door behind me, pressing my back against it as if that would somehow make me safer. The night passed slowly. Couldn't sleep. I couldn't stop thinking about the footprints, the person who had been out there. I kept imagining them watching me from the trees, waiting for the right moment to make their move. I stayed awake, staring at the fire until it burned low. The air was thick with tension, but as the first light of dawn crept over the horizon, I felt a strange calmness come over me. The world outside was quiet again. The forest was calm. The presence that had been so suffocating last night seemed to have dissipated. I didn't waste any time. I packed my things quickly, threw on my boots and grabbed my keys. I didn't want to be there anymore. I didn't care about the money I spent renting the cabin or the solitude I had come for. I just needed to leave. As I drove down the rugged road, I glanced in the rearview mirror. I half expected to see someone standing in the trees, watching me, but there was nothing. Just the empty road and the quiet forest stretching on in every direction. By the time I reached the main road, I was breathing easier. The panic had begun to fade, replaced with a dull sense of relief. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone, that someone had been watching me the whole time. That's when I realized. The footsteps had stopped at the cabin. They hadn't gone inside. They hadn't crossed the threshold. Whoever or whatever had been out there had never made it into the cabin. Maybe they were just as scared as I was. I had been looking forward to this trip for months. A weekend getaway to a cabin in the woods, far from the noise of city life, was exactly what I needed. I wanted peace, solitude, and time to think. The idea of being alone in nature, surrounded by nothing but trees and the occasional bird or squirrel, felt like the perfect escape. Little did I know, the weekend would turn into a nightmare, one I would never be able to forget. I drove up to the cabin, located deep in the forest, about an hour outside of town. The weather had been clear when I left, but as I made my way down the long, winding dirt road to the cabin, the sky darkened, clouds gathering overhead. The air grew colder, and the once sunny day began to feel heavy. The cabin came into view as I rounded the final bend, tucked away in a small clearing surrounded by tall pine trees. It looked like something out of an old, rustic painting, with its wooden exterior and smoke curling up from the chimney. I parked my car in front of the cabin, grabbed my bags, and made my way inside. The door creaked when I opened it, and a cold draft hit me in the face. The inside was exactly as I had imagined, cozy and simple. A stone fireplace sat against one wall, with a few chairs scattered around a worn-out rug. A small kitchen area, a wooden table, and a staircase leading up to a loft where the bed was. It smelled of pine wood and something earthy, probably just the scent of the cabin itself. I could hear nothing. No wind howling outside, no animals rustling in the trees. It was eerily quiet, almost as if the forest itself was holding its breath. I unpacked my things and started a fire in the fireplace. The crackling of the logs was the only sound that filled the room, and I found it strangely comforting. I made myself a cup of coffee and sat in one of the chairs by the fire, watching the flames dance. It was peaceful here, at least for now. As evening fell, I noticed the weather outside growing worse. The wind picked up, rattling the windows, and rain began to fall in heavy sheets. The storm intensified, the wind howling through the trees like a living thing. I found myself staring out the window, watching the trees bend under the force of the wind. The rain was so heavy now that it felt like a curtain had been drawn between me and the outside world. I tried to shake off the uneasy feeling creeping up my spine. There was no reason for me to be nervous. I was alone, sure, but I was perfectly safe in the cabin. The cabin was sturdy, old but well-maintained. I had everything I needed: food, a warm fire, a roof over my head. But the silence was unsettling. It was so quiet except for the storm outside. I couldn't hear a single animal, no crickets chirping, no owls hooting, nothing. Felt wrong. I went to bed early, hoping that sleep would calm my mind. But even in the dark, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I woke up in the middle of the night, unable to breathe properly, as though the air had grown thick. My heart pounded in my chest, and I could hear my own breaths echoing in the quiet room. I sat up, trying to shake off the panic that was slowly creeping up. My eyes scanned the room, but everything seemed normal. The fire had burned low, casting flickering shadows against the walls. The cabin was silent, too silent. I swung my legs over the side of the bed, my bare feet touching the cold floor. Something in the back of my mind told me to stay in bed, to ignore the unsettling feeling that had settled in my stomach. But curiosity got the best of me. I grabbed my flashlight and made my way downstairs. The storm outside had worsened, the wind howling even louder. As I stepped into the living room, I froze. For a split second, I thought I saw something move outside the window. A dark figure, tall and thin, just standing there in the pouring rain. I pressed my face against the glass, but when I looked closer, there was nothing there. Just the trees swaying violently in the wind. I tried to calm myself. It was probably just a trick of the light or the shadows, but something about it didn't sit right. I double-checked the locks on the doors and windows, making sure everything was secure before I went back upstairs to bed. The night dragged on, each moment feeling heavier than the last. I barely slept, tossing and turning, listening to the wind, the rain, the occasional creak of the old cabin settling. Then, just as I was about to drift off again, I heard something that made my blood run cold. A knock, a soft, insistent knock on the front door. I froze, holding my breath. The wind was so loud, and the rain so heavy, that I had trouble believing it. Who would be out here in the storm, knocking on my door? I waited, straining my ears for any other sound, but there was nothing. No footsteps, no other noises, just the rain. The knock came again, louder this time, more urgent. I slid out of bed and grabbed my flashlight, trying to steady my shaking hands. Slowly, I made my way downstairs, the beam of light cutting through the darkness. The cabin was still and silent, the storm outside continuing its furious assault. I reached the door and hesitated. What if it was just someone lost in the storm? What if they needed help? But another part of me screamed that something wasn't right. Who would be out here knocking on a cabin door in the middle of the night in this kind of weather? I decided to be cautious. I grabbed the nearest weapon I could find, a heavy flashlight, and quietly crept to the door. Through the small peephole, I could see nothing. No figure standing outside, no sign of anyone at all. Just the rain and the darkness. I opened the door slowly, cautiously, my heart racing in my chest. The moment the door cracked open, the wind rushed in, cold and wet, but there was no one there, just the empty porch, the storm, and the heavy silence. I stepped outside onto the porch, scanning the surrounding area with the flashlight. The light bounced off the trees, the rain streaming down in sheets, but there was no sign of anyone. No tracks in the mud, no figure in the distance. It was as if the person had never been there. I slammed the door shut, locked it again, and turned around. My breath was quick and shallow, my mind racing. What had just happened? Had I imagined it? Couldn't have. I had heard the knocks. But why? Why was there no one outside? The feeling of unease deepened as the night wore on. The storm finally began to die down, but the air remained thick and oppressive. Every creak of the cabin, every gust of wind, made my heart race. It felt like something was watching me, waiting for me to let my guard down. Morning came, but I barely slept. When I opened the cabin door and stepped outside, I found the ground soaked, the air still heavy with the scent of rain. The storm had passed, but I felt no relief. It was as if the atmosphere had changed, as if something had shifted in the forest overnight. I tried to push the strange events from my mind. It had to be a trick of my imagination, but the feeling of being watched didn't go away. I spent the day wandering the surrounding woods, hoping the fresh air and sunlight would help clear my head. But the forest seemed different now, quieter, more foreboding. That evening, after returning to the cabin, I made another attempt at relaxing. The fire crackled in the hearth, the warmth of the flames a temporary comfort against the cold. But as I settled into the chair by the fire, I noticed something. The door, it wasn't fully closed. It was just slightly ajar, not enough to blow open, but enough for me to notice. My heart skipped a beat. I hadn't left the door open. I had made sure it was locked when I came inside. Panic gripped me. Someone had been in the cabin while I was out. I checked every corner of the cabin, every room, every closet. But there was no sign of anyone. No disturbance. No footprints. Nothing. Still, the sense of dread wouldn't leave me. I didn't stay another night. I packed my bags and left as quickly as I could, not looking back. I didn't stop until I was miles away from that cabin, the woods, and whatever it was that had been watching me. The cabin still sits there, alone in the woods. I don't know who or what was out there, but I'll never go back. There's a silence in those woods that I'll never forget. And some things, some places, are best left undisturbed. I never thought I would end up here, alone, in the middle of nowhere. The small cabin I had rented for the weekend was tucked away so far from civilization that the idea of anyone else being around felt absurd. It was supposed to be a retreat, a quiet weekend to get away from the bustle of my daily life. No internet, no phone service, just me and the wilderness. The kind of peaceful isolation you hear about but rarely experience. The cabin itself was everything I imagined it would be. Small, made of dark wood, with a weathered porch that creaked when you walked on it. A steep roof that looked like it might cave in any moment from the weight of years and rain. Inside, there was a fireplace, a few chairs, a small wooden table, and a single bed in the corner with an old quilt that had clearly seen better days. The place had charm, but it was also old, a little run down, and smelled faintly of mildew. There was a mustiness to it, the kind that made you wonder about the air quality, but it was warm enough and I figured it would be fine for a short stay. It was early afternoon when I arrived, so I had plenty of daylight to get settled in. I put my things in the corner by the bed and then took a moment to sit down in one of the wooden chairs by the fireplace, staring at the crackling fire. The heat from the flames warmed the cool, stale air of the cabin, and I felt a brief sense of contentment. The peace was almost immediate, and I could feel the tension from my city life slipping away, replaced by an overwhelming sense of calm. I spent the rest of the day unpacking and organizing my things. I had brought a few books, a journal, and some snacks for the weekend. There was no real plan for what I would do while I was here. I figured I would hike, maybe explore the surrounding area, and just enjoy the solitude. The idea of having the place to myself felt freeing, and for the first time in a long while, I didn't feel like I was constantly running on a schedule. The sun started to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows through the trees surrounding the cabin. By the time I realized how late it was, I was already sitting on the porch, a mug of tea in hand, just watching the fading light. The air had turned chilly, and I wrapped my sweater tighter around me. As the evening settled in, a strange sensation crept over me. It wasn't fear exactly, more like an unease that I couldn't explain. The forest around the cabin felt heavy. There was something off about the stillness. Normally, in a forest at night, you would hear the sounds of crickets, maybe the distant hoot of an owl, or the rustle of leaves in the wind. But here there was nothing, not a single animal sound. The silence was unnerving. I tried to shake it off, convincing myself it was just my imagination running wild. After all, I was alone in the middle of a forest. It was bound to feel strange. I made my way back inside, locked the door behind me, and sat by the fire, reading a book to distract myself. The flames flickered, casting dancing shadows on the walls, and for a while, I forgot about the eerie silence outside. But then I heard it, a sound outside the cabin. At first, I wasn't sure if I had actually heard it, or if my mind was playing tricks on me. It was a faint rustling noise, like something or someone was moving in the underbrush just beyond the porch. I froze, listening intently. The rustling came again, followed by what sounded like a branch snapping. It was subtle, but it was enough to make my heart skip a beat. I stood up slowly, my hand instinctively going to the nearest flashlight on the table. I hadn't planned on going outside, not with the darkness settling in, but the sound of something or someone was too strange to ignore. I moved to the door, checking the locks once again, even though I was fairly sure they were secure. I opened the door just enough to peer out into the dark, hoping to catch a glimpse of whatever was out there. But the woods were thick and black, the trees towering over the cabin like silent sentinels. I couldn't see anything, not even the faint outline of the ground beyond the porch. The rustling stopped for a few seconds, and the silence returned. I stepped back inside, closing the door quietly behind me. I sat back down, trying to calm my nerves. It was probably just an animal, a deer or something like that. It was common in these parts, after all. But then I heard something else. A faint scratching sound against the side of the cabin. My blood ran cold. I stood up quickly, my breath shallow, and walked cautiously over to the window. I slowly pulled back the curtains, my eyes scanning the darkness outside. But again, I saw nothing. No movement, no sign of life. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest as I turned away from the window. I was starting to feel silly. It was probably just the wind, maybe some loose branches brushing against the cabin. I was letting my imagination get the best of me. I decided to go to bed early. My head was spinning, and the eerie silence outside was starting to wear on me. I blew out the lantern and crawled under the quilt, pulling it up around me. The warmth of the bed felt good, and I closed my eyes, hoping sleep would come soon. But sleep didn't come. I tossed and turned, my mind racing with thoughts of the strange noises. Every creak of the cabin made me jump. Every whisper of wind outside felt like it was something more. Eventually, I gave up on trying to sleep. I got out of bed and stood by the window again, looking out into the dark. The woods were silent again, but the feeling of being watched was still there. Something about the night felt wrong, and it made my skin crawl. I wasn't sure what time it was when I heard the knock. It was a soft tap, almost like the sound of a stick being lightly tapped against the wood. I froze. I didn't move, didn't even breathe. Came again, slightly louder this time. Another knock. I didn't know what to do. My mind raced with 1,000 possibilities. None of them good. I tried to tell myself it was just a tree branch, but deep down, I knew it wasn't. I grabbed the flashlight from the table again and moved quietly to the door. Slowly, I turned the handle and cracked the door open just enough to see outside. There was no one there. The porch was empty. The knock had come from the side of the cabin, where I couldn't see. The wind picked up again, rustling the leaves outside, and I felt a chill wash over me. Maybe I was just overreacting, but something told me that I wasn't. I decided to check the cabin one more time. I locked every window, every door. I checked the small supply of firewood outside, but nothing was disturbed. The feeling of unease didn't go away, though. If anything, it was worse now. I didn't sleep at all that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I thought I saw shadows moving in the corners of the cabin. Every creak of the wood made me jump. Every gust of wind made me wonder if someone was out there, watching me. The first light, I packed up and left. I didn't even care to stick around for the weekend anymore. The cabin, once a charming little getaway, had become a place of dread. It didn't take long for me to get in my car and drive off, away from the cabin, away from the woods, and back to civilization. Even now, when I think about it, I still can't explain what happened. But the feeling of being watched, the strange noises, the knocks, it all felt too real to ignore. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks on me, or maybe there was something more out there in those woods. But I don't plan to go back and find out. I booked the cabin because I needed to get away. Not for anything dramatic, no heartbreak, no family issues, no addiction to work. I just needed a break from everything. I live in the city, and every day there's some kind of noise, some kind of crowd, and always some kind of rush. I had started to feel like everything I did was automatic. Wake up, coffee, emails, commute, work, dinner, TV, sleep, repeat. The cabin wasn't fancy. It was a small, square building in the middle of nowhere, deep in a forest up in northern Minnesota. The photos showed a wood-burning stove, one bedroom, and a front porch that faced a lake. No neighbors, no roads nearby, and no cell service. just trees, water, and quiet. The guy who rented it out online listed it as an off-grid escape. That's exactly what I wanted. I drove up there on a Thursday afternoon. Took me nearly 8 hours to get there. After the first 5, the highways turned into 2-lane roads, and then those turned into gravel ones. The last 10 miles were nothing but dirt and rocks with potholes deep enough to shake the frame of my car. I saw deer, birds I couldn't name, and even a fox crossed the road in front of me. The forest was thick on both sides, thick in that way where everything looks the same no matter which way you look. I reached the cabin just before dark. It sat on a little rise about 20 yards back from the edge of the lake. There were no fences, no signs, no lights, just the wooden cabin, the trees behind it, and the open lake ahead. It looked like no one had been there in a while. The porch had leaves and twigs scattered across it. The windows were dusty. I felt like I was intruding on something forgotten. Inside, the cabin smelled like dry wood and cold air. There was one main room with a small kitchen along the left wall, a fireplace on the right, a table in the middle, and a doorway that led to a tiny bedroom with a single bed and a closet. The bathroom was an outhouse 50 feet behind the cabin, barely visible through the trees. The only power came from a single solar panel mounted on the roof, just enough to run a light bulb and maybe charge a phone if I'd had a signal, which I didn't. That first night, I lit a fire, unpacked my stuff, and sat on the porch with a beer in hand. It was cold, probably around 40 degrees, and I could see my breath in the air. The stars were out, clearer than I'd ever seen, and there wasn't a single sound except for the occasional splash from the lake or a branch cracking deep in the woods. It felt like I'd left the entire world behind. I went to bed early, wrapped in a heavy blanket, and fell asleep fast. I woke up the next morning at sunrise. I made coffee on the gas stove and sat on the porch again, just watching the water. I felt good, better than I had in months. There was something calming about the stillness. I read a book. I took a short walk down the narrow path that followed the lake. I skipped stones. I chopped a bit of wood from the pile behind the cabin just to move my body. The day passed slowly, and I didn't mind. That night I made a simple dinner, just rice and canned chili, then turned in early again. It was the third night that things started to feel strange. I had just gone to bed, and I was lying there staring at the wooden ceiling, listening to the wind. There was a steady breeze pushing through the trees, and I could hear the leaves rustling outside. But underneath that sound, I thought I heard something else. A crunch, like someone stepping on dried leaves, came from the woods behind the cabin. I stayed still and listened harder. Nothing, just wind. Then another crunch, closer this time. My heart started to pound a little, but I told myself it was probably a deer or a raccoon, maybe even a bear, but that seemed unlikely. I didn't get up. I just stayed there, listening. After a minute, I didn't hear anything more. Eventually, I fell asleep. The next morning, I walked behind the cabin to check the woodpile and the outhouse. Everything looked normal. I walked a little farther into the trees, but I didn't see any footprints or broken branches or anything out of the ordinary. Still, the feeling stuck with me all day, like something had been out there watching. I tried to shake it. That afternoon, I went for a longer walk. I followed the lake trail for maybe 2 miles. The path was narrow and covered in pine needles. I didn't see any animals, just birds and the occasional squirrel. But I did notice something strange about 1.5 miles in. There was a small clearing where the trees opened up a bit, and in the middle of it was a fire ring made of stones. Inside it were the black remains of old burnt wood, and next to it was a broken folding chair and an empty water jug lying on its side. It didn't look new, but it didn't look that old either. Someone had camped there not too long ago. That wasn't unusual, I guess. It was the wilderness after all. But it felt off. Something about it felt rushed, like whoever had been there left in a hurry. I didn't stay long. I turned back and walked to the cabin with a weird feeling in my stomach. That night, I locked the door, something I hadn't bothered to do the first 2 nights. I kept the fire going until it burned low, then got into bed. Around 1 or 2 a.m., I woke up. No reason, just suddenly wide awake. It was dead quiet. I listened for a long time, then I heard it again. That same sound. A step. Another one. Then nothing. This time I got up. I crept to the window and looked out, but it was too dark to see anything. I opened the front door slowly and stepped out onto the porch. The air was cold, and I could hear my own heartbeat in my ears. I stared into the woods, but everything was just shadows. After a while, I went back inside. I didn't sleep much after that. The next day, I was on edge. I kept looking out the windows, listening for sounds. I didn't go for a walk. I stayed close to the cabin and chopped more wood, just to keep busy. I kept thinking about the fire ring in the woods and the footsteps at night. I started wondering who else might be out here. Maybe a hunter? Maybe someone else staying off-grid, like me? Maybe someone who didn't want to be found. That evening, just before dark, I saw something that made my stomach turn. I was on the porch again, eating from a can of beans, when I noticed something across the lake. On the far side, just at the edge of the tree line, there was a figure, a man. He was standing still, facing the cabin. I couldn't make out details, it was too far, but he was definitely watching. I froze. I didn't move for what felt like minutes. When I looked back again, he was gone. I went back inside and locked the door. I shoved a chair under the handle. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat near the window with the fire poker in my lap and the fire burning. Every time the logs popped or shifted, I flinched. Around 4 a.m., I thought I heard a soft thud outside, like something bumping against the wall of the cabin. I didn't go out to check. When the sun finally rose, I walked around the cabin with a flashlight. Near the back wall, I saw something I hadn't noticed before. Footprints. Human ones. Bare feet. In the cold, on the dirt. They circled the cabin, passed near the windows, and disappeared into the woods. I stared at them for a long time. Then I went back inside and started packing. I was ready to leave. I didn't care about the rental agreement. I didn't care about losing the money. I just wanted out. But the problem was my car. I had parked it about 100 yards up the trail, in a small clearing where the dirt road ended. When I got there, I saw that all 4 tires were slashed. Deep, long cuts like someone had used a knife or a blade. I felt sick. I stood there in silence for a long time. No cell service, no way to drive out, and I was miles from the nearest town. I thought about walking it 10 miles, maybe 12, but if whoever had done this was still around, I'd be exposed out there. At least in the cabin, I had walls. So I went back. I checked all the windows and the door. I looked through every corner of the cabin, even the closet and under the bed. I collected everything I had that could be used as a weapon, a fire poker, a carving knife, a heavy piece of firewood. I set them near the table. I didn't light the fire that night. I didn't want the smoke giving away my position. I sat in the dark with the knife in my hand. Hours passed. Then I heard it. Footsteps on the porch. Slow, deliberate. Then the sound of the door handle turning. It rattled once, then stopped. I held my breath. After a minute, the footsteps moved away. But I didn't relax. I stayed there until the sun came up. The next morning, I took everything I could carry and started walking. I followed the road, keeping close to the trees in case I had to hide. I walked for hours. I didn't see another soul, just trees and more trees. Around mid-afternoon, I heard the sound of an engine, faint but getting louder. I ran to the center of the road and waved my arms like a madman. It was an old pickup truck, rusted and loud. The man inside looked confused but let me in. I told him my car had broken down. I didn't explain the rest. He drove me into town and dropped me off at a gas station. I called the sheriff. They sent a deputy to the cabin the next morning. When they got there, the place had been trashed. The furniture was turned. I had always wanted to get away from everything. After months of stressful work and endless deadlines, the idea of spending a weekend alone in a secluded cabin was the perfect escape. It wasn't far from civilization, but far enough that it seemed like a world away. I was looking for peace and quiet, maybe some time to reflect on things, to relax and recharge. The cabin, nestled deep in the woods, seemed like just the place to do that. I arrived late in the afternoon, just as the sun was beginning to dip below the horizon. The air was fresh and crisp, and the forest around me was dense. quiet except for the occasional rustling of leaves in the breeze. The cabin itself was small, rustic, exactly what I imagined when I thought of a remote getaway. Wooden walls, a stone fireplace, and a couple of big windows that let in the last bit of daylight. Inside, it was simple but cozy. A small kitchen area, a living room with an old leather chair, and a loft above that held a bed with thick blankets. Everything smelled like pine and firewood. I set down my bag and looked around. There was no one else here. No other cabins nearby, just miles of trees and wilderness. The cabin felt safe, isolated, and that was exactly what I needed. After I unpacked, I decided to take a walk around. There was a small trail leading off from the cabin, and I followed it, curious about the surroundings. The sun was now setting, painting the sky with orange and purple hues. I walked deeper into the forest, the trees towering over me, their shadows long and creeping. The sounds of the woods surrounded me. Crunching leaves, distant birds, the occasional rustling of animals in the underbrush. The air had a chill to it now, and I found myself tugging my jacket a little tighter around my shoulders. I made my way down the trail, the path winding and narrowing as I went. The ground beneath me was uneven, made up of rocks and tangled roots. The deeper I walked, the quieter it became. It was a strange kind of silence, the kind that feels like something is just out of reach, waiting. I didn't know how far I had gone, but by the time I turned around to head back to the cabin, the forest had grown even darker. The last light of day had faded, and the only illumination now came from the pale moon overhead. The shadows seemed to stretch further, and every step felt heavier as if the woods were closing in around me. I felt the faintest prickle on the back of my neck, a sense that I wasn't as alone as I thought. Shaking it off as nothing more than the quiet weirdness of being deep in the woods alone, I hurried back along the trail. The cabin was still a little ways off, but as I neared, I felt a strange unease settle in. The usual peaceful feeling of being alone in nature was gone. It was replaced by something else, something colder. I couldn't explain it, but I was starting to feel watched. The wind had picked up, and the trees creaked and groaned as they swayed, but the sound was off. It didn't feel like normal wind. It was like something else was moving in the woods with me. I arrived back at the cabin, still unsettled, but I figured I was just being paranoid. I wasn't used to being alone in such isolation, and the quiet had a way of making your mind wander. I locked the door behind me, double-checked the windows, and settled into the chair by the fire. The crackling of the logs was soothing, and I tried to push the unease out of my mind. That night, as I lay in bed, sleep didn't come easily. The stillness of the cabin made every little noise seem amplified. The house settling, the occasional rustling outside, the wind whispering through the trees. I pulled the covers tighter around me, but the feeling of being watched didn't go away. It lingered in the back of my mind, making my thoughts swirl uneasily. Eventually, I drifted off, but I woke in the middle of the night to the sound of something. First, I thought it was a dream, but it sounded too real. A faint tapping, like something or someone was at the window. My heart began to race, and I sat up in bed, straining to listen. The tapping continued, steady and rhythmic. It wasn't the wind or an animal. I slowly got out of bed and moved toward the window, my hands shaking as I reached for the curtain. I peeked outside, my breath held tight in my chest. There was nothing there. No one, no movement, just the dark forest stretching out into the night. The tapping stopped as soon as I looked. I stood frozen, my mind racing. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched again, but there was nothing to see. Shaking it off, I tried to convince myself it was just an animal, maybe a branch swaying in the wind. I returned to bed, but sleep didn't come easily. I kept hearing things, the faint creak of floorboards, the rustle of leaves. It felt like the cabin was alive in a way that it shouldn't have been, like something was moving in the dark corners of the room. The next morning, I woke up with the sun, still feeling uneasy. I tried to push it aside, telling myself I was just getting paranoid. I made coffee, tried to enjoy the quiet, and told myself to relax. But it didn't take long before I started noticing little things. The door to the cabin had been left ajar overnight. The firewood I had stacked neatly by the door was scattered around in a mess. And there, on the ground near the cabin, was a footprint. It wasn't mine. The sole was large, heavy, and deep in the dirt, like someone had been standing there, watching. I checked around the cabin. There was no sign of anyone, no sign of movement, nothing that could explain it. But I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched again, and it only grew stronger as the day wore on. I spent most of the day inside, trying to distract myself, but the feeling wouldn't leave. The woods outside the cabin felt too close, too watchful. By evening, I was on edge, my nerves raw from the isolation and the strange things that had been happening. The sun was low in the sky when I noticed something else. Movement in the trees just beyond the clearing. It was too far away to make out clearly, but I saw something moving, something tall and thin, standing still, then moving again. I couldn't tell if it was a person, an animal, or just a trick of the shadows, but it was enough to make my skin crawl. I couldn't stay inside anymore. I needed to know what was going on. Maybe I was imagining things, but I had to check. I grabbed a flashlight and made my way toward the edge of the trees, my heart pounding with every step. I wasn't sure what I was expecting, but I wasn't ready for what I found. The clearing was empty, but as I turned back toward the cabin, I saw something that stopped me cold. In the light of my flashlight, there, just a few feet away from the door, was a trail of footprints. Fresh ones, leading from the forest directly to the cabin. They weren't animal tracks. They were human, and they were large, too large to be mine. I froze, my mind racing. I didn't know what to do, but I knew I couldn't stay here alone anymore. I backed away from the door, my eyes scanning the woods around me, looking for any movement. I felt that same sense of being watched, like eyes were on me from every angle. But there was no sound, nothing to indicate who or what was out there. Panic started to creep in, but I fought it back. I didn't know if it was a person or just an animal, but I couldn't risk it. I grabbed my bag, my keys, and hurried to the car. The keys fumbled in my hands as I unlocked the door, my heart thudding painfully in my chest. I didn't dare look back at the cabin as I pulled out, my tires crunching over the gravel. I didn't stop driving until I reached the nearest town, the cabin and the woods far behind me. My mind was still racing, but I felt a strange relief. The silence that had once been peaceful was now suffocating. The woods had been too quiet, too still, and I'd been too far out of my comfort zone. I never went back to that cabin. Couldn't. The memory of those footprints, of the feeling of being watched, stayed with me. Something or someone had been out there, and I never wanted to find out who or what it was. I rented a cabin in the mountains to get away from everything. I'd had a rough year. My job was stressful, I wasn't sleeping well, and I didn't want to be around anyone. I needed quiet, not just a weekend away, but a real break. So I found this small cabin online. No neighbors, no town nearby, just trees, mountains, and a few dirt roads that barely showed up on the map. The ad said it was off-grid, which I liked. It meant no cell service, no internet, no electricity, just a place to sit with myself and breathe. I drove up on a Thursday. The road turned from pavement to gravel and then to dirt. I had to stop twice to clear fallen branches. The deeper I got into the woods, the more nervous I got, but it also felt right, like the world was getting quieter around me. The sun was low when I reached the cabin, hidden behind tall pine trees. It was small, just one story, a dark brown exterior, one window in the front, a narrow porch with an old chair leaning against the wall. There was a metal chimney sticking out of the roof and a pile of chopped wood stacked neatly beside the door. The air smelled like pine and dirt. The temperature had dropped by at least 10 degrees since I left the city that morning. I stepped out of the car and just stood there for a while, listening. Nothing but wind in the trees and the faint sound of birds. No cars, no people, no hum of traffic. Felt perfect. Inside, the cabin was simple. One room with a bed against the far wall, a small wood stove in the center, and a tiny kitchen area on the left. A rusty sink with a pump handle, shelves with some old canned goods, and a dented kettle on the stove. There was a small door to the right that led to a bathroom with a compost toilet and a bucket shower setup. I'd brought my own food, water, and a big cooler with ice packs. I didn't plan to leave the cabin for a week. The first night was quiet. I made a small fire in the stove, heated up a can of soup, and ate while sitting on the edge of the bed. I read for a bit, then turned in early. The mattress was old but not too bad. The blankets smelled like cedar. The wind picked up later in the night, and I could hear branches scraping against the roof. I lay there with my eyes closed, listening to the stove crackle and the wind howl, and for the first time in months, I felt myself start to relax. The next few days were peaceful. I spent time hiking during the day, exploring trails behind the cabin. Some were marked with faded ribbons tied to trees, others were just game paths. I saw deer once, and I'm pretty sure I heard a bear crashing through the underbrush another time, though I never saw it. I carried bear spray just in case. I read a lot, sat on the porch in the afternoons, and watched the trees sway. At night, I'd light the stove, eat something simple, and sit quietly until I was too tired to keep my eyes open. But by the fourth day, things started to feel different. It was subtle at first. I woke up that morning feeling off, like I hadn't really slept. I had this weird feeling in my chest, tight, like something was pressing down on me. I figured I was just anxious. Old habits die hard, even in a place like that. I went for a long walk to shake it off. I followed a trail downhill that I hadn't noticed before. It twisted through thick trees and dropped into a narrow gully with a small creek running through it. I walked for a couple hours, further than I meant to, and when I turned back, I realized I'd lost the trail. I retraced my steps as best I could. Everything started to look the same. Ferns, mossy rocks, fallen logs. I didn't panic right away. I still had daylight, and I remembered some landmarks. A fallen birch tree, a patch of bright orange mushrooms, a tree with an odd split near its base. I finally found the trail again after maybe an hour of wandering. But by the time I got back to the cabin, I was cold, tired, and more shaken than I wanted to admit. I told myself I just needed rest. I made tea and sat on the porch until the sun started to set. I noticed something strange then, a small pile of stones near the bottom of the steps. I hadn't seen it before. 5 or 6 rocks stacked in a little tower, like a cairn. I figured it had been there the whole time and I just missed it. Still, I kicked it over without thinking and went back inside. That night, I couldn't sleep. The wind had died down, but I kept hearing faint noises outside. Not animals, at least not ones I could recognize. It was like slow footsteps circling the cabin. I held my breath and listened, but every time I sat up or moved, it stopped. I thought maybe my mind was playing tricks on me. Maybe it was just branches falling or the wind coming back in small gusts. In the morning, I stepped outside and saw another pile of stones. This time on the porch itself, just beside the door. My heart started beating faster. It was smaller than the one from the day before, only 3 stones, but it hadn't been there last night when I came inside. I was sure of that. I looked around, scanned the trees, but saw nothing, just tall pines and still air. I didn't go hiking that day. I stayed close to the cabin, chopping wood for a while even though I didn't need to. I just needed something to do with my hands. I kept looking over my shoulder. I checked my car twice even though it was locked. I told myself it was probably a prank. Some locals messing with outsiders. I didn't know how anyone would have gotten out there without me seeing them, but it was the only thing that made sense. That night, the noises came back, but louder. Definite footsteps, slow, deliberate. Sometimes they'd pause, then start again. Once I heard something brush against the side of the cabin, like a hand or a coat. I sat on the edge of the bed with the hatchet in my lap, staring at the door. My flashlight beam shook every time I tried to shine it out the window. I wanted to go outside to catch whoever it was, but something in my gut told me not to. It was the kind of fear that didn't come from shadows or stories. It came from instinct, like prey sensing a predator nearby. At sunrise, I stepped out and looked around. No footprints in the dirt, no marks on the cabin, but another stone pile sat on the porch rail. This one was bigger, maybe 8 or 9 rocks, balanced in a strange pattern that looked almost like a spine. I knocked it over without thinking and shouted into the trees, even though I knew no one would answer. I packed my things that day. I didn't care that I still had 3 nights left. I didn't want to be there anymore. I loaded my cooler, my bag, and threw the rest into the back seat. When I turned the key, the car wouldn't start. Clicked, lights came on, but the engine wouldn't turn over. I tried again. Nothing. I opened the hood, checked the battery cables. Everything looked fine, but I didn't know much about cars. I sat behind the wheel for a long time, trying not to panic. I had no cell service, no radio. I was at least 10 miles from the main road, and that was assuming I could find it on foot. I passed a ranger station on the way up, but that was nearly 20 miles back. I told myself I'd walk it in the morning, just one more night. I didn't light a fire that night. I didn't want to draw attention. I locked the door, latched the window, and sat in the dark with my back against the wall, holding the hatchet. The footsteps came again after sunset. This time, they didn't circle the cabin. They stopped at the door. I heard breathing, slow, deep, just inches away. I held my breath. My whole body was shaking. I thought I could hear something brushing against the door frame, like fingers or claws. Then it was gone. At dawn, I stepped outside, every muscle in my body tight. The porch was covered in dirt and broken twigs. On the ground in front of the steps, dozens of small stone piles had been arranged in a perfect circle. Each one had 3 or 4 rocks, some with small feathers or bones balanced on top. I kicked through them, furious, terrified. I yelled again, then started walking. I carried a backpack, a knife, water, and the hatchet. I didn't stop to rest. I followed the dirt road, checking my bearings every few minutes. The woods were too quiet. I kept thinking I saw movement behind me. Branches swaying when the wind was still, shadows that didn't fit the light. I walked for hours. My legs ached. My throat was dry. Around midday, I found the ranger station. The door was locked. I banged on it, waited, then broke a window with the hatchet and climbed inside. There was a radio. It worked. I called for help. Took 3 tries to get someone, but eventually I got through. A voice answered. I gave my name, location, said I needed a tow or a ride. They said someone would come in a few hours. I waited there, not moving, watching the tree line through the broken window. The ranger who showed up didn't say much. He just looked at me, then drove me back to the cabin. We didn't see anything unusual on the road. When we reached the cabin, the stone piles were gone. The porch was clear. My car started without a problem. The ranger didn't seem surprised. He just looked at me and said I should probably head back to town. I drove straight home. Didn't stop, didn't look back. I never figured out who or what was out there. I rented the cabin because I needed a break from everything. Life had gotten too loud. Work was stressful, my phone never stopped buzzing, and people had started to feel like noise I couldn't turn down. I didn't want anything extreme, just some time alone, somewhere quiet. No internet, no traffic, no people. The place I found was deep in northern Montana, near a lake, about 2 hours from the nearest town. It was the kind of place you don't stumble on, you have to know it's there. A single road led in from the main highway, and for the last stretch, the gravel was so rough I thought my little car wouldn't make it. Pine trees flanked both sides of the road, tall and close together, and the forest seemed to lean in the deeper I drove. When I finally saw the cabin, it felt like it had been there forever, completely forgotten by the world. It was small, just one room with a kitchen and a bed and a table, plus a tiny bathroom built into the back. Old but solid. The wood was dark and weathered, the kind of structure that looks like it can take anything. There was a short dock leading out into the lake, and a fire pit in front of the porch. Nothing fancy, but it was perfect for me. There were no neighbors, not even a hint of them. No cabins across the water, no campsites nearby. It was the most alone I had ever been in my life. The first 2 days were exactly what I wanted. I woke up to sunlight instead of alarms. I made coffee on the stove and sat on the porch for hours doing nothing. Sometimes I went down to the lake and skipped rocks or just sat on the edge of the dock with my feet in the water. I brought a couple books, but I found myself too relaxed to even open them. I didn't bring much food, Just enough for a week: cans, pasta, oatmeal, some dried fruit and nuts, coffee, a few bottles of water, and a couple jugs for tap water. The cabin had electricity, barely. The lights flickered when you turned them on, but the tap water worked, the stovetop worked, and the old refrigerator still hummed along. It was on the third night that things started to feel off. Not in a big way at first, just something subtle. That evening, I sat by the fire pit for a while, watching the last light fade behind the trees. I remember thinking how quiet it was. Not peaceful quiet, though, more like vacant. No birdsong, no crickets, no frogs by the water, just stillness so thick it started to feel unnatural. I thought maybe I was just spooking myself. I tried to brush it off and went inside to sleep. I locked the door even though it felt pointless. Who would even be out here? The next morning, I noticed something weird. When I stepped outside with my coffee, I saw footprints in the dirt near the edge of the trees. Not mine. These were boot prints, wide and deep, and they circled around the fire pit. At first I thought maybe they were old, from whoever cleaned or maintained the cabin before me. But they were fresh. The dirt was still damp from the storm a few days before, and the prints were crisp. Too crisp to be old. I looked around. I even called out, though I didn't expect an answer. Just trees and silence. No sign of anyone. Nothing missing, nothing broken. The firewood was still stacked. The door was still locked from the inside. Still, it made my skin crawl a little. The idea of someone walking around while I was asleep just a few yards away. It stuck in my head all day. That night, I had trouble sleeping. Every creak of the wood, every gust of wind outside made me sit up. I kept imagining someone standing just beyond the windows, watching me through the glass. Around midnight, I thought I heard something on the porch. A quick sound, like a footstep. I froze and waited, holding my breath, but it didn't come again. I stayed awake another hour, then finally drifted off. The next morning, I found something else. At the edge of the dock, I noticed something shiny sticking out of the water. I walked down, and as I got closer, I saw what it was. A cigarette lighter. One of those stainless steel flip-top ones. I don't smoke, never have. I hadn't brought one, and this one looked new. Not rusted, not waterlogged. Just sitting there like someone had dropped it recently. Picked it up and opened it. It still worked. Flame came right up. I turned around slowly and looked at the tree line. The hairs on the back of my neck were standing straight up. I stood there for a long time, just staring into the woods, trying to see movement or color that didn't belong. But nothing moved. Nothing made a sound. That was when I decided to keep a knife on me. I had a small hunting knife in my backpack, just something I kept for emergencies. That night, I slid it under the mattress within reach and moved the table in front of the door. I felt stupid doing it, but it made me feel a little better. The fifth day was when I knew for sure I wasn't alone. Started around noon. I had gone for a walk along the path behind the cabin. It wasn't an official trail, just a narrow strip of trampled grass and dirt that wove through the trees. I followed it for about 20 minutes, not going too far, just stretching my legs. On the way back, I noticed something wedged into a low branch. Piece of blue cloth, torn. It looked like it had been caught on purpose, tied in a loose knot like someone had marked the trail. But I hadn't seen it on the way out. It hadn't been there. And then I saw the second one. Another strip, tied to a sapling closer to the cabin. This one was red. Then a third one, white, tied to a branch just 20 feet from the back porch. It looked deliberate, like a trail but going toward my cabin. And they were new. The fabric was clean, not faded, not wet from the dew. They hadn't been there the day before. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I turned off all the lights before sunset. I didn't start a fire. I left the knife under the mattress and pushed the table back against the door. I sat on the floor, behind the bed, where I couldn't be seen from the windows, and I waited. Around midnight, I heard footsteps. Not an animal, not the wind. Real human footsteps on the gravel outside. Slow, careful steps. Crunch, pause, crunch. Then the porch creaked. My chest locked up. I held my breath. I was afraid if I moved even a little, the sound would somehow give me away. The doorknob rattled. Not loud, just a slow test. A twist, then another. It stopped, and then nothing. For almost 5 full minutes, I didn't hear anything at all. No retreat, no footsteps, just silence. I stayed frozen. I wanted to look, but I couldn't. I just kept staring at the wall, knife in my hand, heart beating so hard I felt it in my throat. When the sun finally started to rise, I opened the door with shaking hands. There was nothing there, but in the dirt by the steps, a fresh set of boot prints. This time, they were right up against the door. I snapped. I couldn't stay another night. I had 2 days left on the rental, but I didn't care. I packed everything by noon. I didn't even eat breakfast. I loaded the car and took one last walk around the cabin just to make sure I wasn't missing anything. That was when I found the camera. It was hidden behind a stack of firewood, just off the side of the porch. One of those small trail cameras people use to photograph wildlife. Strapped to a tree, a red light blinked slowly on the front. I reached up and took it down. There was a memory card inside. I didn't want to look at it there. I just pocketed it, tossed it into my bag, and drove. I didn't stop. Not for food, not for gas. I made it all the way back to Missoula before I even slowed down. I got a motel room that night, locked the door, and pulled out the card. I had to buy a USB adapter to plug it into my laptop. There were 37 videos. Most of them were just static forest footage. Deer, wind, a bird landing on the branch. I skipped through quickly, but then I found one from 2 nights earlier, the night I heard the footsteps. It showed the porch, and on the edge of the frame there was a figure, a man. He stepped into view around midnight. He wore a hood, gloves, and a backpack. He stood on the porch for a while, just watching the door. Then he reached for the knob, tried it, then stepped back. He stood there for 4 more minutes, still, not moving. Then, without doing anything else, he turned and walked back into the woods. I watched the clip at least 10 times. Each time made me feel worse. I could tell he knew the camera was there. He looked at it, straight into it. The red light had to be obvious, but he didn't take it, didn't touch it, like he wanted me to find it. The last clip on the card was just 3 hours before I found the camera. It showed the man again, this time standing by the lake, just behind the dock, facing the cabin, just standing, not moving. Then he walked out of frame and never came back. I called the local sheriff, told them everything. They didn't say much, just took the card and said they'd look into it. That was a month ago. I followed up once, but they told me there was no sign of anyone, no fingerprints, nothing to go on. They didn't even know who owned the camera. They think it was just a squatter, or a poacher, someone passing through, but it didn't feel random. I still think about those cloth strips. I had always wanted to escape the noise and rush of the city, the endless buzz of traffic, the glowing lights that never seemed to turn off, and the constant feeling of being surrounded by people, even when I was alone. It had started to weigh on me more than I'd care to admit, so when I got the chance to spend a weekend at a cabin in the woods, I jumped at it. I thought it would be the perfect opportunity to disconnect and clear my mind. The cabin was small, tucked away in the mountains with no other houses around for miles. It was the kind of place where you could hear the wind rustling through the trees, the occasional bird call, and nothing else. Just pure silence, or so I thought. I arrived late in the afternoon, just as the sun was beginning to dip behind the horizon. The air was crisp, a sharp contrast to the stifling heat of the city. I unloaded my gear, just a few bags of clothes, food for the weekend, and a few books. The cabin had a small porch with a couple of chairs, and inside, it was simple but cozy. A wood-burning stove, a small kitchen, a few mismatched chairs, and a tiny table made up the main area. There was one bedroom, with a bed covered in thick blankets and a window that looked out into the forest. A sense of peace washed over me as I unpacked, but little did I know, things were about to take a turn. As night fell, I made a fire in the stove, its warm glow casting flickering shadows on the walls. I sat by the fire for a while, letting the heat seep into my skin, the crackling of the logs the only sound. It was peaceful, maybe too peaceful. My mind began to wander, thinking about everything I had left behind in the city. The responsibilities, the stress, the endless demands. But then, something outside caught my attention. It was a sound, a crack, like a twig snapping, followed by the rustle of leaves. I froze. My eyes darted to the window, but the darkness outside was impenetrable. There were no streetlights out here, no other houses nearby. The woods were just empty. At least that's what I thought. I told myself it was nothing. Probably an animal, maybe a deer or some other wildlife. But the sound didn't stop. It kept going, a series of quiet rustles, followed by another snap, this time much closer. My heart began to race, and a wave of unease washed over me. I couldn't just sit there. Something didn't feel right. I grabbed a flashlight and stepped outside onto the porch. The air was colder now, and the wind seemed to have picked up, carrying the smell of damp earth and pine. I stood still, listening. Nothing. The rustling had stopped. Maybe I was just being paranoid. Maybe it was nothing. But then I saw it. There, at the edge of the trees, something moved. A shadow, just beyond the reach of my flashlight. I froze, squinting into the darkness, trying to make out what it was. I shone the light in its direction, but it was gone. Just a shadow. Maybe it was an animal. Maybe it was my imagination running wild. I turned back to the cabin, but as I did, I heard something that made my blood run cold. A low, guttural growl. It wasn't the sound of any animal I recognized. It was deep, almost human-like. My heart pounded in my chest as I turned back toward the woods, my flashlight trembling in my hand. There was nothing there, just the dark, silent forest. I didn't wait around. I rushed back inside, bolting the door behind me. The fire was still crackling in the stove, casting its warm glow, but the peace I had felt earlier was gone. That strange growl echoed in my mind, and my thoughts were now clouded with fear. I tried to shake it off. It was probably just a bear or some other animal. I'd heard of people encountering bears in these woods before, but this didn't feel like a bear. Felt different. Felt wrong. I tried to distract myself. I made some dinner, a simple meal of pasta and canned vegetables. I ate quickly, barely tasting the food. Every now and then, I would glance out the window, half expecting to see someone standing in the trees, watching me. But there was nothing, just the dark, silent night. After dinner, I decided to call it a night. The cabin had a small, creaky bed, and I climbed under the covers, pulling them up to my chin. But sleep didn't come easily. Every small noise, the wind, the crackling of the fire, the creak of the floorboards, seemed amplified in the stillness of the cabin. My mind raced with thoughts of the growl, of the shadow at the edge of the trees. My eyes darted to the window every few minutes, as if expecting to see something out there, just beyond the glass. At some point, I must have drifted off to sleep, but it wasn't a peaceful sleep. My dreams were filled with images of dark shapes lurking just outside the cabin, moving in the shadows. I woke up with a start, my heart pounding. The cabin was silent again, but the fear lingered. I turned over in bed, trying to shake the feeling of being watched, but something felt different. The air in the cabin was colder than it had been earlier. I pulled the blanket tighter around me, trying to ignore the chill that had settled into my bones. But then I heard it again, the sound of something moving in the trees, the snap of a twig, followed by the soft rustling of leaves. I didn't move. I held my breath, straining to listen. This time, the sound was unmistakable. It was too close. I could feel my heart racing again, my body frozen in place. Slowly, I reached over to the bedside table and grabbed the flashlight. My hand trembled as I shone the light toward the window. For a moment, I saw nothing, just the trees, the darkness beyond them. But then there, just at the edge of the beam, something moved. A figure, tall and thin, its shape barely visible in the shadows. I gasped, quickly turning off the flashlight. My mind raced. Was it a person? Was it an animal? I couldn't tell, but it was moving toward the cabin. The panic set in quickly. I didn't know what to do. Should I call the police? The thought of standing there, alone in the middle of nowhere, Waiting for help felt ridiculous. I was miles from civilization. No one was coming. I knew I couldn't stay in bed, not with whatever that was out there. I grabbed my things, my keys, my phone, and slipped out of bed, moving quietly toward the door. I had to get out of there. I wasn't going to wait around and find out what that thing was. I slowly turned the handle, but before I could open the door, I heard it again. This time it was louder, closer. The sound of footsteps, slow, deliberate steps crunching on the ground outside. It was right there on the other side of the door. I froze. My breath caught in my throat. The fear was overwhelming now, an icy grip around my chest. I couldn't move, couldn't think. All I could hear were those footsteps, coming closer. They stopped just outside, just beyond the door. Then suddenly there was a knock. It was light at first, like someone tapping on the wood. Then it came again, harder, more insistent. Knock, knock, knock. I stood there, paralyzed, unsure of what to do. I thought about running. I thought about hiding. But where? There was nowhere to go. The cabin was isolated. I was alone. The knocking stopped. A long silence followed. My mind raced with all the possible outcomes. What if it was someone who needed help? What if it was something else entirely? I didn't have time to make a decision. Without warning, the door began to rattle, as if someone was trying to force it open. The handle turned, but it was locked. I heard a muffled voice then, low and indistinct, but there was something about it that sent a chill down my spine. It was like the person, whoever they were, was speaking, but I couldn't make out the words. I didn't wait to find out. I grabbed my bag and rushed toward the back door, hoping I could escape unnoticed. But as I reached for the knob, I heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps behind me, slow and deliberate, closing in. I didn't look back. The door flew open, and I bolted into the woods, the flashlight shaking in my hand as I ran. I didn't know where I was going, only that I had to get away from the cabin, away from whatever was lurking in the dark. I stumbled through the underbrush, branches whipping at my face, the sound of my breath ragged and harsh in the stillness. After what felt like an eternity, I collapsed against a tree, gasping for air. I dared not look back, but the sounds were gone. No footsteps, no knocking, no rustling, just silence. I stayed there for hours, too afraid to move, too afraid to go back. Eventually, the morning light broke through the trees, and I knew it was over. Whatever had happened, whatever had been out there, it was gone. I didn't go back to the cabin. Couldn't. I don't know what I encountered that night, but I do know one thing. I'll never forget the terror I felt, and I'll never return to that cabin. Ever. It started with a break I thought I needed. Life had been rough for months. Deadlines, bills, traffic, noise. Everything kept piling up until I couldn't even think straight anymore. So when I found a cheap cabin rental up north, right on the edge of a forest, I didn't think twice. It was remote, off the grid, just a small wooden structure with a roof and 4 walls. No internet, no reception, just what I needed, or so I thought. The drive there was long, took nearly 10 hours from the city. The last part was the roughest, just a dirt road full of potholes and thick with trees on both sides. It got so narrow near the end, I wasn't sure if my car would make it through without getting scratched to hell. But eventually, I reached the cabin. It was small, weathered, and surrounded by towering trees. No other houses or cabins in sight, just silence. Inside was basic. 1 bed, a small kitchen with old appliances, a table with 2 chairs, a fireplace, and a tiny bathroom that barely fit a shower stall. There was no TV, no radio, not even a clock. Just a battery-powered lantern and some extra firewood stacked beside the hearth. I unpacked, opened a can of soup, and sat on the front steps with a spoon and a jacket, staring out into the quiet trees. That first night, I slept like a rock. The kind of sleep I hadn't had in years. No car horns, no people yelling outside the apartment, no buzzing phone on the nightstand. Just the wind through the trees and the crackle of a dying fire. I remember waking up once around 2 a.m. to use the bathroom and noticing how dark it was outside. It wasn't the kind of dark you get in the city. This was thick, heavy, almost like it had weight to it. You couldn't see past the windows. The next few days went by slow, just how I liked it. I spent most of the time reading old paperbacks, walking down the narrow dirt path that looped around the cabin, or chopping firewood. I started to get used to the quiet. It was almost like I could feel my body relaxing again. My shoulders stopped feeling so tight. My head wasn't pounding all the time. I even started sleeping in. I hadn't done that in years. But then little things started happening. Nothing big at first. On the fourth morning, I found the front door open even though I was sure I locked it before going to bed. I blamed it on myself, figured maybe I forgot, even though I remembered turning the key. That night, I made sure to double check. Locked it, then tugged on the handle twice to be sure. Next morning, same thing. Door wide open. I stood there staring at it, trying to make sense of it. The inside of the cabin looked untouched. Nothing was missing. Nothing was moved. Still, it felt wrong. I walked around the outside to see if there were any signs of someone being there. No boot prints, no tire tracks. Just thick dirt, leaves, and pine needles. I tried to shake it off. Maybe it was just wind. Maybe the door didn't latch right. It was an old cabin, after all. But that night, I pushed a chair in front of the door before bed, just in case. When I woke up the next morning, the door was closed, but the chair was on its side in the middle of the floor. That messed with my head. I didn't have an explanation for it. I checked the windows, all locked. I looked under the bed, in the closet, even in the cabinets. Nothing. I didn't sleep well that night. Every creak and pop from the wooden walls made me sit up and hold my breath. I told myself it was an animal, maybe raccoons, maybe the wind. But then came the footprints. I was walking the dirt loop that circled the cabin. I usually went clockwise, but halfway through, I noticed something strange. There were other footprints going the opposite way. They weren't mine. The stride was different, longer. The heels dug in more, like someone heavier. They weren't fresh, but they weren't old either. The dirt had a bit of moisture, so the impressions were clear. I followed them. They went around the cabin once, then veered off into the woods. I didn't go after them. I just stood there, heart beating fast, listening. It was dead quiet, not even birds. That silence felt unnatural. I backed up slowly, walked straight into the cabin, and locked the door. This time, I dragged the heavy table in front of it. I left the lantern on all night. I kept telling myself to leave, but some part of me didn't want to admit something was wrong. I thought maybe I was just being paranoid. City brain, I called it, always expecting the worst. But that night, I heard footsteps. It was around midnight. I was still awake, lying in bed with the covers up to my neck, staring at the ceiling. And I heard them. Slow, deliberate crunches on the dirt outside. Someone walking, not running. The steps circled the cabin once. Then again. Then they stopped. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I just waited. No knock, no sound, just silence. Eventually I fell asleep, though I don't know how. I woke up at dawn, stiff and cold. I opened the door and checked outside. No footprints this time, just empty woods and cold air. But something had changed. There was a smell, faint but sharp, like sweat and old clothes. It was strongest near the back of the cabin. I checked around but didn't find anything. That day, I didn't go on my usual walk. I stayed inside, kept the fireplace going, cooked some canned food, read the same page of my book over and over. Every little noise outside made me freeze. Then I found the knife. It was stuck in one of the trees about 10 feet from the cabin. A big hunting knife, blade buried deep in the bark. It wasn't there before. I was sure of it. I checked it carefully, using a stick to pry it loose. No markings, no initials, just a plain black handle. The edge looked clean. That was it for me. I packed my stuff in 5 minutes. I didn't care how long the drive was or how bad the road got. I was leaving. I tossed everything in the back of the car, locked the cabin one last time, and got in the driver's seat. That's when I noticed the note. It was on the windshield, held in place by the wiper. Just a torn piece of paper with one sentence written in blocky, smudged pencil. You shouldn't have come back. Back? I had never been here before. I looked around, but the woods were still. No movement. I got in and drove. Fast. Branches scraped the side of the car as I sped down the dirt road, tires bouncing over ruts and stones. I didn't stop once. Not until I reached pavement. It wasn't until I was halfway home that I started to calm down. I kept replaying everything in my head, trying to find a logical answer. Maybe someone else had used the cabin before and came back to find me there. Maybe it was a squatter or a hunter who thought I was trespassing. Maybe the owner forgot to tell me something. When I got home, I sent an email to the rental site and told them what happened. They responded a week later, saying the listing had been removed. No explanation, no apology, just gone. I never found out who left the note or who walked around the cabin at night. I never learned whose knife that was, and I still don't know what they meant by come back, but I never went into the woods again. I still don't go anywhere without cell service. And sometimes, late at night, I swear I hear footsteps outside my window, but when I look, there's nothing there, just silence. I went to the cabin to work on a writing project I had been putting off for months. My apartment in the city was too loud, and I kept getting distracted. I couldn't focus there. A friend of mine mentioned a place his uncle owned, a small, off-grid cabin deep in the mountains of northern Idaho. No cell service, no neighbors, no internet, just trees, silence, and time. It sounded perfect. I didn't care that it was small or old, or even that I had to bring my own firewood and supplies. I needed to get this done, and I figured a week of complete isolation would help me reset and finally get it finished. I packed up my gear, clothes, food, camping stove, propane, notebooks, my laptop, even though there'd be no Wi-Fi, a backup battery pack, and plenty of bottled water. My friend had told me the road would be rough near the end, so I borrowed my brother's old 4Runner. It was early October, and the weather forecast showed mild days and chilly nights. No snow yet, which was good. The last thing I needed was to get stuck up there. The drive took almost 10 hours, most of it through long stretches of empty roads. After turning off the last paved road, I followed a dirt path that wound through thick pine forests and slowly climbed up into the hills. The road narrowed, dipped into shallow washes, and crossed a few creeks. I kept thinking I'd taken a wrong turn, but then I saw a wooden sign nailed to a tree with the word cabin hand-painted in red, an arrow pointing to the right. I followed that trail for another mile, my tires crunching over loose gravel and pine needles. The trees got denser, taller. Finally, the road opened up a bit, and I saw the cabin, small, dark, and tucked into the trees like it was trying to disappear. It was older than I expected, with wood siding that had gone gray from age and a green tin roof speckled with rust. A small porch ran along the front, and a single solar light hung over the door. There were 2 windows, one on the front and one on the side. No garage, no other buildings, just a small outhouse about 30 yards away in the trees. I parked the 4Runner in front and got out. The air smelled sharp, cold, and clean. The only sound was the wind brushing through the trees. No cars, no voices, no hum of anything. It took 2 trips to unload everything and get inside. The cabin was just one room, maybe 15 by 15 feet, with a small wood stove in one corner, a cot against the far wall, and a tiny table with 2 mismatched chairs. There were some shelves with canned food and basic tools. I opened the windows to air it out, then stacked my supplies neatly on the table and shelves. I set up my laptop and notebooks near the window to get as much natural light as I could. The solar power system had one outlet and a small battery. It wouldn't last long, but I'd only use it when I needed. The first night was quiet. I made a quick meal, lit a small fire in the stove, and sat down to go over my outline. Around 9, it was already pitch black outside, and without cell service or internet, there wasn't much to do. I turned in early. The cot creaked and the mattress was thin, but I was tired and fell asleep quickly. Around 2 in the morning, I woke up needing to use the bathroom. I bundled up and stepped outside with a flashlight. The forest was pitch black. My light only lit up a small circle in front of me. The outhouse was cold, and I moved quickly. On the way back, I paused and looked around. Something felt off. I don't know how to explain it exactly. It wasn't a sound. It was more like the absence of one. The wind had died. The trees were still. Even the insects were quiet. I scanned the woods with my flashlight but saw nothing. Still, I hurried back inside, bolted the door, and got under the blankets. The next day was normal. I made breakfast, went for a short walk to stretch my legs, then got to work. I wrote all day, pages and pages of notes and rough chapters. Felt good, like the isolation was working. I didn't hear a single car or plane. The silence helped. That night, I fell asleep quickly again. But I woke up sometime later, again around 2 or 3 a.m. This time it was a noise, a soft crunching outside, like footsteps in the dry pine needles. I froze, stopped for a moment. Then I heard it again, closer. A steady, careful step. I turned off the small lamp and sat completely still, listening. No wind, no animals, just a single crunch every few seconds, like someone was slowly walking around the cabin. I waited, kept going around the side of the cabin, then behind it, then back to the front. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe loudly. Stopped again. Minutes passed. Then I heard something scrape softly against the porch. Wood against wood. Maybe the chair? Maybe someone had bumped it? I waited for over an hour, sitting in the dark, trying to listen past my own heartbeat. Eventually, I didn't hear anything else. I stayed up the rest of the night, eyes open, too afraid to even peek out the window. When morning finally came, I opened the door slowly. Nothing was out of place. The chair on the porch hadn't moved. No footprints. Nothing was missing. I walked around the cabin slowly. The ground was hard-packed and covered with needles, so maybe it wouldn't show prints anyway. But I still felt like something had been there. I tried to focus on writing again, but I couldn't stop thinking about the footsteps. I kept looking up, glancing at the window, expecting to see someone staring in. That afternoon, I hiked a bit down the hill with my GPS to try to get a signal. After maybe half a mile, I got one bar and sent a quick message to my friend. All good, just a little creepy up here. No reply. I went back and made dinner, tried to read, tried to pretend I was just spooked. But that night, it happened again. The steps started around 2:15 a.m. This time, I was awake. I had stayed up, waiting. I killed the lamp the second I heard them. They were slower this time, almost dragging, around the cabin again, then stopping in front. I could hear breathing, slow, heavy breathing. Then it stopped. I sat there in the dark for what felt like an hour. I wanted to open the door and shine the light out, but I couldn't move. I was paralyzed by fear. I had no weapons except a hatchet I'd used to chop firewood. At dawn, I opened the door and stepped out. Again, nothing. No footprints. No sign of anyone. But this time, something had changed. Near the outhouse, about 20 feet from the cabin, I saw something hanging from a branch. A squirrel, dead. His neck broken, legs stiff. It was tied to the branch by its tail with a thin piece of red string. I stared at it for a long time. Who would do that? Why? I cut it down and buried it. I didn't even want to think about who might have done it. I tried to stay logical, maybe a trap, maybe a prank, but I couldn't make sense of it. That day, I decided I would leave in the morning. I packed most of my things, loaded them into the 4Runner, and kept only what I needed for one more night. I couldn't get a signal again, so I left a note on the table just in case someone came by. Leaving early, something not right. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat in the dark with the hatchet in my lap, waiting, and they came back. Around 1:45 a.m., I heard the steps again, but this time there were two sets. They moved separately, one slow, one quicker. I could hear them circling the cabin, going in different directions. I stayed completely still, lights off, holding my breath. One of them stepped onto the porch. I heard the wood creak under their weight. Then a long pause. Then the handle on the door turned. It didn't rattle or shake. It just turned slowly. But I had locked it, bolted it too. Then they both just stood there. I could hear them breathing through the door and the side wall. No words, no whispering, just breathing. I sat there all night, not moving. Eventually, the sun rose and they left. I didn't hear them go. I just realized they weren't there anymore. I opened the door as soon as it was light. There were footprints this time. Deep ones. Bare feet. Human. One large. One smaller. I didn't bother cleaning up. I ran to the 4Runner, started it, and drove away. Fast. I didn't stop for anything. Not food. Not gas. Until I hit the nearest town 4 hours away. I went to the sheriff's office. I told them everything. They sent someone up to the cabin 2 days later. They called me after. They found the cabin as I left it. The footprints were still there, but near the edge of the woods they found something else. A small lean-to made from sticks and tarps, hidden in a dense patch of trees. Inside were clothes, empty food cans, bones, camera, and a notebook. They wouldn't tell me much, but they said someone had been living up there for a long time. Maybe more than one person. The notebook had dates, names, descriptions of people. Some were recent. Some went back over 10 years. They didn't catch anyone. No one ever came forward. No one claimed the place. They posted a warning in the ranger station nearby. After months of stress at work, barely sleeping, barely eating right, just dragging myself through each day, I hit a wall. I wasn't myself anymore. I was snapping at people, forgetting simple things, and even started getting chest pains that I knew were probably just anxiety but still scared the hell out of me. So I decided to disappear for a while. Not from life entirely, just from everything for a week or two. Somewhere off the grid, no phones, no emails, no small talk. Just silence, woods, and the wind. That's all I wanted. Nothing else. I searched online for remote cabins for rent and found a small hunting cabin deep in the mountains of western Montana. The pictures were simple. Wood stove, twin bed, outhouse about 50 yards out back, small kitchen sink with water from a nearby spring. No power, no cell signal. The listing said it was about 3 miles from the nearest dirt road. The hike-in was steep, but I didn't care. That was exactly what I wanted. To be completely alone. To breathe. I paid up front for 12 nights and got instructions from the owner through email. He left the key hidden in a locked box under the porch. I packed everything I thought I'd need: freeze-dried food, my camp stove, extra propane, a sleeping bag, a solar lantern, a bunch of batteries, a good knife, my small hatchet, bear spray, and a Ruger .357 revolver I kept for remote hikes. I didn't expect to use it, but being out that far, you just never know. I left on a Thursday morning. By early afternoon, I had parked at the end of the dirt road where the trailhead began. The air felt clean and sharp, and the trail was narrower than I expected. It climbed steeply, winding through dense trees, the kind of trail where if you stepped off it more than a few feet, you could get turned around fast. I made sure to note my direction constantly. It took me almost 2 hours to reach the cabin. When it came into view, I paused. It looked just like in the photos. Small, dark brown timber walls, moss growing along one side, a metal roof patched in places with what looked like tar. The windows were shut, the front steps looked old and uneven, and the forest came right up behind it. No yard, no open space, just thick woods. It was quiet, completely quiet, not even wind. I pulled the key from the box, unlocked the door, and stepped inside. It smelled like old wood and cold air. The inside was one open room, a bed against the back wall, a small wood stove in the corner, a tiny counter and sink by the front window, and a rough table with one chair. I dropped my pack and stood there for a while, just listening. No hum of electricity, no traffic in the distance, nothing. For the first time in months, my shoulders relaxed. I spent the rest of that afternoon getting settled. I found the woodpile out back and brought in enough to last the night. I lit a fire in the stove to warm the place, then boiled some water on my camp stove for one of those instant meals. The light faded fast out there, and by 7:30 it was dark enough that I needed my lantern. I turned it low and read a little before falling asleep. The first night was quiet, but the second day I started to feel something. It was subtle. I went on a short hike that morning to get a feel for the area, and when I got back in the afternoon, I had this weird sense that something had changed. Couldn't tell what. It wasn't that anything was missing or moved, just that the inside of the cabin felt different, like someone had breathed there, like the air had changed. I told myself I was being paranoid. That night, I heard something outside. I'd gone to bed early, maybe 9 p.m., and sometime deep in the night I woke up suddenly, not to a noise but to a feeling. Then I heard it. Footsteps, just a few crunching lightly over the frozen dirt outside. They didn't come closer, just passed by slowly, off to one side of the cabin. I held my breath and listened. My hand moved slowly to where I had my revolver near the bed. Then silence. I stayed awake for maybe an hour before finally falling back asleep. In the morning, I got up and looked around outside. I found no footprints, but the ground was hard and dry, and anything light wouldn't leave a mark. I walked a slow circle around the cabin, scanning the trees. Nothing. I kept telling myself it was probably a deer, or maybe even just the old building settling. But the footsteps were too clean, too paced. I'd heard them. The next few days, things got stranger. Little things. One morning, I found the front door was unlatched. I knew I'd locked it the night before. Another time, I found a log from the woodpile out back lying on the ground 10 feet from the stack. I hadn't dropped it. It had been moved. The outhouse door once swung open in the wind, even though I always closed it tight after using it. And always, I had that same feeling when I came back to the cabin after hiking, that the air inside had changed, like someone had been there while I was gone. On the 6th day, I decided to set a trap. Not a dangerous one, just something small to tell me if someone came inside. I wedged a dry pine needle into the front door frame where it would fall if the door opened. I also stuck a tiny piece of tape over the drawer where I kept my knife, just enough to tear if opened. Then I left the cabin and went on a long hike up the ridge behind it, all the way to a rocky outcrop that overlooked the valley. I stayed up there for most of the afternoon, and when I came back down around 4 p.m., my heart sank as soon as I saw the cabin. The pine needle was gone. I stood there for a while, not moving, just staring at the door. The trees were still. The forest looked normal, but I couldn't ignore the pit forming in my gut. I slowly walked up the steps and opened the door. Inside, everything looked exactly as I left it, except when I checked the drawer, the tape was torn. I backed out of the cabin slowly, closed the door, and stood on the porch. I looked around. The woods stared back. At that point, I should have left. I should have packed my things and hiked back down to my truck. But I didn't. I don't know why. Maybe I didn't want to admit I was scared. Maybe I didn't want to feel like I was running away. Or maybe some stupid part of me didn't really believe what was happening. That night, I didn't sleep much. I kept the fire low and sat in the dark with my revolver on the table. Every small creak of the cabin made my heart jump. Around 2 a.m., I heard something on the backside of the cabin. A soft tapping sound. Not loud, like a stick gently hitting the wall. 5 taps, then silence. Then 10 minutes later, it happened again on the opposite wall. Tap, tap, tap. That time, I stood up quietly and moved to the back window. I kept the lantern off and tried to look outside, but all I could see was my reflection in the glass. I didn't hear anything else for the rest of the night. When morning came, I walked around the outside of the cabin and found what looked like a long scratch on the wood siding. Not deep, but definitely fresh. Too high for an animal. It looked like someone had dragged something sharp across it. I decided to leave. I packed everything fast, stuffing food and gear into my bag without even organizing it. I loaded the revolver and kept it in my hand. As soon as I stepped off the porch, I noticed something else. A footprint. Not mine. Bigger. The tread didn't match my boots. It was just one, near the side of the cabin, and it pointed toward the woods. I started walking fast. My heart pounded in my ears. I followed the trail back toward the truck without stopping. Every few minutes, I turned and looked behind me, expecting to see someone step out of the trees. But no one ever did. When I finally reached my truck, I threw my pack in the back, jumped in, and started the engine. The sound was the most comforting thing I'd heard in days. I drove fast down that rough dirt road, not caring about the bumps or rocks. I just needed to be gone. I didn't stop driving until I reached a gas station near the interstate. I pulled in, went inside, and sat in the bathroom for a long time, trying to slow my breathing. When I finally got home, I took a shower that lasted 45 minutes. Then I just sat on the couch, staring at nothing. My body felt like it had been run through a wringer. That night, I tried to sleep in my own bed but couldn't. Every sound in the apartment made me tense up. I kept the lights on and the gun nearby, like some paranoid lunatic. A few days later, I got a message from the owner of the cabin. Just a short email asking how my stay had gone. I started to write back, then stopped. What could I even say? That someone was sneaking into his place when no one was supposed to be around? Eventually I replied, just said I cut the trip short and thanked him. I didn't mention anything else. I never heard back. A few weeks later, I looked up the listing online. It was gone. Part of me wanted to dig more, to figure out if anyone else had experienced the same thing. But I didn't. I think some part of me didn't want to know. I don't go into the woods alone anymore. Not deep woods, not remote cabins. I still hike sometimes on public trails with people around, but I keep my head on a swivel now. I look behind me more than I used to, and sometimes, when everything's quiet, I still think about those footsteps outside the cabin, the ones that didn't come from me. Whoever I had been looking forward to this trip for weeks. A weekend getaway to a cabin in the woods, far away from the noise and chaos of the city. Just the quiet, fresh air, and the stillness that seemed to embrace you as soon as you crossed the county line. My brother, Mark, had rented the place. He was the outdoorsy one in the family, always looking for an escape into nature. I wasn't so sure about it, but I needed a break. Work had been rough lately, and I needed time to myself, even if that meant a couple of days in the middle of nowhere. The cabin was tucked deep in the woods, miles away from the nearest town. The last stretch of road had been a narrow, gravel path that wound around tall pines and thick brush. Mark had told me that it was the perfect place to disconnect. No cell service, no distractions, just nature. Sounded nice in theory, but as we pulled up, I couldn't shake a feeling. It wasn't a bad feeling, exactly, just an awareness of the isolation. The cabin sat alone, nestled against a small ridge with nothing but forest surrounding it. The woods felt too thick, too oppressive, as if they were watching. But I kept that thought to myself. Inside, the cabin was rustic but charming. Wooden beams, a stone fireplace, and large windows that framed the dense forest outside like a painting. Mark had brought some food, and we unpacked everything quickly, eager to settle in. The air was cool but not cold, and I could already smell the dampness of the earth and the sweet scent of pine needles that seemed to hang in the air. We spent the first evening out on the porch, drinking beers, watching the sun set behind the trees. The only sounds were the occasional chirp of a distant bird and the rustle of leaves as the wind picked up. Mark had warned me about the sound of the forest at night, how it would seem louder when the world around you quieted down. And he wasn't wrong. As the darkness closed in, the rustling leaves and distant calls from unseen animals filled the space, making everything feel a little less peaceful. After a few hours, we went inside, closing the heavy wooden door behind us. It was getting late, and I could feel the tiredness creeping in. We had made plans for an early morning hike, so I wasn't going to stay up too long. But that night, sleep didn't come easily. I kept tossing and turning, trying to find a comfortable position, but something about the cabin felt off. It wasn't the sounds of the forest or the occasional crack of a log settling in the fire. It was something deeper, a feeling of being watched, a weight in the room. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was just the unfamiliar surroundings, but the feeling wouldn't leave. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt it, something moving just outside my peripheral vision. Couldn't help it. I kept opening my eyes, scanning the room, and seeing nothing but the dark shadows of the furniture and the faint glow of the fire. By the time I finally drifted off, I had almost convinced myself it was just my imagination. But I don't know how much time had passed when I woke up again. It wasn't the usual midnight waking. This was different. The cabin was still. too still. The air had a strange heaviness to it, like the pressure had built up, but there was no storm coming. It was just still. I sat up in bed, my heart racing a little faster than normal. I told myself it was just a bad dream, the remnants of my subconscious playing tricks on me. But something didn't feel right. I looked at the window. The faint moonlight filtered in through the trees, casting long shadows across the floor. I could see the outline of the trees outside, shifting slightly in the breeze. And yet, there was something moving just beyond the window, something too large to be a shadow. My breath caught in my throat. I blinked, trying to clear my mind, but when I opened my eyes again, the shadow had moved. Slowly, cautiously, almost as if it knew I was watching. I couldn't make out any details. It was just a black mass, too close to the window now, blocking out the faint light. I held my breath, praying that it was just an animal, a trick of the shadows, something natural. But then I heard it, the sound of something heavy scraping against the cabin wall. I froze. My mind raced. I couldn't see anything, but I could hear the scraping again, followed by a soft thud, like someone was pacing just outside. I couldn't explain it, but I felt a deep sense of dread that gnawed at my insides. I didn't want to get out of bed. I didn't want to look outside, but I had to. I just had to know. I slipped out from under the covers as quietly as I could, the wooden floor creaking under my feet. My pulse was pounding in my ears as I approached the window. I cautiously peeked out through the curtains, my eyes searching the dark. First, I saw nothing, just the trees stretching their limbs into the sky, the pale moonlight filtering through the canopy. Then I saw it, a figure standing just beyond the tree line, half hidden by the darkness of the forest. It wasn't big, but it was enough to send a wave of cold down my spine. It wasn't moving. It just stood there, its outline barely visible, staring back at me, unmoving. There was something unsettling about it, the way it seemed to blend into the shadows. I wanted to look away, but I couldn't. My body was frozen, locked in place by some primal instinct I couldn't escape. The seconds felt like hours. The figure didn't move, didn't blink, just stood there watching. I backed away from the window, my heart pounding so loudly in my chest that I thought it would explode. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know who or what that was. I thought about waking Mark, but something told me I shouldn't. I didn't want to make him aware of it, whatever it was. I wasn't even sure if I had seen anything at all. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks on me. But then I heard it again, the scraping sound, closer this time. The figure had moved, I realized. Slowly, quietly. It was now standing right next to the cabin. I scrambled for my phone, but the screen remained black. No signal. I tried again, hoping for just one bar, but nothing. Panic started to set in. I was completely alone. Just me, the cabin, and whatever that thing was. I pressed my back against the wall, trying to steady my breathing. The minutes dragged on, and every small sound, every crack of wood or rustle of leaves, seemed amplified. I wasn't sure how long I sat there, but I knew I couldn't stay in that room any longer. I had to get out. I slipped into my shoes and grabbed my jacket. I knew it was a stupid decision. I should have stayed inside, locked the doors, waited for the sun to rise. But I couldn't. Something in me told me I needed to move, to get out of that cabin before whatever was outside found a way in. I quietly opened the door, the cool night air rushing in like a wave. The forest was silent now. No scraping, no thudding, no movement. Just the eerie quiet of the woods. I stepped outside, scanning the trees, the shadows, looking for any sign of movement. I didn't know where to go or what I was looking for, but I couldn't just stand there. Then, I saw something in the distance, a flicker of light. It was faint, barely noticeable, but it was there. A flashlight. Mark. He was out there. I wasn't alone anymore. I rushed toward the light, not daring to look back at the cabin. I just needed to reach him. The minutes felt like hours, but eventually, I found him, standing in the middle of the trail, his face pale and tired. He had seen it too. We didn't speak much after that. We just went back inside, locked the doors, and stayed awake for the rest of the night. We didn't leave the cabin again until morning. The rest of the weekend passed in a blur. We hiked, but we stayed in the open. We didn't venture near the dense parts of the forest. By the time we packed up and left, I felt a strange mix of relief and regret. It had been a peaceful place at first, but something had shifted. Something dark lingered there, something I couldn't explain. I don't know if we were being paranoid or if we really did see something that night. All I know is that we never spoke of it again, and I never returned to that cabin. I still don't know what was out there that night, but I know this: the woods hold secrets, and some of them are better left alone. It was a quiet weekend when I decided to head out to the cabin. I'd rented a small, rustic place about 2 hours from home. The drive was long, but not particularly difficult. The sun had been dipping behind the trees when I arrived, casting long golden streaks across the forest floor. The cabin itself was exactly what I needed. Isolated, simple, surrounded by nature. No distractions, no phone signals, just peace. I'd been needing a break for a while, but I didn't realize how badly until I pulled up to the cabin and stepped out of my car. The fresh, cool air hit me right away. A deep, earthy smell filled my lungs as I took in the sight of the place. A small, wooden cabin with a stone chimney, nestled in a clearing surrounded by thick woods. The only sound was the wind rustling through the leaves. Inside, the cabin was just as rustic as the outside. The furniture was worn, the floor creaked underfoot, and there was a small, old-fashioned stove in the corner. The cabin had everything I needed: one bedroom, a tiny kitchen, a bathroom, and a small living area with a wood-burning fireplace. I started unpacking, throwing my bag onto the bed, and laying out my few belongings. The whole place felt like a forgotten time, a peaceful refuge far away from the noise of the world. The sun was setting, and as the light outside dimmed, I decided to make myself some dinner. A simple meal of soup and bread, nothing fancy. The flickering light from the stove cast long shadows on the walls as I stirred the pot, and the warmth from the fire kept the chill of the evening at bay. That night, after eating and cleaning up, I sat on the couch by the fire, wrapped in a blanket. The wind had picked up, rustling the trees outside. It felt good, comforting, like the world was just a little quieter out here. I thought about going for a walk around the property, but something in the air made me hesitate. It was too still, too quiet, the kind of quiet where you can feel the weight of the world pressing in, even in a place that's supposed to be peaceful. I decided to wait until the next day. I turned off the lights, crawled into bed, and settled in under the heavy covers. It was dark, but not too dark. The dim light from the stove outside the bedroom window seeped in just enough for me to see the faint outline of the trees through the glass. I didn't expect to sleep right away, but I thought I'd try. My eyes shut, and I sank into the warmth of the bed, listening to the wind outside. Then there was a sound, a faint thud. At first, I thought it was just the house settling, the wood shifting in the cold night air. But then there was another thud, louder this time. I froze. The sound didn't come from inside the cabin, came from outside, from somewhere near the back of the house. My heart began to race, but I tried to convince myself it was just a deer or some other animal. This cabin was out in the woods, after all. Animals were always moving around at night. But then there was another sound, closer this time, a scraping like something dragging across the ground. My mind raced through 100 possibilities, none of them comforting. I felt an impulse to check the window, but I fought it. It was just the wind, maybe a branch scraping against the side of the cabin. I told myself it was nothing to worry about. I lay still, staring into the darkness, waiting for the next sound. Came, and it was worse. A tapping, almost like a knock on the door. My throat tightened. I had no idea what it was. No explanation seemed to fit. I forced myself to sit up, my mind going a million miles an hour. What if it was someone? Someone out there? But who would be out here so far from civilization? It didn't make sense. But that tapping kept coming. Slowly at first, then more rapidly, like someone or something was trying to get in. I wasn't sure what to do. My instincts told me to ignore it, to bury my head under the covers and pretend I hadn't heard anything. But curiosity gnawed at me. I had to see. I quietly got out of bed and tiptoed to the window. My heart was pounding so loudly that I thought I might pass out from the pressure in my chest. The window was slightly cracked open, just enough for the cool night air to filter in. I pressed my face against the glass, straining my eyes to see anything in the darkness. But the shadows of the trees and the thick underbrush made it impossible to see clearly. The tapping stopped for a moment, and I thought maybe I was just imagining it, that it was just the wind after all. But then it started again. This time it was unmistakable. The noise was coming from the back porch. Something was scraping along the wooden planks. I could barely make it out, but there was definitely movement. Someone or something was out there. I grabbed a flashlight from the nightstand and slowly made my way to the door. The tapping continued. Each tap was slow and deliberate, like whoever or whatever was out there knew I was listening. I turned the flashlight on, the beam cutting through the dark like a sword. My hand was trembling as I slowly twisted the door handle. Then the scraping stopped. I opened the door, my flashlight trembling in my hand. I stepped outside onto the porch, my breath catching in my throat. The night was still, too still. The wind had died down, and all I could hear was the distant sound of the trees shifting in the distance. I scanned the area with my flashlight, sweeping over the ground, the porch, the small shed at the far end of the yard. Nothing seemed out of place. No signs of life, just the trees, the brush, the emptiness. I exhaled, feeling foolish. There was nothing here. It was just my mind playing tricks on me. Maybe an animal had been scratching at the cabin, no big deal. But just as I was about to head back inside, I noticed something strange on the ground. A small, deep groove in the dirt, like something heavy had been dragged through it. My blood ran cold. The groove led toward the trees, but there were no footprints, no signs of anything, just the indentations in the soil. I followed it, my feet crunching on the dead leaves and twigs. The farther I walked, the deeper the marks became. They led me to the edge of the clearing, where the trees were dense and tangled. The darkness swallowed everything past the tree line, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there, watching me. I turned back toward the cabin, suddenly feeling very small and exposed in the open space. I didn't sleep much after that. Every creak, every sound, made my heart race. Every rustle in the wind felt like a warning. The next morning, I didn't waste any time. I packed up my things, loaded up my car, and left the cabin as quickly as I could. I didn't even look back. Later, I found out that the area had a history. A long time ago, there had been an old homestead there. The people who lived there disappeared, and no one ever knew what happened to them. The cabin was said to be abandoned for years, until someone decided to rent it out. I don't know what I heard that night. Maybe it was an animal. Maybe it wasn't. But I'll never forget that feeling of being watched. And I'll never return to that cabin, no matter how peaceful it seemed at first. I needed a break from the city. I'd been working long hours at my job for almost 2 years straight with no real time off, and I felt like I was starting to lose control of my mind. My sleep had been messed up, I was drinking too much coffee, my body felt stiff all the time, and I hadn't had a full weekend to myself in over 6 months. My doctor said my blood pressure was going up, and my boss started noticing I was zoning out more often than usual. So I told them I needed a week to unplug from everything, no phone, no laptop, nothing. Just peace and quiet. They were surprisingly supportive. I found this small off-grid cabin listed on a vacation rental site. It was about 3 hours north of where I lived, near a small town that didn't even have a gas station. The cabin was tucked back in the woods, down a gravel road that turned into dirt the further you went. There were no neighbors, no cell service, and no power lines. It had solar panels, a small water pump, and a compost toilet. The photos looked simple but clean. One small bedroom, a wood stove, a tiny kitchen, and a front porch that overlooked a valley of trees. I booked it for 6 days. The drive up there was peaceful. I left the city early in the morning to beat traffic, and the air felt fresher the farther I got from the concrete and glass. The last 30 minutes were on a bumpy road that wound through dense forest. I didn't pass a single car or person after I turned off the last paved road. Felt like going back in time. When I finally reached the cabin, it was exactly like the pictures. Quiet, still, and surrounded by nothing but trees and a deep silence that made my ears ring. I unloaded my supplies, cans of soup, trail mix, bottled water, a few frozen meals in a cooler with dry ice, a paperback book, a notebook, and a flashlight. I left my phone in the glove compartment of my car, turned off. I didn't want to be tempted. I had no plans except to hike, sit on the porch, maybe write a little, and get my mind back into something close to normal. The first night, I made a small fire in the wood stove, heated up soup on the propane burner, and sat wrapped in a blanket while listening to the wind move through the trees. It was one of the best nights I'd had in a long time. The first 2 days went exactly how I hoped. I went on short hikes around the cabin, keeping track of where I went so I wouldn't get lost. I found a small creek with clear, cold water and dipped my feet in. I saw deer tracks, birds I didn't recognize, and heard coyotes howling faintly in the distance at night. I slept better than I had in months. I didn't even write much. I just listened to the forest, watched the sun rise and set, and felt my chest loosen a little. My heart wasn't racing constantly. I didn't feel like I was waiting for the next notification or email, but things started to feel off by the third day. It wasn't anything obvious at first, just small things I brushed off, like waking up and seeing the front door wasn't latched all the way. I figured I hadn't shut it properly the night before. Then later that morning, I noticed one of the kitchen drawers was open when I was sure I'd closed all of them. I had a habit of keeping things tidy, and I remember closing it after getting a spoon. I blamed it on the cabin being a little crooked. Maybe it slid open from the angle of the floor. That night, I was sitting on the porch as the sun went down, watching the last bit of light fade over the hills. The wind had picked up, and the trees were moving more than usual. That part of the forest was thick, tall pine and spruce with very little undergrowth, and the sounds the trees made were deep and slow, like breathing. I was about to head back inside when I thought I saw movement down the hill, near the edge of the tree line. It wasn't a deer. It was too upright, but it was quick. I stood up and stared for a while, but nothing else moved. I chalked it up to my eyes playing tricks on me in the low light. That night, I didn't sleep as well. I kept waking up, not from any noise, but from a strange sense that something wasn't right. Around 3 a.m., I sat up in bed because I was sure I heard a creaking sound from the front porch. I stayed completely still and listened. It didn't come again. I got up, crept to the window, and peeked out, but the porch was empty. I couldn't see anything past the edge of the trees. I told myself it was probably an animal, maybe a raccoon or even a bear sniffing around. I went back to bed, but it took me a long time to fall asleep. The next morning, I stepped outside and found something that made me feel cold all over. There were muddy footprints on the porch. Human ones, bare feet, not big, but adult-sized. They started at the steps, went right up to the door, turned around, and went back down. I just stared at them for a while. My first thought was that someone was playing a joke on me, but who would drive all the way out here to mess with someone? Then I thought maybe a hiker got lost and found the cabin. But why not knock? Why come in the middle of the night, barefoot? I walked around the cabin, checking everything. Nothing was missing, nothing broken, but it felt wrong. I kept hearing twigs snapping in the woods, but every time I looked, I saw nothing. The air felt thicker that day, like something was waiting just out of sight. I stayed close to the cabin, didn't hike, didn't sit on the porch. I kept the door locked and checked the windows twice. I was starting to feel like I was being watched. That evening, I thought about packing up and leaving early, but part of me didn't want to let fear ruin what was supposed to be a relaxing break. I told myself maybe it really was just a lost hiker or someone passing through. Maybe I'd scared them off by turning on a light. Still, I kept the axe from the woodshed inside that night. I put it next to the bed. I made sure all the windows were locked and the front door was shut tight. I even stacked a chair against it. Around midnight, I heard the crunch of footsteps outside. Not animal footsteps, human ones. Slow, steady, circling the cabin. My chest tightened, and I didn't move a muscle. I lay in bed, my eyes open, breathing as quietly as I could. The footsteps stopped in front of the cabin. Then I heard the porch creak. I sat up slowly and reached for the axe. The boards groaned under weight. I waited, holding my breath. After a few seconds, I heard the doorknob turn. It rattled softly. Then it stopped. Nothing for a long time. I stayed sitting there in the dark, barely breathing. I didn't hear footsteps leaving. No sounds at all. Just silence. I waited for maybe an hour before I finally stood up, crept to the window, and looked out. The porch was empty. I didn't sleep at all that night. I sat in a chair in the corner, axe in my lap, waiting for the sun. When morning came, I stepped out and checked the ground. The same barefoot prints were there again, fresh in the mud. This time they went around the cabin. Circles. I counted 4 full circles. Then they disappeared back into the woods. I couldn't take it anymore. I packed up my gear in under 10 minutes, threw everything into the car, and started driving back down the dirt road as fast as I could. I didn't stop until I hit the main road. My hands were shaking the entire time. I pulled over once I had signal and turned my phone on. 30 missed notifications. I called a friend, told him I was coming back early, that I'd explain later. I didn't tell him the whole story. A week later, I still couldn't get it out of my head. I didn't sleep well, kept checking the locks in my apartment. Eventually, I reported it to the rental site. They said no one else had ever complained about that cabin. The owner lived 3 hours away and only visited once a month. They offered me a partial refund, but I didn't care. Out of curiosity, I looked up the area online. There had been reports, scattered over the years, of squatters living deep in those woods. Some locals said people went off-grid there for good. One article mentioned someone finding a makeshift shelter with bones and trash not far from that area. No one had been caught. I don't know who was out there or why they came to the cabin, but I know they watched me. I know they walked barefoot through the forest at night, silently. I know they circled the place while I was sleeping inside, unaware. I'll never go back. Not to that cabin. Not to any cabin. Ever again. The old cabin sat at the edge of a small clearing, far removed from any nearby roads. There was no electricity, no phone signal, and only a faint trail leading up to it through the woods. I'd been planning this weekend for months. A solitary retreat away from the noise and chaos of city life. A place to clear my head, catch up on reading, maybe even do a little writing. I had been dealing with a lot lately: work stress, family issues, and some personal problems that I didn't feel like sharing with anyone. I thought this little escape would be perfect. The cabin belonged to a friend of a friend, an older man who had used it for years to get away from everything. I didn't really know him well, but the place seemed perfect, isolated and rustic, with just enough comfort to make it a cozy retreat. I arrived late in the afternoon, the sun starting to dip low behind the trees, casting long shadows across the clearing. The cabin itself was small but sturdy, made of weathered wood that had turned gray with age. The roof had a few missing shingles, and the windows were thick with grime, but it looked like it had been well maintained over the years. I grabbed my bags from the trunk of my car, which I parked as close as I could to the cabin. The gravel driveway was barely wide enough for my car, and the surrounding woods seemed to close in on it as if the trees were watching me. I made my way up the path to the front door, and as soon as I stepped onto the porch, I felt something, a heaviness in the air, a faint pressure in my chest. It wasn't overwhelming, but enough to make me pause and look around. The woods felt silent, almost too silent. I shook it off and unlocked the door, stepping inside. The interior was exactly what I expected: wooden floors, a stone fireplace, a simple kitchen area with an old gas stove, and a small, cozy living room. There was a small bedroom off to the side with a bed covered in a patchwork quilt. Everything felt warm, inviting, and familiar in a way, like a scene from an old movie. I set my things down, stretched a little, and started unpacking. That first night, I didn't think much of the strange feeling I had earlier. I made a fire in the hearth, roasted a simple meal, and sat down with a book. The flickering firelight made the shadows on the walls dance, creating strange shapes that seemed to move on their own. I didn't mind it, though. It was cozy, like the house was alive with the warmth of the fire. As the night wore on, the silence outside grew more pronounced. The only sound was the crackling of the fire and the occasional pop of a log shifting in the flames. Every now and then, I'd hear the rustle of leaves outside, but I chalked it up to the wind or animals moving through the trees. I tried to relax, but there was this feeling in my gut, a quiet unease I couldn't quite explain. Around midnight, I finished reading and decided to head to bed. The bed was comfortable enough, and I quickly fell asleep, my mind finally starting to unwind after days of stress. I woke up to the sound of something tapping on the window. It was a soft, almost rhythmic sound, like fingers gently drumming against the glass. My eyes shot open, and for a moment, I lay still, listening. The sound came again, faint but distinct. Tap, tap, tap. I tried to convince myself it was just the wind, maybe a branch swaying in the breeze. But the tapping didn't stop. It continued at a steady pace, like someone was standing right outside, pressing their fingers against the glass. My heart began to race, and I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I got up slowly, trying not to make any noise. The moonlight filtered through the small gaps in the curtains, casting long, pale shadows across the floor. I crept toward the window, trying to peer outside, but the darkness was thick, impenetrable. I reached for the curtain, pulling it back just a little, enough to see if there was anything out there. Nothing, just the dense woods, a faint outline of trees stretching out into the night. I stood there for a moment, confused. The tapping had stopped, but the air felt colder now, heavier. I checked the window, and it was shut tightly with no sign of anything that could have caused the noise. I felt foolish for getting so worked up. Maybe I'd just imagined it, but the uneasy feeling wouldn't go away. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was just my mind playing tricks on me, but something about the night felt off, as though the woods themselves were watching. I decided to lock the window and go back to bed. The next morning, I woke up to bright sunlight filtering through the trees. The air was fresh, the kind of crisp morning that felt revitalizing. I had planned to spend the day hiking and exploring the area, maybe take some pictures, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I made a simple breakfast and set out, trying to distract myself from the strange events of the night before. The woods around the cabin were beautiful in the daylight, with towering trees and thick underbrush. The air was full of the scent of pine and damp earth. I followed a narrow trail that led deeper into the forest, hoping the exercise would clear my mind. But the deeper I went, the more the woods seemed to close in around me. The path was overgrown, and there was an eerie quietness to the place, as though the forest itself was holding its breath. After a couple of hours, I decided to turn back, but the way seemed different. The trees looked taller, their branches stretching toward each other like arms reaching for something. The path had started to disappear, swallowed by the dense undergrowth. I couldn't remember which direction I had come from, and my stomach churned with a rising sense of panic. I retraced my steps, but everything seemed off. The sunlight seemed dimmer, and the shadows felt deeper, more oppressive. The air was thick, like it was suffocating me. I stopped and looked around, my heart pounding in my chest. The woods were silent, unnervingly so, and the only sound was the occasional rustle of leaves underfoot. Then I saw it, a flash of movement out of the corner of my eye. I spun around, but there was nothing there. I felt a chill creep down my spine, and I quickened my pace. The path was gone now, swallowed by the forest. I pushed my way through the brush, trying not to panic, but the sense of being watched was overwhelming. Suddenly, I heard a crack, like something heavy stepping on a twig. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. I turned slowly, scanning the trees. Nothing, but then I saw it. A figure in the distance, standing motionless among the trees. It was a man, or at least it looked like one, but something about the way he stood, unmoving, was wrong. His face was hidden in shadow, and he didn't move a muscle. I could feel my pulse in my throat, and every instinct in me screamed to run. But I didn't. I stood there, frozen, unable to look away. The figure didn't move, just stared at me from across the clearing. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of it. Who could it be? Why wasn't he moving? Was it a trick of the light? Then, without warning, the figure disappeared into the woods, vanishing in a single blink. I blinked, and he was gone, as though he had never been there. I stood there, unable to move, trying to convince myself it had been my imagination. But deep down, I knew it hadn't been. I turned and started walking back to the cabin, my legs feeling like jelly beneath me. The forest around me felt wrong now, like it was closing in. I could feel eyes on me, even though there was no one there. My heartbeat pounded in my ears, and my thoughts raced. I had to get back to the cabin, had to get away from the woods. By the time I returned to the cabin, the sun had begun to dip again, casting long shadows across the clearing. I bolted the door behind me, locking all the windows. I felt safe inside, but the unease that had been with me all day hadn't gone away. It was still there, lurking in the corners of my mind. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the house, every rustle of the trees outside, made me jump. The cabin that had seemed so inviting the night before now felt like a trap, a cage in the middle of a vast, watching wilderness. I stayed awake for hours, listening to the silence, until finally, exhaustion overtook me, and I drifted into an uneasy sleep. The next morning, I woke up to the sounds of birds chirping outside. The sunlight was warm, and everything felt peaceful. It was as if the night before had never happened, like it was all just a bad dream. I made myself some coffee, trying to shake off the lingering fear. Maybe it was just the isolation, the silence, playing tricks on me. I packed up my things, ready to leave. The drive back to town was quiet, uneventful, and as I looked back at the woods, the cabin grew smaller in my rearview mirror. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been wrong there, something I hadn't understood. Even now, as I think back on it, I'm not sure if it was just my mind or if the woods really had been hiding something. One thing I do know, I'm never going back. The weekend had been planned for months. A simple cabin in the woods, just an hour's drive outside of town, with no distractions, no noise, just nature and a little time away from the usual stress of daily life. I thought it would be peaceful, just what I needed. I was wrong. It all started when I first arrived. The drive had been beautiful. The sun was still up, and everything looked so serene, the kind of place people dream of visiting. The cabin itself was rustic but cozy. It was made of rough-hewn logs, nestled at the edge of a small clearing with thick woods surrounding it. There was a stone chimney, and the small porch had an old rocking chair that creaked even when there was no wind. I unloaded my car, grabbed the small bag of food I'd brought along, and headed inside to get settled. The cabin had no electricity, which was exactly what I was hoping for. Just the quiet hum of the world outside, the rustle of the trees, and the crackle of the fireplace. There was a small old wood stove in the kitchen, a few mismatched chairs, and a table that looked like it had seen decades of use. The bedroom was small, with a single bed tucked in the corner. A thin quilt covered the mattress, and the smell of old wood and dust filled the air. The place was charming in its own way, but something felt off. I couldn't quite put my finger on it. Maybe it was the silence or the way the wind howled through the trees as the sun dipped below the horizon. But a knot tightened in my stomach. That evening, I decided to get a fire going. The wood was dry and I had matches, but even with all the preparation, it took longer than expected to get the flames going. By the time I sat down with my book, the room was warm, and the orange glow of the firelight danced on the walls. I should have felt at ease, but instead, I felt a growing unease deep in my chest. It wasn't anything I could explain. It was just the sense that I wasn't alone, even though I clearly was. Night came quickly. The wind outside picked up, howling through the trees. I added more wood to the fire and watched the flames flicker. The sounds of the forest seemed to grow louder. The distant hoot of an owl, the rustling of leaves, the snap of branches. Everything felt unnaturally clear, like the world had turned up its volume. I tried to brush it off and focus on the book in my lap, but the feeling wouldn't go away. Every few pages, I would glance up, as if expecting someone or something to be standing in the doorway. The darkness outside the cabin pressed against the windows like a heavy weight, and I found myself staring into it more often than I wanted to admit. The fire crackled, and I could hear the oddest sounds, scratching, like something was gently tapping at the walls. I stood up to check, but when I opened the door, there was nothing there, just the same dark woods, swaying with the wind. I told myself it was just the house settling. Old cabins made strange noises, especially ones that were as worn as this one. But then I heard it again, scratching, this time louder. It wasn't coming from the walls. It was coming from the porch. I froze in place, my heart pounding. It was so clear now, so intentional. It was like something, or someone, was pacing just outside the door, scraping its fingers along the wood. I walked slowly to the door, my hand on the knob. A part of me wanted to ignore it, to pretend it wasn't happening, but curiosity got the better of me. I pulled the door open a few inches and peered out into the night. The darkness beyond the porch was thick, impenetrable. Nothing moved. The wind had stopped for a moment, leaving an eerie quiet in its place. But just as I was about to close the door, a rustling sound came from the bushes off to the side of the porch. I couldn't see anything, but I could feel it. Something was out there. I slammed the door shut and locked it, though I knew deep down that it wouldn't make a difference if whatever was outside wanted in. I leaned against the door, my breath shallow, as I strained to hear anything over the pounding of my heart. For a while, there was nothing but the occasional crackle of the fire. Then there was a knock, not a loud one, but soft, tentative. Came from the back door. My blood ran cold. I didn't go near it. I didn't want to know. I stayed by the fire, listening for any sound that would explain what was happening. But there was only silence after that. A thick, suffocating silence that seemed to press down on the cabin from all sides. Every creak of the wood made my skin crawl. I wanted to call someone, anyone, but my phone had no signal out here. I couldn't reach anyone, even if I tried. The rest of the night passed slowly. Every time the wind picked up, I would jump, convinced I heard something in the distance. By the time I lay down on the couch, I was exhausted, but sleep didn't come easily. My mind kept racing. Was someone out there, or was it just the forest playing tricks on me? At some point, I must have dozed off, because I woke to the sound of something moving across the cabin floor. My eyes shot open, and I could feel the cold sweat on my skin. I wasn't sure if I had imagined it, but then I heard it again. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, like someone was walking from the kitchen into the living room. I sat up, heart pounding in my chest. My surroundings were still dim, but I could just make out the shapes of the furniture. The fire had died down, and the only light now came from the faint glow of the moon through the windows. I waited, breath held, but the footsteps stopped. Suddenly, the door to the bedroom creaked open, just a little. I watched it for a moment, then slowly reached for the lamp on the table. I switched it on, and for a brief second, the cabin was bathed in light. Nothing. No one. I moved to the bedroom, checking under the bed, in the closet, nothing. The door was locked, the window shut tight. It didn't make sense. There had been no one there, no one except for me. I couldn't stay another night. The cabin had suddenly become a prison, its walls closing in on me. I gathered my things, packed up as quickly as I could, and didn't look back. I didn't stop until I was back in the car, driving away from that place. The sun was coming up by the time I reached the main road, and I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. I knew I'd never go back to that cabin. The feeling of being watched, the noises, the scratching, it had all been too real. But even now, every time I drive near that stretch of road, I still feel it. That same uneasy feeling, that something is out there, waiting, watching, and I'll never know what it was. It had been one of those weekends I'd promised myself I needed. I'd been so caught up in work and life that I barely remembered what it felt like to just breathe. So, when the opportunity came to rent a small cabin for the weekend, tucked away in the woods, I didn't hesitate. The cabin was nothing special. It wasn't one of those fancy rentals you see on the brochures with all the modern comforts. It was old, rustic, exactly what I wanted. Just a simple two-room cabin with a small porch, a wood-burning stove, and a single bed by the window. It was just me, some snacks, and a whole lot of nothing to do. Perfect for clearing my mind. I arrived just before sunset. The drive had been longer than expected. The gravel roads were bumpy, and I kept thinking I'd missed a turn at every fork. The place wasn't easy to find, and that was part of the charm. Once I finally saw the cabin through the trees, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. The air was fresh, and the sky was starting to change colors, casting an orange glow across the landscape. The cabin itself was tucked deep in the woods. A few other cabins were scattered around, but they were spaced far apart, making it feel isolated. There wasn't a single soul in sight. The only sounds were the wind rustling the leaves and the distant chirp of crickets. After settling in, I stoked the small fire in the stove, grabbed a cold drink from the cooler, and plopped down on the couch by the window, the only source of light now coming from the fireplace. The warmth from the fire felt good against the chill that was beginning to creep into the night air. I had no intention of exploring the area on the first night. I'd just enjoy the solitude. My phone had no signal, and honestly, I didn't mind. I wasn't here for distractions. The night drew on, and the sounds of the forest outside grew louder. A few times, I thought I heard something moving around outside, but when I looked out the window, the woods were quiet, just trees and shadows. Around midnight, I decided to turn in. The bed was simple, nothing fancy, but it was comfortable enough. I didn't mind the creaks and groans of the cabin as it settled for the night. In fact, I found them oddly soothing. But then, I heard something else. A soft knock. I sat up straight in bed, the sound of it clear against the stillness of the night. It was faint but distinct, like someone had tapped on the wall of the cabin. My heart skipped a beat. It was strange, though. I didn't remember seeing anyone on the property when I arrived. No cars, no signs of life. And yet, there was someone outside, right? The knock came again. It was closer this time, and I could almost feel it reverberating through the cabin. I got out of bed, my feet hitting the cold wooden floor, and walked cautiously to the door. My hand hovered over the handle, and I paused. The knocking stopped. I stood there for a while, staring at the door, wondering if I had imagined it. Maybe it was just the wind, or a branch hitting the cabin. That made sense, right? I tried to shake off the feeling that something wasn't quite right. I forced myself to go back to bed, hoping sleep would take my mind off the strange event. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't ignore the sense of unease creeping in. The house felt too still, too silent, as though something was waiting, watching. It wasn't long before the noises started again. This time, it was more than a knock. It sounded like a soft scratching, as if something was trying to get in. It started at the back of the cabin, then moved slowly along the wall toward the window. My stomach churned, and my heart rate picked up. There was no way a branch could make a sound like that, not the way it was happening. This was different. I walked to the window and peeked through the curtains, hoping to catch a glimpse of whatever was causing the noise. But all I saw was darkness. The trees outside swayed gently in the wind, their branches creaking against each other. Then, I saw movement near the edge of the forest, a figure just standing there, barely visible in the shadows. My breath caught in my throat. It didn't move. It didn't do anything, just stood there, motionless. I froze, my eyes glued to the figure. My mind raced, trying to make sense of it. Had someone been out there this whole time? Or had they only just arrived? What were they doing standing so still? The figure stayed there for what felt like an eternity. Then, as suddenly as it appeared, it was gone. No movement, no sound. It simply vanished into the woods. I backed away from the window, my heart pounding in my chest. I didn't know what to think. The logical part of me told me it was probably some random person, maybe even a hunter. But the way the figure had stood there, so unnaturally still, unsettled me. It didn't feel right. I spent the rest of the night wide awake, listening for any signs of movement, watching the shadows outside. But there was nothing. The scratching stopped, the knocking didn't return, and the figure didn't reappear. Morning finally came, bringing with it a sense of relief. The sun was rising, painting the sky in shades of pink and orange. The birds were singing, and the air felt fresher now. I knew I needed to shake off whatever had gotten into my head. There was no reason to believe anything unusual had happened. I was just tired, that's all. I decided to go for a walk. I needed to get out of that cabin, get some fresh air, and clear my mind. The woods around the cabin were thick with trees, and the path was narrow. It was beautiful in its own way, the sunlight filtering through the canopy above, casting long, dappled shadows on the ground. As I walked, I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see the figure again. But there was nothing, just the forest. No signs of anything out of the ordinary. Eventually, I came to a small clearing, and I took a seat on a large rock by the edge of the forest. The silence was overwhelming. No wind, no birds, just stillness. It felt almost unnatural. That's when I heard it again, the same soft knocking. It came from deeper in the woods, faint but unmistakable. It was so far away that I couldn't pinpoint exactly where it was coming from, but I could hear it clearly. Knock, knock, knock. I stood up, my heart racing again. My first instinct was to ignore it, to walk back to the cabin and pretend I hadn't heard anything. But something made me stay. I was curious. I wanted to know what it was. I followed the sound, slowly at first until I was deep into the woods. The knocking got louder, closer. It didn't make sense. The sound wasn't coming from the trees or the wind or even animals. It was too deliberate, too regular. Finally, I reached a small clearing. And there, standing at the edge, was a large rock, its surface covered in strange marks. I stepped closer, and my stomach dropped when I saw what those marks were. They were scratches, the same kind of scratching I had heard against the cabin wall. Suddenly, it hit me, the figure I had seen last night. It wasn't just standing there. It had been marking something, leaving its marks on the rocks. I stumbled backward, the realization hitting me like a wave. I wasn't alone out here. There was something in these woods, something that had been watching me, following me. I ran back to the cabin as fast as I could. The world around me blurred, and the only thing on my mind was getting inside. Once I was there, I locked the door and grabbed my things. I didn't care that I hadn't packed properly. I didn't care about anything except leaving. I spent the rest of the day in a panic, constantly looking over my shoulder, half expecting the knocking to start again. I stayed inside the cabin, even as the night came on. And when the sun finally set, I stayed wide awake, hoping I'd made it out without encountering whatever had been in those woods. But nothing happened. The night passed quietly. No knocking, no figures in the woods. By morning, I felt a strange sense of calm wash over me. I packed my bags, made one final check of the cabin, and drove away. I never went back to that place. I never found out who or what was knocking in the night. But one thing was certain. I was never going to spend another night alone in a cabin in the woods again. It was supposed to be a quiet weekend getaway, just a break from the noise, the constant hustle, and the pressure that life kept piling on. The cabin I rented was tucked away in the middle of nowhere, far from any city, surrounded by thick woods and towering pines. My plan was simple: unwind, enjoy the silence, and escape for a bit. I'd never been a big fan of camping or hiking, but this cabin seemed like the perfect retreat. The drive out there was longer than I expected, winding through narrow dirt roads and uneven paths. I wasn't sure if I was even going the right way, but I kept following the directions, reassured by the occasional sign pointing toward my destination. The air outside felt fresher, the kind of fresh you can't find in any town or city. Even though it was the middle of summer, the forest was cooler, with only the chirps of birds and the rustling of leaves around me. When I finally arrived, I was relieved to see the cabin. It was exactly as the pictures had promised: small, cozy, and secluded. The outside looked like something out of an old postcard, with logs stacked perfectly, and the roof sloping steeply, covered in moss. The cabin sat on a small clearing, surrounded by thick trees and with a tiny creek bubbling nearby. I got out of the car and took in a deep breath, the air smelling of earth and pine. Everything felt peaceful, too peaceful in a way. I unloaded my things and entered the cabin. It had that distinct musty smell of old wood mixed with something earthy, probably from the nearby creek. The interior was just as I had imagined. A stone fireplace, a few simple pieces of furniture, a tiny kitchen tucked away to the side, and a large window that framed the woods outside. I was relieved that everything was in order. After a long drive, the thought of dealing with broken furniture or a dirty place was the last thing I needed. I made myself comfortable, setting up a few candles and unpacking my food. It was getting late, and the sky outside had started to turn a dark shade of purple, signaling the onset of night. The sun disappeared behind the trees, leaving me in a soft twilight glow. As I sat by the window, I noticed how still everything had become. Not a sound, just the quiet murmur of the creek. It was eerie, almost unnatural how silent the forest was. I couldn't remember the last time I'd experienced such a profound sense of isolation. It wasn't a bad feeling, just strange. I turned on the small radio beside the fireplace, trying to distract myself. The fire crackled, and for a while I felt okay, just listening to the faint static and occasional song coming through the radio. But something began to nag at me, something I couldn't place. The silence seemed heavier now. It wasn't just the absence of noise. It was as if the woods themselves were holding their breath, waiting. I shrugged it off. Maybe I was just tired. Maybe it was just the isolation messing with my head. I decided to go to bed early, thinking I could use the rest. That night, the sound of the forest was almost deafening in its silence. The wind had picked up, though the trees barely moved. I stared at the ceiling, listening to the occasional creak of the wooden beams above me, unsure of whether it was the house settling or something else. Sleep wasn't easy. I kept tossing and turning, staring at the shadows playing on the walls. At some point, I must have drifted off, but I woke suddenly wide awake, with my heart racing. The house felt colder now, the air thick with an unease I couldn't explain. The floorboards groaned, and I lay still, listening. Then it came. A knock. It was faint at first, but it was there. A soft knock, followed by another and another. Each one seemed closer. The knocking was coming from the front door. I told myself it was just the wind. Maybe a branch had blown against the door, or maybe it was a small animal scratching at the wood. But I wasn't sure. I hadn't heard any wind before that. The knocking stopped for a while, but I lay there, unable to move. Every creak, every groan of the cabin felt louder now. I tried to tell myself I was just imagining things, that it was nothing. But deep down, something told me to get up, to check. I stayed in bed for what felt like an eternity, too afraid to move but too scared to stay. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed a flashlight from my bag and made my way down the narrow hallway toward the door. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, just some wildlife or maybe even a neighbor, although I hadn't seen any other houses for miles. The flashlight flickered in my hand as I reached for the door. My breath came in shallow gasps as I turned the knob slowly. The door creaked open, and I stepped outside. The air was thick, the silence almost suffocating now. I stood there, scanning the dark woods around me, but there was nothing. No one. Just the faint sound of the creek. My mind was racing. Was I losing it? Had I imagined the knocks? The flashlight beam cut through the darkness, but I saw nothing unusual. Everything appeared normal. I stepped back inside, locking the door behind me. I knew I should have felt better, but the knot in my stomach remained. There was no explanation for the knocks, no reason for the creeping feeling that something was wrong. But there it was. The night passed in a blur. I don't know how much sleep I actually got, but when I woke in the morning, the sunlight streaming through the windows brought some comfort. I was still on edge, but I told myself it was just paranoia. After all, I was alone in the woods, and it was easy to get lost in my thoughts. I spent the day outside, trying to shake off the weird feeling. I walked along the creek, collected firewood, and just tried to enjoy the beauty of my surroundings. The silence seemed to settle a bit, and I even convinced myself the night before had just been my imagination. Maybe I'd heard the wind knocking the door, or maybe a tree branch had hit it. But when the sun started to dip behind the trees again, that sense of unease crept back. It was the same feeling from the night before, like something wasn't quite right. I ignored it as best as I could, deciding to cook a simple meal and relax by the fire. I sat in front of the crackling flames, telling myself that it was just the isolation getting to me. But then I heard it again. Not a knock this time, but a faint shuffle outside. A slow, deliberate shuffle. It was so quiet, I almost thought I was imagining it. But then it came again, closer this time. I stood up abruptly, heart pounding. The firelight flickered as I reached for the flashlight again. The cabin seemed darker now, the shadows deeper. The shuffle grew louder, like something was slowly walking around the cabin. I checked every window but saw nothing. The front door? Locked. The back? Nothing. Couldn't see a thing. The shuffle stopped, and the silence returned. But the air felt colder now, like it was pressing in on me from all sides. My breath caught in my throat, and I realized how tightly my hands were gripping the flashlight. I stayed in that cabin for the next few hours, too afraid to go outside but too terrified to stay still. Every creak, every shift in the wind, made my heart race. My mind was on high alert, scanning for anything that seemed out of place. And then, in the stillness, I heard something unmistakable, a voice. It wasn't loud, but it was there, low and barely audible. The voice was coming from outside, muffled, as if someone was standing just beyond the threshold of the door. I don't know how long I stood there, frozen in place. Something inside of me screamed to leave, but the rational part of my brain told me to stay calm. I couldn't explain it, but somehow I knew there was something or someone outside. I've always liked the idea of getting away from the noise of the city, finding a place where everything is quieter. The world is full of distractions. Constant hums of traffic, the buzz of electronics, the rush of people. It gets exhausting. That's why, when I had the chance to rent a cabin for the weekend, I thought it would be perfect. A break from the noise, a little time to myself to just sit and think. The cabin was tucked away deep in the woods, miles from the nearest town. I'd found it through an online listing. The photos looked charming enough. Old-fashioned wood panels, a small porch surrounded by trees. Seemed like the perfect place to unwind. And for the first few hours, it was. I arrived in the late afternoon, the sun just starting to dip behind the trees. The drive had been a long one, over 3 hours of winding roads and dense forests. I hadn't seen another car for miles. It felt like I was entering another world, one that was completely removed from the chaos I'd left behind. The cabin itself was more rustic than I'd expected. It had an old charm, like something straight out of a storybook. A small porch with a few rocking chairs and a creaky front door. Inside, there was a living room with a fireplace, a small kitchen, and a narrow staircase that led up to the bedrooms. The air smelled of wood and earth. There was no Wi-Fi, no phone signal. It was perfect for disconnecting. I took a moment to unpack my bag. Nothing fancy, just a few clothes, my journal, and some snacks for the weekend. I set my things down on the old wooden table by the window and stared out. The woods stretched out in every direction, thick and dense. There was a path leading deeper into the forest, but I had no plans to explore just yet. I was content to stay inside for the evening, enjoy the quiet, and maybe read a little. I didn't expect anything out of the ordinary. I just wanted peace and quiet. But as the day turned into night, something started to feel off. At first, it was subtle, a strange sense of being watched, though I couldn't shake the thought that it was just my mind playing tricks on me. The wind had picked up, howling outside the cabin, rattling the windows and making the old house creak. I sat by the fire, reading a book, trying to ignore the unsettling feeling gnawing at me. But then I heard it, a faint sound, like footsteps crunching through the leaves outside. I froze, my eyes darting toward the window. I hadn't heard anyone come near the cabin when I arrived, and there were no signs of life for miles around. The footsteps stopped, I sat still for a while, waiting, listening, but there was nothing. I told myself it was probably an animal, some kind of wildlife moving through the woods. I tried to brush it off. After all, I was in the middle of the forest. Animals moved through here all the time, right? I poured myself another drink and tried to relax, but the feeling didn't go away. The more I thought about it, the more uneasy I became. I kept staring at the window, watching the shadows outside. The moon had come up now, casting long, eerie shadows across the trees. The woods felt like a different world, one that didn't want to be disturbed. Eventually, I decided I'd had enough for the night. I turned off the lights and climbed the narrow staircase to the second floor. The bedroom was small but comfortable, with a large bed in the center and a window that overlooked the forest. The room was quiet, eerily quiet. No sounds from the outside, just the stillness of the night. I lay in bed, trying to shake the unsettling feeling. I kept telling myself it was nothing. The wind, animals. My mind was just making something out of nothing. But no matter how much I tried to relax, my mind kept racing. I eventually fell into a light sleep, only to wake up a few hours later. The air was colder now. I could see my breath in the dim light of the moon shining through the window. I glanced around the room, unsure of what had woken me. Then I heard it again, soft footsteps. This time they were louder, closer. I sat up in bed, my heart racing. My first instinct was to get up and check, but the thought of opening that door, stepping into the darkness outside, terrified me. I stayed still, listening, hoping it was just my imagination. The footsteps continued, slow and deliberate, right outside the cabin. My mind raced. There was no way someone could be out there. I hadn't seen anyone when I arrived, and there was no way anyone could have walked up without me hearing them. Still, the sound didn't stop. It was just outside the door, right there on the porch. I reached over and grabbed my phone, but of course, there was no signal. The thought of calling someone for help felt useless. I was on my own. I knew I had to check it out, but every instinct in me screamed to stay put. I couldn't just ignore it. Whatever it was too real. The footsteps were too close. Slowly, I climbed out of bed and crept to the window. I peeked through the blinds, trying to stay out of sight. The porch was empty, but I didn't trust my eyes. Something felt off, like I was missing something, like there was a presence just beyond my view. I stood there for a long time, trying to gather the courage to go outside. But then, something shifted. A shadow moved past the window, a dark figure that seemed to blend into the night. I didn't see it clearly, but I knew it wasn't just a trick of the light. My breath caught in my throat. I had to get out of there. I grabbed my bag and ran down the stairs. My hands were shaking, and the old floorboards creaked beneath my feet as I moved. I opened the front door, but as I stepped outside, something caught my foot. I looked down and saw a thin rope, barely visible against the dark wood of the porch. I tugged it away and ran. The woods were dark, too dark, and my heart pounded in my chest as I stumbled down the overgrown path. My eyes strained to see through the trees, but all I could make out was darkness. The air was cold, and every crack of a branch or snap of a twig made me jump. I kept running, not knowing where I was going, but just needing to get away from the cabin. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, I found a small clearing. I stopped to catch my breath, trying to calm myself. That's when I heard it again, the footsteps. But they weren't just behind me this time. They were all around me, echoing through the woods. I couldn't tell if they were real or if my mind was playing tricks. I knew I had to make it back to the car. I had to leave, get out of this place, and never come back. But then, just as I started moving again, I saw something in the distance, something that made my blood run cold. A figure standing at the edge of the trees, watching me. Couldn't make out any details. It was just a shape, a silhouette against the moonlit sky, but I could feel its eyes on me, piercing through the darkness. It didn't move. It just stood there as if waiting. For a long moment, I stood frozen. Every instinct in my body screamed to run, to get away, but I couldn't tear my eyes away from it. I wasn't sure how long I stood there, but eventually, the figure turned and disappeared into the trees. I didn't hesitate after that. I turned and sprinted back toward the cabin, my legs aching, my breath ragged. I didn't stop until I was back inside. The door locked behind me. I stayed inside the cabin the rest of the night, huddled by the fire. The footsteps never came back, and eventually, the woods fell silent. I didn't sleep at all after that, too scared to close my eyes. In the morning, I left. The sun was rising, casting light on the trees, and for the first time, the woods looked peaceful. I drove out of there as fast as I could, not looking back. I don't know who or what was out there in those woods, but I never went back to that cabin again. And I don't think I ever will. It was the kind of decision I made on a whim, not thinking much about what it would entail. I'd been working for months straight, and I just needed some time away. Some time alone to clear my head, to escape the noise of the world. So, I booked a cabin in the middle of nowhere, not too far from the nearest town, but just enough to feel like I was alone. It seemed like a perfect place to unplug, to reset. The road to the cabin was long, winding, and isolated. I didn't mind that at first. It was actually what I wanted. But the further I drove, the more the trees seemed to close in on me, creating a tunnel of green and brown. The cabin was nestled deep within the forest, surrounded by tall pines that seemed to stretch endlessly into the sky. There was no sign of civilization anywhere, just miles of trees and the occasional dirt path leading off into the unknown. When I arrived at the cabin, the sun was beginning to set, casting an orange glow across the landscape. It was an old, two-story structure, with a large wraparound porch and a stone chimney that seemed to promise warmth on cold nights. The wood of the cabin looked weathered, but solid. It had a rustic charm to it, and despite the isolation, it felt welcoming. I was looking forward to the peace and quiet. I carried my bag up to the front door, the floor creaking under my weight as I stepped inside. The air was cool and smelled of wood and earth, a natural scent that made me feel like I was truly in the wilderness. The cabin had a simple interior, furniture that was old but well kept, a large stone fireplace in the living room, and a staircase that led to the second floor. The windows were wide and let in plenty of light, making the whole place feel open and airy, despite its age. The first few hours were peaceful. I unpacked my things, settled into the space, and made myself a simple dinner. There was a small fire pit outside, and I sat by it for a while, watching the flickering flames dance in the evening air. The sky grew darker, and the sounds of the forest began to take over. Crickets chirped, leaves rustled, and the occasional owl hooted in the distance. The only other noise was the crackling of the fire. It was peaceful, almost too peaceful. But as the night wore on, I began to feel a strange unease. It wasn't anything I could pinpoint at first, just a nagging feeling at the back of my mind. I brushed it off, figuring it was just the isolation playing tricks on me. After all, I was alone in the woods, hundreds of miles from the nearest city. It was bound to feel eerie at times. I told myself I was fine. I finished my meal and went inside, closing the door behind me. I spent the next few hours reading a book I'd brought, the firelight casting soft shadows on the walls. But the longer I stayed inside, the more unsettled I became. There was a quiet pressure in the air, something thick and heavy, like the atmosphere itself was waiting for something to happen. The silence was almost too complete. Then I heard it, a faint noise, like something scraping against wood, came from outside, near the edge of the porch. At first, I thought it was just the wind, but there was something deliberate about the sound, like something or someone was trying to get my attention. I stood up and went to the window, peering out into the dark. The porch was empty, the shadows stretching long in the dim light. I couldn't see anything, but the noise had stopped. I told myself it was just an animal. There were plenty of creatures in the woods, deer, raccoons, maybe even a bear. I had seen no signs of wildlife yet, but it was still early in the season. I forced myself to calm down, but the feeling of being watched lingered. I decided to turn in for the night. The upstairs bedroom was small but cozy, with a large window that looked out over the forest. The bed was comfortable, and I quickly found myself drifting off to sleep, the warmth of the blankets and the soft crackling of the fire below lulling me into a sense of security. But that night, I woke up to something strange. It was just after midnight, and I could hear a soft tapping sound, like fingernails gently drumming against wood. It was coming from the window beside my bed. At first, I thought it was just a branch, maybe a tree swaying in the wind and brushing against the glass. But when the tapping continued, steady and rhythmic, I got out of bed and went to the window. The forest outside was still and quiet, the only movement the occasional sway of the trees. But there was something else, something I couldn't see but could feel. My heart started to race. I couldn't explain it, but there was a presence out there, just beyond the trees, hidden in the dark. I went back to bed, trying to shake off the feeling. I told myself it was just my imagination running wild, that I was just spooked by being alone in a place this remote. I closed my eyes, willing myself to sleep, but the tapping continued. It was softer now, almost imperceptible, but it was there. Couldn't ignore it. By morning, I was exhausted. I had hardly slept, my mind racing all night, trying to make sense of what I had heard. I forced myself to get out of bed and start the day. The sun was up now, and the cabin felt different in the light, warmer, less oppressive. I made breakfast and tried to push the odd feeling to the back of my mind. But the tapping, the strange noises, they lingered in my thoughts. I spent the day outside, walking around the area, exploring the woods a bit. I tried to enjoy the beauty of the place, the way the sunlight filtered through the trees, casting dappled patterns on the ground. The air was crisp, the scent of pine and earth was refreshing, and I even came across a small stream that seemed to run through the woods. I tried to convince myself that I was just being paranoid, that the noise I had heard was nothing more than the wind or an animal. But every time I was alone in the cabin, I could feel that same uneasy presence. That evening, as the sun began to set, I went to the fire pit outside again. The woods had grown quiet, almost too quiet. I sat there for a long time, watching the flames, trying to convince myself that I was just overthinking things. But every so often, I'd hear a rustling in the trees or a faint noise from the direction of the cabin. It was as though something was moving just outside my line of sight, staying just out of reach. As the night grew darker, I decided to go inside. I locked the door behind me and sat by the fire, trying to relax. The cabin felt warmer now, more like a refuge. But the unease didn't fade. In fact, it seemed to grow stronger. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone, that something or someone was watching me from the trees. I decided to stay up late that night, hoping that if I stayed awake long enough, the strange feeling would pass. But the longer I sat there, the more intense the sensation became. It felt as if the walls were closing in, the cabin itself becoming a trap. I couldn't tell if it was just my imagination running wild or if something really was out there, but I knew one thing for sure. I couldn't stay in this place any longer. Around midnight, I packed up my things in a hurry. I grabbed my backpack, stuffed everything I could into it, and rushed to the door. I didn't care about the money I had spent to rent the cabin, or the fact that I was leaving in the dead of night. I just needed to get out. My heart was pounding in my chest, and I was sweating despite the cold air. I stepped outside, the night air biting at my skin. The woods were silent, unnervingly so. I felt a wave of panic rise in my chest as I made my way to the car. The trees loomed around me, casting long, twisted shadows in the moonlight. It was as if the forest itself was holding its breath. When I reached the car, I didn't even bother to check if it was locked. I threw my bag in the passenger seat, slammed the door, and started the engine. I didn't look back at the cabin. I didn't look at the woods. I just drove. The road was winding and narrow, but it felt like the longest drive of my life. It wasn't until I reached the main road and saw the lights of the nearest town in the distance that I allowed myself to breathe again. I didn't tell anyone about what happened. I didn't have to. I knew what I had experienced, and I knew I would never go back to that cabin. The quiet, the tapping, the feeling of being watched. It was more than I could handle. It was a relief to leave, but the memories of that night stayed with me. I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been in the woods with me, something I would never fully understand. I don't know what happened out there, But I know one thing for sure. Some places are better left untouched. Some places are meant to remain a mystery, just as they are. I had always heard that getting away to a remote cabin in the woods could be the perfect escape. No phone signals, no distractions, just nature. A place to relax, disconnect, and forget about the daily grind. At least that's what I thought. It was a weekend trip I'd planned with a couple of friends. Just the three of us. We'd rented a cabin deep in the woods, far from any towns or major roads. It sounded perfect, a small wooden structure, nestled in a secluded part of the forest. I found it online, looked up reviews, and it seemed like a great place. The photos showed a cozy little cabin with a fireplace and a porch overlooking a quiet, peaceful lake. The sort of place you go to get away from everything. We arrived on a Friday afternoon. The sun was still high in the sky, and the trees around the cabin cast long, cool shadows across the yard. I remember the air felt fresher than usual, like the kind of air you only get in places far removed from civilization. The drive up had been bumpy, with a few hours spent winding down narrow dirt roads that barely fit the car, but I didn't mind. It only added to the feeling that we were really getting away from it all. The cabin itself was exactly how I'd pictured it. Small, weathered wood with a stone chimney on one side. There were a few flower boxes hanging off the windows, filled with dried-up flowers, their colors faded by years of sun. The porch had a couple of old chairs that looked like they'd seen better days. The kind of chairs people sit in to drink coffee in the morning, or to watch the world go by in silence. We unloaded our things, set up in the cabin, and spent the first few hours just enjoying the quiet. The only sounds were the wind rustling the leaves and the occasional bird call. It was peaceful, but there was something else, something I couldn't shake. I kept finding myself looking out the windows, my eyes scanning the darkening woods beyond, as though I was waiting for something. As night started to fall, the air grew colder. We lit the fireplace inside the cabin and began unpacking food and drinks, settling in for the night. At that point, everything still felt normal. But there was a moment, a small moment, when I felt like something wasn't quite right. The trees outside seemed to close in a little more, and I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I didn't say anything at first. I tried to ignore it, but as the hours passed, I noticed that the others were also acting a little different. They were quieter than usual, a little more on edge. Maybe they felt it too. There was no reason for it, no logical reason. But that feeling, that inexplicable discomfort, started to settle in the pit of my stomach. We decided to go to bed around midnight. I remember lying there in the dark, listening to the sounds of the woods, but somehow, they didn't comfort me the way they had earlier. The wind howled outside, shaking the trees, and every so often I could hear the faint sound of something scratching at the walls, almost like branches tapping against the wood. But every time I checked, there was nothing there. I didn't sleep much that night. Something kept me up, pulling my attention to the window, to the dark void beyond the cabin. I kept hearing noises from the trees, but they sounded wrong, too regular, like footsteps. My heart would race, and I'd stare out into the blackness, straining my eyes, but I never saw anything. Morning came, but it didn't feel like a fresh start. The sky was overcast, heavy with clouds. The woods felt even darker now, the trees looming over the cabin like they were closing in on us. I tried to push away the unease that had settled into me, but it lingered. We spent the morning outside, walking along a trail that led deeper into the woods. The air was thick with moisture, and the ground was soft beneath our feet. The trees here were ancient, towering above us with their gnarled trunks and thick, twisted branches. It was beautiful in a way, but that same oppressive feeling hung over us. The deeper we went, the quieter it became. There were no animal sounds, no birds, nothing. Just the sound of our feet crunching on the forest floor and the occasional distant rustle of leaves. After about an hour, we made our way back to the cabin. The trail had grown colder, and the woods felt denser. The trees were so thick now that they blocked out most of the light, making it seem like we were walking through a perpetual twilight. We arrived back at the cabin, and that's when things started to get strange. The first thing I noticed was that the door to the cabin was slightly ajar. At first, I thought I had forgotten to close it, but I was sure I had locked it before we left. The lock had been a little stiff, so I always made sure to turn it firmly. I didn't say anything to the others. I just closed the door behind me, feeling a strange knot in my stomach. We went inside, and I immediately started looking around, checking the windows, making sure everything was in place. The uneasy feeling from last night was back in full force, and it was making me anxious. The next few hours felt like a blur. We ate lunch, but none of us really spoke much. There was this tension hanging in the air, and I could tell the others felt it too. We kept checking the windows, looking out into the woods, like we were expecting something. Every time a branch cracked or a leaf rustled, we'd jump, even though we knew it was just the wind. Later that afternoon, I decided to take a walk by myself. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, and I needed to get some space, clear my head. The woods had been quiet, unnaturally quiet, but I still wanted to explore. I grabbed my jacket, and with a final glance at the cabin, I stepped outside. The cold air hit me like a slap, but it didn't feel refreshing. It was a bitter cold, like the kind that lingers in the air long after the sun has set. I started walking down the path again, the trees on either side stretching high above me. The air seemed to get thicker as I moved deeper into the woods, the light dimming even more as the clouds thickened overhead. I walked for what felt like hours, just me and the trees. But the longer I walked, the more the woods seemed to close in around me. There was a pressure, a heaviness in the air that I couldn't explain. The deeper I went, the more the sense of being watched grew stronger. I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was just my imagination, but the feeling didn't go away. Eventually, I turned around to head back to the cabin. But when I looked back the way I came, I realized something wasn't right. The path I had taken was no longer clear. The trees seemed to have moved, and the trail had become overgrown, with branches and underbrush covering the ground. The familiar landmarks I had passed earlier were gone. I was lost. I stopped dead in my tracks, panic rising in my chest. I had only been walking for a few hours, but I had no idea which way to go now. The woods, which had seemed so calm and inviting earlier, now felt oppressive and dangerous. I looked around, trying to find some sign of the cabin, but everything looked the same. The trees stretched endlessly in every direction, and I realized just how far from civilization I was. I had no choice but to start walking in a random direction, hoping to find my way back. My mind raced as I tried to calm myself, but every snap of a twig underfoot, every rustle in the trees, made my heart jump in my chest. The world around me seemed so silent, so still, and yet I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. After what felt like hours, I finally stumbled upon a clearing. In the distance, I could see the faint outline of the cabin. My heart leapt in my chest, and I rushed toward it, relieved to be close to safety. When I finally made it back to the cabin, the others were waiting inside. The door was locked this time, and the air inside was thick with the same tension I had felt all day. I didn't tell them what had happened, how I had gotten lost, or how the woods had started to feel alive in a way I couldn't explain. But they could see the fear in my eyes. That night, we locked all the doors and windows. We stayed inside, away from the woods. And though the night passed without incident, I couldn't shake the feeling that the forest was still out there, watching. The next morning, we packed up and left. We never spoke of what had happened, but I could tell that none of us wanted to stay another night. I still don't know what caused that fear, that sense of being watched. But I'm sure of one thing, whatever it wasn't natural. As we drove away, the trees receded behind us, but the feeling of being trapped in those woods stayed with me. It wasn't the woods themselves. It was something darker, something that had been lurking there for far longer than I had ever realized. And now, every time I go near a forest, I can't help but feel that same unease creeping back into my bones. I don't know what made me decide to take a weekend trip to a cabin out in the woods. Maybe it was the quiet, the escape from the constant buzz of daily life. I'd been feeling worn out, stressed out, and needed something to recharge. I'd been going through a lot. Work had been relentless, and at home, the usual responsibilities never seemed to stop. So, when the chance came to rent a small, isolated cabin by a lake, I took it without hesitation. It wasn't exactly a luxury cabin, more of a no-frills, rustic spot that seemed perfect for someone who just needed to be alone. The pictures online had shown a modest log structure, a little worn but solid. No frills, no distractions, just nature. It sounded exactly like what I needed. I made the reservation, packed my things, and drove the 2 hours out of the city. The drive itself was peaceful, at least at first. I passed through dense woods, the road winding, narrow, and occasionally rough. The trees seemed to grow thicker and taller as I ventured deeper into the forest. I lost track of time, but before long, the GPS led me off the main road onto a dirt track. The cabin stood at the end of a long driveway, isolated by trees and a rough patch of land. The view was breathtaking, surrounded by towering pine trees with a lake shimmering just beyond. It was peaceful, too quiet, a strange kind of silence that made my senses sharpen, made every small sound seem louder. I parked in front of the cabin and unloaded my things. The place was even smaller than I expected, but that only made it more appealing. There was a small porch, a couple of rocking chairs, and a fire pit in the front yard. It looked like something out of a postcard, and for a moment, I felt a sense of relief wash over me. The inside was just as simple. A small living area with a stone fireplace, a couch, and a couple of chairs. The kitchen was tucked in one corner, with old appliances that looked like they'd been here for decades. A single bedroom with a large bed and a small window that overlooked the lake completed the space. I made myself at home, setting up my things and taking in the solitude. As evening came, the sun began to dip behind the trees, casting long shadows over the cabin. The lake, which had looked calm and inviting earlier, now seemed more distant, its surface turning darker. A breeze picked up, rustling the leaves and making the trees sway. It was a peaceful evening, but there was something unsettling about the stillness. Something off. I shrugged it off, telling myself it was just the newness of the place. I lit a fire in the fireplace, then spent the rest of the evening reading a book. As the night wore on, the wind picked up. The low moaning of the trees creaked through the cabin. The light from the fire flickered, casting strange shadows on the walls. I went to bed early, not feeling particularly tired but craving the comfort of sleep. The bed was surprisingly comfortable for its rustic appearance. I pulled the thick, woolen blanket over me and closed my eyes, letting the sounds of the forest lull me into a light sleep. But something woke me up in the middle of the night. It wasn't a sound, not exactly. It was more of a sensation, like a presence in the room with me. I sat up, instantly alert, but the cabin was still and silent. The fire had burned down to a few embers, leaving only faint red glows that barely illuminated the room. My heart was racing, and I felt an uncomfortable pressure in the pit of my stomach. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I looked around the room, but nothing seemed out of place. The old wooden beams creaked slightly above me, but that was normal for an old cabin. I lay back down, trying to convince myself it was nothing. I'd had moments like this before, moments where my mind played tricks on me when I was alone. Maybe it was just the isolation, the quiet, or the unfamiliar surroundings. But the feeling didn't go away. I spent the rest of the night tossing and turning, my sleep fitful and restless. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw flashes of shadows, shapes moving just outside my sight. But when I opened my eyes, there was nothing, just the dim light of the fire and the soft, constant hum of the night. It was early October when I decided to rent a cabin up in the Appalachian Mountains for a solo retreat. I had been feeling burned out. Work was overwhelming, city noise never stopped, and I hadn't had a real break in over a year. The cabin was listed as remote, surrounded by woods, and completely off-grid. That was exactly what I needed. No people, no emails, no cell service. Just me, a few books, some firewood, canned food, and nature. The drive took nearly 9 hours. The last hour was all winding gravel roads through dense forest. There were no streetlights, no houses, no signs. My GPS died 20 minutes before I reached the place, and I had to rely on a printed map and vague directions. It felt like the middle of nowhere. When I finally pulled up to the cabin, the sun was already low, casting long shadows between the trees. The place looked smaller than it had in the photos, more worn down too. Wood siding was faded, roof covered in moss. A small porch creaked under my boots as I walked up. There was a key hidden in a rusted box beneath the steps, just like the owner said. Inside, it smelled like old pine and dust. The cabin had only 2 rooms, a small living area with a wood stove and a bedroom in the back. There was no electricity, no running water. The bathroom was an outhouse about 20 feet into the trees. I had to carry in my own water and use lanterns for light. But it was quiet, dead quiet. Just the occasional rustle of leaves outside and the distant call of an owl. I unpacked, lit the stove, and warmed up some soup. That night, I slept like a rock. The first 2 days were peaceful. I hiked a few trails nearby, gathered kindling, read for hours, and journaled. I even started feeling like I could breathe again. But by the 3rd night, something started to feel off. It began with small things. I found one of the porch chairs moved when I woke up, shifted a few feet, facing the woods. I thought maybe I had done it and forgotten. The next morning, there were muddy prints on the steps. Animal tracks, I figured. Maybe a raccoon. But they were wide and smeared, and they didn't look like anything I recognized. I brushed it off. Still, I started locking the cabin door at night. By the 5th day, I noticed signs that someone had been near the cabin while I was gone hiking. The stack of firewood I had built up was knocked over. A can of food I'd left on the counter was gone. I searched around thinking maybe a bear had broken in, but the door was still locked. The windows were all shut. No scratch marks, no broken glass. I checked the back of the cabin and found faint boot prints in the dirt, bigger than mine. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing crunching outside, like someone walking around the cabin slowly. I turned off the lantern and stayed still, listening. The steps would stop for long stretches, then start again. Sometimes they came close to the front porch, then moved away. Around 3 a.m., I finally heard them fade off into the woods. I was too afraid to look out the window. In the morning, I found deep shoe prints all around the cabin, circling it. I followed them a little way into the woods, but they just disappeared. The ground was too dry past a certain point. I didn't see any broken branches or signs of where the person had gone. I thought about leaving that day, but I'd paid for a full week and told myself I was just being paranoid. Maybe a hunter had gotten turned around. Maybe someone lived nearby and was curious. Still, I kept the hatchet close and started bringing it inside at night. I stacked things against the door. I didn't feel safe. On the 6th night, I woke up to a thud on the porch. Not just a step, a heavy stomp. Then silence. I held my breath. My lantern was off, but the moonlight was enough to make out the inside of the cabin. I saw a shadow move past the bedroom window. Just a blur, like someone crouching low and walking slowly. I didn't move for what felt like hours. At some point, I must have drifted off. When I opened my eyes again, the sun was coming up. I went out and checked the porch. This time, there was something worse than footprints. A knife was stuck into the top step, just jabbed down into the wood, blade first. It wasn't mine. I took it and checked it. It was a standard hunting knife, with a black rubber grip and a blade that had been sharpened recently. No rust, fresh dirt and some scuffs. It didn't look old. That was enough. I packed my stuff and got ready to go. But my truck wouldn't start. The battery was dead. I'd left the lights on the night before. Couldn't believe it. I tried jumping it with a small portable starter I had, but it wasn't holding a charge. I walked up the road to try and find a signal, but after a mile I gave up. No bars. Nothing. I thought about hiking all the way back to where I had last seen a house 3 days earlier, about 8 or 9 miles, but I didn't want to leave my truck or my gear behind. I decided to try again in the morning and stay one last night. That night, I didn't sleep. I stayed in the living room with the hatchet on my lap. Around midnight, I heard something against the door. Not banging, more like scratching. Then a pause. Then slow footsteps on the porch. I didn't make a sound. I didn't even breathe loudly. The footsteps moved away again after a while, but I didn't relax. I sat there until the sun came up. When I went out, the knife was back. This time it was stabbed into the hood of my truck. I was done. I didn't care about my gear. I filled a backpack with some food, water, the knife, and the hatchet. I left everything else. I started walking. Took most of the day to reach the nearest house. I was dirty, tired, and hadn't showered in a week. The man who answered the door looked surprised but let me use his phone. I called a tow truck and waited there. The man didn't ask many questions. Just said I wasn't the first person who came off that mountain looking like I had seen something. He said people think those woods are empty, but they're not. When the truck came, I rode back up with the driver. I didn't want to go, but I needed my truck. When we reached the cabin, it was just as I left it, except the knife was gone. The gear I'd left inside was untouched. The tow guy didn't say anything, just helped get the battery going again. I drove back down that mountain and didn't stop until I was 3 towns away. I never reported anything. What would I say? That someone watched me in the woods and left a knife? That they never spoke, never showed themselves, just circled me for days? I didn't want to deal with the questions. I've never gone back to the mountains. I don't camp alone anymore. I still have that knife. I keep it in a drawer next to my bed. Sometimes I look at it and think about what would have happened if I hadn't left that morning. If I had stayed just one more night. Whatever was up there, it was human. That's what scares me the most. Because people don't need to be monsters to do terrible things. They just need time and someone alone in the woods. I'd been meaning to take some time away from the city for a while. Life had gotten too loud. Every morning was a blur of honking cars, flashing lights, and endless emails. I couldn't remember the last time I sat somewhere quiet and actually listened to my own thoughts. So, when I saw a listing for a small cabin up north, tucked between thick woods and surrounded by nothing but forest roads, I booked it for 2 weeks without hesitation. No Wi-Fi, no cell service, no neighbors. Just me and the silence. I packed up my Jeep with everything I thought I'd need. Clothes, food, water, flashlight, sleeping bag, first aid kit, a few tools, my old hunting knife. I didn't know what I'd do out there exactly, but I figured I'd read, maybe hike a little, and mostly just relax. The drive up took nearly 6 hours, most of it on smooth highway, but the last hour was a single-lane dirt road full of potholes and twists that forced me to slow to a crawl. Trees pressed in from both sides, thick and dark even during the day. Felt like they were leaning in, watching. The cabin looked older than the pictures showed. The wood siding was cracked in places, and the porch had a soft sag in the middle. But the door was solid, the windows were intact, and there was a small shed about 20 feet from the back of the cabin. Inside was clean enough, just a main room with a cot, a table, 2 chairs, a small wood stove, and shelves stocked with a few basics. Canned beans, soup, some old but usable tools, and a lantern. There was no bathroom, just an outhouse about 40 yards out past a path behind the shed. The first few days were uneventful. I went on a few short hikes, gathered some firewood, and tried cooking over the wood stove. At night, I'd read by lantern light or sit on the porch listening to the insects and the wind moving through the trees. The quiet was deep, almost like a blanket wrapped around the cabin. No cars, no people. Just the occasional rustling animal in the underbrush or an owl hooting from somewhere far off. But then I started noticing small things. The first thing was the lock on the shed. It was old and rusty, hanging loose when I first arrived. I hadn't thought much of it. I didn't need anything from the shed at the time, so I left it alone. But 3 days in, when I walked past it on my way to the outhouse, the lock was snapped shut. I knew I hadn't touched it. I had no reason to. It gave me a strange feeling, like I'd missed something obvious. I tried to shrug it off, telling myself maybe I had shut it and just didn't remember. But the next morning, when I walked past it again, the lock was gone completely. Just gone. Not hanging open, not on the ground, gone. I checked around the shed, looked through the leaves and under the small pile of wood next to it, but there was nothing. I even peeked inside the shed through the gap in the doors. It was mostly dark inside, but I could make out shapes. Shelves, a few buckets, maybe some tools hanging. I didn't see anything that looked strange, but it still made the hair on my neck stand up. That night, I stayed up a little later than usual, sitting on the porch with the lantern. The woods were black past the small circle of light the lantern made, and I found myself staring into them, feeling like something was just beyond the trees, just out of sight. I heard something then, soft footsteps, like someone walking barefoot through the dry leaves. I froze and listened, but it stopped almost immediately. I told myself it was an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't. The next morning, I walked the perimeter of the cabin. I checked the shed again, and this time one of the doors was slightly open. Not wide, just a sliver, like someone had pulled it but hadn't shut it fully. I grabbed the hunting knife from my pack before I went in. The air inside the shed was cooler and damp. There were old tools on the shelves, rusty saws, a hand drill, some jars of nails. On one of the lower shelves was a heavy tarp folded up, and next to it, something that looked like a thick rope. But there was something else too, a dark stain on the wooden floor near the back. I crouched down and looked closer. It wasn't fresh, but it was definitely a stain, spreading in an uneven circle. My stomach turned. I backed out and shut the door again. I didn't touch anything. That evening, I stayed inside. I locked the cabin door. Not that it would help much if someone really wanted to come in. I sat with my back against the wall, staring at the front door. I kept the knife in my lap. Every sound outside made me flinch. Around midnight, I heard footsteps again, this time closer. I stood up slowly and peeked through the small window. At first, I didn't see anything, but then something moved at the edge of the trees. A figure, not an animal, person. They weren't walking like someone out for a stroll. They were standing still, facing the cabin. I ducked down. My heart was beating so loud I could barely hear anything else. I waited like that for what felt like hours. When I looked again, the figure was gone. I didn't sleep that night. I just sat there, gripping the knife, ears straining for every little sound. I didn't go outside the next morning. I barely moved at all. I thought about leaving right then and there, packing up and driving back. But the idea of walking to the Jeep, past the shed, past the trees, scared me more than staying inside. On the 6th day, I finally made myself go out. I hadn't been to the outhouse in nearly 2 days, and I felt sick from holding it in. I took the knife, shoved it in my waistband, and walked fast, head down. As I passed the shed, something caught my eye. Marks in the dirt, footprints, bare feet. I stopped cold. They weren't mine. They were longer and narrower, leading from the woods toward the shed, then looping back. I followed them a little way into the trees. After about 20 feet, they disappeared. Just ended, like the person had vanished, or never left. I went back inside and pushed the table against the door. That night was the worst. I didn't hear anything at first, just the usual quiet. But then, sometime after midnight, there was a knock on the door, just one. Then silence. I didn't move. Another knock, a little louder. Then nothing. I sat there, breathing through my mouth, the knife in my hand so tight my knuckles hurt. I waited, barely blinking. Then I heard the back window slide open, just a crack. I turned and saw fingers gripping the frame. Then a face, pale, dirty, eyes wide. I didn't scream, couldn't. I just rushed forward and slammed the window shut. The face disappeared. I stayed by that window until the sun came up. Then I packed everything. I shoved it into bags, not even folding anything. I threw it all into the Jeep and drove. Fast. I didn't stop. Not for hours. When I finally got into town, I parked in a gas station lot and just sat there, shaking. I didn't call the police. I didn't know what to say. Nothing had been taken. I hadn't been hurt. I hadn't seen anything I could prove. Just a feeling and some footprints and a face. I never went back to that cabin. I didn't even leave a review on the site. I checked the listing once, a few weeks later, but it was gone. Just like the lock. Just like the face in the window. Now, whenever I go camping, I make sure there are people nearby. I make sure there's phone service. I never go alone. And I never forget the way it felt to look into those woods and feel like something was looking back. Not a ghost, not a monster, just a person. Someone who knew I was there. Someone who watched, waited, and maybe still does. I needed a break from the chaos of city life. The constant noise, the never-ending emails, the pressure. It was all becoming too much. So, I decided to rent a secluded cabin in the woods for a week. No internet, no phone signal, just me and nature. It sounded perfect. The drive was long and winding, taking me deeper into the forest with each passing mile. The trees grew denser, their branches intertwining overhead, casting shadows on the narrow dirt road. I finally arrived at the cabin just as the sun began to set, casting an orange glow over the landscape. The cabin was rustic but charming. A single-story structure made of weathered wood, with a small porch and a chimney that hinted at a fireplace inside. The surrounding area was quiet, save for the occasional chirp of birds and the rustle of leaves in the breeze. Inside, the cabin was cozy. A small kitchen with basic amenities, a living area with a worn couch and a fireplace, and a bedroom with a queen-size bed. There was a bathroom with running water, though the water pressure was weak. I unpacked my things, lit a fire, and settled in for the night. The first few days were blissful. I spent my time hiking through the woods, reading books by the fire, and enjoying the solitude. The only sounds were those of nature, the wind through the trees, the distant call of animals, and the crackling of the fire. I felt at peace. On the fourth night, I was awakened by a noise outside. It was faint, like the crunching of leaves underfoot. I sat up in bed, listening intently. The sound stopped, and I convinced myself it was just an animal passing by. I went back to sleep. The next morning, I found footprints near the cabin. They were human, not animal. They led from the woods to the porch and then back into the forest. I felt a chill run down my spine. Who would be out here in the middle of nowhere? I tried to brush it off. Maybe it was a hiker who got lost. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. That night, I made sure to lock all the doors and windows before going to bed. Around midnight, I heard the noise again. This time, it was closer. Footsteps on the porch. Then, a knock at the door. My heart pounded in my chest. I stayed silent, hoping whoever it was would go away. The knocking continued, more insistent this time. I grabbed a flashlight and crept to the window, peeking out from behind the curtain. In the dim light, I saw a figure standing on the porch. They were wearing a hooded jacket, their face obscured. I didn't know what to do. There was no phone signal, no way to call for help. I decided to wait it out, hoping the person would leave. After what felt like an eternity, the knocking stopped. I waited another hour before finally falling asleep. The next morning, the figure was gone, but they had left something behind. A note pinned to the door. It read, "I know you're here." Panic set in. I packed my things and decided to leave immediately. As I loaded my car, I noticed something else. The tires had been slashed. I was stranded. I spent the day trying to fix the tires, but without the proper tools, it was futile. I considered hiking back to the main road, but it was miles away, and I wasn't sure I could make it before nightfall. As darkness approached, I barricaded the doors and windows, determined to stay safe until morning. I kept the fireplace unlit, not wanting to draw attention. Around midnight, I heard the footsteps again. They circled the cabin, slow and deliberate. Then, the sound of something being dragged across the porch. I held my breath, clutching a kitchen knife for protection. The noises continued for hours, but whoever it was never tried to break in. Eventually, the sounds faded, and dawn broke. With daylight, I mustered the courage to step outside. On the porch, I found deep scratch marks on the door and a trail of blood leading into the woods. I didn't know if it was animal or human, but I didn't wait to find out. I gathered my things and started walking towards the main road. After several hours, I finally reached it and flagged down a passing car. I never looked back. To this day, I don't know who was stalking me in that cabin or what their intentions were. All I know is that I escaped with my life, and I will never return to those woods again. I've been working nonstop for the last 2 years, juggling 2 jobs just to keep things stable. After all that grinding, I finally had a few weeks off and figured I'd take time away from the city. I found a cabin listed on a rental site. It was up in the Adirondacks, not far from a lake, surrounded by thick forest. The pictures made it look peaceful, rustic, and totally alone. That last part was what sold me. I just wanted silence. The cabin was small, just a bedroom, a small kitchen, a living area, and a bathroom. There was no TV, no internet, and barely any cell service. That first day, it felt like paradise. I unpacked, made a simple meal, and sat on the back porch watching the trees sway. It was early September. The air was cool, and the forest smelled earthy and damp. I hadn't felt that relaxed in years. The first 2 days were uneventful. I went on long hikes, brought back firewood, cooked simple meals, and spent evenings reading books I'd been meaning to get through. I heard animals in the woods at night, raccoons, maybe a deer, but nothing unusual. Every now and then, I thought I saw movement deeper in the trees, but it was probably just the wind playing tricks. On the third night, things started to feel off. I woke up around 2 a.m., no idea why. I wasn't dreaming, and there was no sound that I remembered, but I felt alert. My heart was beating a little faster than usual. I sat up and listened. First, I didn't hear anything. Then I thought I heard a soft crunch, like a footstep on leaves. Came from the side of the cabin, near the kitchen window. I held my breath. The noise came again. A single step, then silence. I got up quietly and went to the window, careful not to make the floor creak. I couldn't see anything in the dark, and the porch light didn't reach that side. After a minute of staring out into the nothingness, I convinced myself it was probably an animal, a raccoon or maybe even a bear. I went back to bed, still uneasy, but eventually drifted off. The next morning, I walked around the cabin just to check things out. I found a few scuffed up patches near the bushes. It looked like something had moved through them. I couldn't tell if it was animal tracks or just broken leaves. Either way, nothing looked dangerous. Still, I made sure to lock all the doors and windows when I went out hiking later that day. That evening, I kept the porch light on and left a flashlight next to the bed. I woke up again around 2:30 a.m. This time, I knew what woke me up. It was the sound of something tapping lightly on the glass. Not pounding, not scratching, just a soft, deliberate tap, tap, tap. I sat up in bed and grabbed the flashlight. The sound came again. Tap, tap. It was coming from the front window this time. I got up and turned on the inside lights. As soon as I did, the tapping stopped. I waited a few seconds, then pulled back the curtain. Nothing there. I stood for a while, staring out into the trees. The porch light was still on. Nothing looked out of place. I didn't sleep much the rest of the night. Every creak and groan of the cabin made me jump. By morning, I felt drained. I made coffee, sat on the porch, and tried to make sense of things. I started to wonder if maybe being alone was getting to me. Maybe I was too used to the noise of the city. Maybe I was imagining things. But that day, something happened that made me question everything. I went out for a short hike around noon. There was a trail about half a mile behind the cabin that led to a small overlook above the lake. I took a small backpack, some water, and a snack. The trail was narrow and a bit overgrown, but I liked that. It made it feel more wild. About 20 minutes in, I came across something strange. In the middle of the trail, I found a shirt. It was a faded red flannel, laid out almost like someone had taken it off and dropped it neatly. It didn't look dirty or torn, just abandoned. I picked it up and looked around. I didn't see or hear anyone. There were no voices, no distant movement. The trees stood still. I left the shirt where I found it and kept going, but I didn't feel right. Something about it was too deliberate. When I reached the overlook, I didn't stay long. The view was beautiful, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been there. I headed back, eyes scanning the trees, ears tuned to every snapping twig. Nothing followed me. No one appeared. When I got back to the cabin, everything seemed fine. Doors locked, windows shut. But I noticed something. My backpack, which I had left hanging on a hook by the front door, was now on the floor. Nothing was missing, but it was definitely moved. That night, I didn't sleep much at all. I kept the lights on. I sat in the living room with a kitchen knife on the coffee table. Around 3 a.m., I thought I heard footsteps on the gravel out front. I didn't check. I just sat there, frozen. In the morning, I packed up a few essentials and drove down the mountain into the nearest town, about an hour away. I went to a diner, ordered breakfast, and used their Wi-Fi to look up any reports of crime or missing people in the area. I found nothing. I thought about leaving, but part of me felt like I was overreacting. I told myself maybe it was just an animal, or maybe a curious local passing through. I drove back that afternoon. Everything was exactly how I left it. Still, the tension in my gut wouldn't go away. That evening, as the sun went down, I noticed movement deeper in the woods behind the cabin. A dark shape low to the ground, just at the edge of vision. I stood on the porch and stared. It didn't move again. That night, I slept with the flashlight in my hand. At 2:47 a.m., I woke up to the sound of the front door handle turning. It was locked. I knew I had locked it. I froze. The sound stopped. Then it came again, slowly, steadily. Someone was testing the handle. I stood in the hallway, heart hammering in my chest. Then came a soft knock. Just once. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. No more sounds came. After 5 minutes, I crept to the window and peeked through the edge of the curtain. There was no one there. In the morning, I checked the doorknob. There were fresh smudges on the handle. Something oily or dirty. I checked the ground and found faint shoe prints in the damp soil. Not boots, not hiking shoes, just plain old sneakers. I stayed one more night. It was the worst night of my life. I didn't sleep. I sat in a chair with my back to the wall, flashlight and knife in hand, eyes on the door. Every so often, I thought I heard movement outside, but no one came. By dawn, I had packed everything. I left the key on the table and got in my car without looking back. I drove for hours, not stopping until I hit a cheap motel 2 states away. I slept for almost a full day. It's been a year since that trip. I've looked into that cabin multiple times. The listing is gone. The owner doesn't respond. I haven't found anything else about the place. But sometimes, I still think about the shirt on the trail, the moved backpack, the dirty smudge on the doorknob. Someone was out there, watching, and I think if I'd stayed one more night, they would have come in. That trip was supposed to be a break, a reset, but it changed how I think about being alone. Now I keep doors locked, even in broad daylight. I sleep lightly. I pay more attention to small sounds. The woods are beautiful, but they can hide anything, and some things don't want to stay hidden forever. Started as just a break. That's what I told myself. Just a break from work, from the city noise, from the people, from the constant pressure. I was 32, living in a 1-bedroom apartment in downtown Chicago, grinding every day in IT support. I hadn't taken time off in almost 2 years, and when I finally put in for a week off, I didn't even know where I was going to go. I just knew I needed somewhere far, somewhere quiet. I found the cabin through a vacation rental site. It was in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, a couple of miles outside a town I'd never heard of, tucked deep into the woods by a small lake. The pictures showed a rustic wooden cabin with a stone chimney, a narrow dock stretching into a clear lake, and a fire pit surrounded by Adirondack chairs. The owner's description promised total solitude. No neighbors for miles, no cell service, and no internet. It sounded perfect. I packed up my car on a Sunday morning. I brought clothes for a week, groceries, a first aid kit, a camp stove, firewood, a hunting knife I'd never used, a stack of books, and my journal. I wanted to disconnect completely. Just me, the woods, and my thoughts. The drive took almost 10 hours. The last stretch was the roughest. Paved road turned to gravel, and then gravel became a narrow dirt trail barely wide enough for my car. Trees closed in on either side, branches scraping the windows. My GPS lost signal, and I had to rely on a printed map the owner had sent me in a confirmation email. By the time I pulled up to the cabin, the sun was setting behind the trees. The place looked exactly like the photos, maybe even better. I unloaded my stuff and stepped inside. The cabin smelled like old wood and a bit of dampness, but it wasn't unpleasant. The floor creaked under my boots, and the light through the windows had that soft, golden hue that makes everything feel peaceful. It was one large room with a small kitchen off to the side, a stone fireplace, a bed tucked into one corner, and a battered couch facing a window that overlooked the lake. There was a bathroom in the back with running water from a well, and a little back porch where you could sit and listen to the wind move through the trees. That first night was everything I'd hoped for. I lit a fire in the fireplace, cooked up some canned chili, and read a book by lantern light. No buzzing phones, no emails, just the crackle of fire and the occasional hoot of an owl. I slept like a rock. The next few days followed the same rhythm. I got up with the sun, made coffee on the camp stove, went for long hikes, read for hours, wrote in my journal, and took dips in the cold, clean lake. The silence was deep, so deep I could hear my own heartbeat at times. First, it was calming, but after a while, I started to notice the quiet in a different way. It wasn't just peaceful. It was total, complete, overwhelming. On the fourth night, I was sitting out by the fire pit. I had brought out a blanket, my lantern, and a book. The stars above were blinding. No light pollution, no noise, just darkness and cold air. I was starting to nod off when I heard a snap in the woods. Just one. I froze. Could have been a deer, I told myself. Could have been anything, but it felt close. Too close. I didn't move for a long time, just stared into the blackness. Eventually, I gathered my stuff, doused the fire, and went back inside. That night, I had trouble sleeping. I kept waking up, thinking I heard things outside. Scratching, maybe, or a low thump. But every time I got up and looked through the window, I saw nothing. Just the woods. Just the dark. Still, I moved my hunting knife to the side of the bed and kept the fire going low in the fireplace. The next morning, I found tracks. Not boot prints, bare feet. Human. They were right outside the back porch, leading around to the side window, and then disappearing into the woods. I just stood there staring at them, heart hammering. They weren't mine. I had been wearing boots the entire time, even when going down to the lake. These were longer, wider. They didn't belong to me. I didn't know what to do. There was no cell service, no landline, and the nearest town was probably 45 minutes away. Down a road I didn't want to risk driving at night. I stayed close to the cabin that day. I kept the fire going all day, even though it was warm outside. I wanted the smoke. I wanted the smell of fire to carry, to signal that someone was here, that this place wasn't empty. That night, I pushed the couch in front of the door. I shut all the windows. I didn't light a fire this time. I didn't want to be a spotlight in the woods. I lay in bed fully clothed, knife under my pillow, ears tuned to every creak, every groan of the wood. Around 2 a.m., I heard movement. Not in the cabin, in the woods. Crunching leaves, snapping twigs. I held my breath. It moved around the cabin slowly. At one point, it sounded like it was just outside the bedroom window. I didn't move. I didn't even blink. After what felt like hours, the sound faded. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. To first light, I went outside. More tracks. This time, they circled the cabin twice. I found one of the Adirondack chairs at the fire pit tipped over. Something had been out there. Packed. I shoved all my gear into bags, loaded the car, and started down the road. But maybe a mile in, I stopped. A tree had fallen across the path. It was too big to drive around, too thick to move. It hadn't been there when I drove in. Someone had put it there. I backed up, heart in my throat, and returned to the cabin. I locked myself inside, stacked wood in front of the windows, and tried to think. I had food for maybe 5 more days. Water was fine, I had the well, but I needed a plan. On the 5th day, I made a decision. I was going to hike out. I'd studied the map and knew the main road was about 7 miles through the woods. I packed a bag with food, water, the map, the knife, a flashlight, and my emergency whistle. I left at dawn. The hike started fine. The woods were still, the trail clear. I moved fast. Too fast, maybe, but I wanted out. About 2 hours in, I stopped to check the map. That's when I saw the marker. It was a piece of red cloth tied to a tree branch, bright red, fluttering in the breeze. Then another, and another. Someone had marked this trail. Not recently either. The fabric was faded, fraying at the edges. I kept going. I had no choice. Around noon, I realized I was lost. The trail had vanished. The map didn't match anything I saw. I circled the same boulder 3 times. That's when I started hearing things again. Twigs breaking, fast movement, a rustle just behind me. But every time I turned, nothing was there. I found a clearing and stopped. I sat down, ate, drank, and tried to get my bearings. That's when I saw it on a nearby tree. Scratches, deep ones, clawed, almost, but wide, as if someone had dragged a metal rake across the bark. I left immediately. By evening, I was back at the cabin. I had walked in a giant circle. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat on the floor with my back to the wall, knife in my lap. I didn't light anything. No fire, no lantern, just darkness. Something came again. I heard the porch creak, then slow footsteps across the deck. Then the door handle turned. Not jiggled, turned. Quietly, deliberately. It was locked, held. The next morning, I found muddy prints on the porch. Human again, barefoot. My hands shook as I made coffee. I don't know why I even made it. Just the act of doing something normal made me feel slightly sane. That afternoon, I tried the car again. The tree was still there. I walked closer to inspect it and noticed deep cuts in the bark, like someone had used a saw but gave up halfway. This wasn't storm damage. This was someone's doing. I decided not to go back to the cabin. Instead, I walked the road, hoping to find a higher point, maybe a signal. After a mile, I climbed a hill and got 1 bar. Just 1. I sent a text to my brother with my coordinates. Send help. Stranded. Someone is here. The message failed. Then sent. Then failed again. I didn't know if it went through. I waited. For hours. Then walked back. That night, I kept every light on. Lanterns, candles, everything. I made noise. I shouted. I banged pots together. I wanted whoever it was to know I wasn't afraid. Even though I was terrified, every nerve in my body was on fire. In the morning, I woke up on the floor. I must have passed out. It was silent again. Too silent. I stepped outside and found something on the porch. A dead rabbit. No head. I couldn't take it anymore. I packed again, left a note in the cabin in case someone found it, and hiked back to the road. I kept walking past the fallen tree. Hours passed. Then I saw headlights. A ranger. They had gotten my brother's message. Barely. They'd come looking. When I told them what happened, they looked uneasy. Said they'd had a few reports of strange. I don't know why I picked that place. Maybe it was the photos online or how cheap it was compared to the others. Maybe I just wanted to be alone, away from everything. I'd been working overtime for months and hadn't had a full weekend off in ages. I was getting headaches, my shoulders stayed tense, and every little thing started bothering me. The cabin looked peaceful in the pictures, secluded but not totally isolated. Just a couple miles off a rural road, somewhere in northern Minnesota, near the edge of a forest preserve. It looked like the kind of place where you could sit on the porch and forget about time. I booked it for 5 days, brought groceries, 2 coolers of food, my sleeping bag, and a few books I'd been meaning to finish. I didn't plan on doing much, maybe some hikes, but mostly just rest. I didn't tell many people where I was going. Just shot my brother a text the morning I left, saying I was heading up north and wouldn't have service. The drive was long. The last hour was on a gravel road that wound through pine forests and open clearings. It felt more remote than I expected. I passed one other car going the opposite way, and after that, nothing but trees and sky. I had to slow down when I saw a deer standing in the road, completely still, watching me as I crept by. It was already late afternoon when I got there. The cabin was smaller than it looked in the pictures, but it wasn't bad. Weathered wood, a porch out front with 2 old rocking chairs, and a fire pit in the yard. No neighbors in sight, just trees. The place was surrounded by thick woods on 3 sides and a dirt path that looped around back toward a lake. It smelled like pine and damp earth, and the air was cooler than back home. There was a key in the lockbox, just like the owner said. Inside was simple. 1 room with a bed, a small table, an old wood stove, and a kitchenette. There was a door to a bathroom in the back with a compost toilet and a shower that pulled water from a rain tank. I unpacked and made a sandwich. Sat on the porch for a while as the sun went down. It got quiet fast, like someone flipped a switch. No distant cars, no humming appliances, just wind and bugs. It was nice, but also a little strange. I guess I didn't realize how used to background noise I was. That first night was fine. A little hard to fall asleep with how dark and silent it got, but nothing unusual. The next morning I made coffee and walked the trail down to the lake. It was more like a big pond, ringed by cattails and tall grass. A few frogs jumped when I got close. I didn't see any boats or docks, just water and weeds and a couple dragonflies. I stayed down there for maybe half an hour, then headed back and spent most of the day reading on the porch. That night I woke up to a sound. I couldn't tell what it was at first, just something that made me snap awake, like a soft crunch. I sat up, heart going fast, and listened. It was probably just a branch falling. The woods were full of animals. I told myself not to be paranoid. After a while, I fell asleep again. The next day, I took a longer hike. The trail looped around the edge of the property and deeper into the woods. It wasn't marked, but the dirt was packed down and easy to follow. I saw some old tree stumps and what looked like a forgotten deer stand up in a tree. There were a few rusted cans on the ground too, like someone used to hunt out there. The trail eventually curved back toward the lake, and I ended up circling back to the cabin from the other direction. The whole loop took maybe 2 hours. I made lunch, wrote a little in my journal, and didn't think about much else. That night, the sound came again, louder this time, more than one sound, something like crunching leaves. A quick step, then nothing. I sat up again and held still. It wasn't close, maybe by the tree-line, but it was there. I turned on the flashlight and looked through the window. Nothing, just trees. I told myself it was probably a raccoon or a deer. I checked the door, locked. Still, I had a hard time sleeping after that. By the 4th day, I started feeling uneasy. I hadn't seen another person since I got there. No hikers, no cars, nothing. I liked the quiet at first, but now it felt heavy, like the woods were watching. I walked again, but I didn't go as far. When I got back, I noticed something strange. A few small scratches near the bottom of the door, like something tried to claw it. They weren't there before. I checked the yard but didn't see any tracks. I tried not to let it bother me. Maybe it was a raccoon or a stray dog, but they were deep, like whatever it was had strong claws. I kept the hatchet by the bed that night, just in case. I stayed up late reading. Around midnight, I heard it again. This time, closer. Footsteps. I swear I heard actual footsteps outside. Slow. Crunch. Pause. Crunch. I held my breath and stayed completely still. The steps stopped outside the window. I didn't dare move. Didn't even look. Just waited. After what felt like 10 minutes, I finally turned my head. The window was empty. No face. No movement. But I knew something had been there. The next morning, I walked around the cabin, looking for prints. The ground was hard in most places, but I found something in the soft dirt behind the cabin. Not quite a footprint, more like an impression. Long, narrow, not human, not a paw either. Just odd. I stared at it for a long time before going back inside. I packed early the next morning. I wasn't supposed to leave until the next day, but I felt done. Whatever peace I came for had turned into a knot in my chest. I didn't even eat breakfast, just loaded the car, locked the cabin, and got out of there. But I didn't make it far. About 20 minutes down the gravel road, my back tire blew. I felt it right away, the wobble, the thump. I pulled over and got out. It was shredded. I must have hit something, but I didn't remember any bumps. I went to the back for the spare, and that's when I realized something worse. The spare was flat too. I stood there on that empty road, heart pounding, looking up and down the stretch of gravel and trees. No bars on my phone. No cars in sight. I thought about walking back to the cabin, but I didn't want to. Something told me not to, so I started walking the opposite way, toward the last turn I remembered. I walked for maybe an hour. My feet hurt, and I kept glancing over my shoulder. I felt watched. Every rustle made me freeze. Then I heard something behind me, a soft thud, then another. I turned fast, but saw nothing, just the trees. But the sound came again, closer. I started walking faster, then running. I don't know how long I ran. I didn't stop until I saw a clearing. A house, not the cabin, a different house. Older, sagging porch, no car in sight. I hesitated, then ran up and knocked. No answer. I tried the door. It opened. Inside was dark and smelled like dust. The place looked abandoned. Furniture covered in sheets. A few boxes stacked by the wall. I didn't care. I went in and shut the door behind me, heart racing. I stayed there, crouched near the window, peeking out. The forest looked still, too still. I stayed in that house for hours, afraid to leave. When it started to get dark, I made a choice. I had to get help. I couldn't spend the night there. I remembered seeing power lines along the road earlier that week, so I figured if I followed them, they'd lead to a town. I took a deep breath, opened the door and ran. I found the lines and followed them, kept my head down. It got darker and darker, and every noise made me jump. But eventually I saw lights, a farm, then a road, then finally a house with a porch light on. The man who answered looked confused, but let me in. I didn't tell him everything, just said my car broke down and I got turned around. He let me use the phone. I called a tow truck, and eventually they got me back to the car. They couldn't figure out what shredded the tire. The tow driver said it looked like it was slashed. I didn't say anything. I got home late the next day. I threw the coolers in the garage and didn't unpack for a week. I didn't sleep much either. I kept seeing that footprint in my mind, that shape, those sounds outside the cabin. I didn't report anything, didn't call the cabin owner. I didn't want to explain what I wasn't even sure I saw. But I did one thing. I pulled up the rental site and checked the cabin listing. It was gone. No listing, no photos, nothing. Like it was never there. I still don't know what happened out there. I tell myself it was just animals. The woods can play tricks on your mind. But sometimes late at night I think about those footsteps, the way they stopped right outside the window, and I wonder if something had been waiting, watching. Not a ghost, not a monster, just something real, something we're not supposed to see. And I know one thing for sure, I'll never go back. I needed a break. Everything in my life felt like it had been pushed to the edge. Work was piling up, my phone never stopped buzzing, and my sleep was broken into pieces every night. I wasn't sick, but I didn't feel right either. I just wanted quiet, real quiet. So when I found a listing for a small off-grid cabin in Michigan's Upper Peninsula, I booked it for 10 days. No power, no cell service, no people. It was exactly what I needed, or what I thought I needed. The drive up took most of the day. The last 30 miles were dirt roads and winding forest trails that barely seemed drivable. By the time I pulled up to the cabin, the sun was just beginning to sink behind the trees. The place was about as remote as it could get. No other cabins, no signs of recent human life, just this wooden structure surrounded by thick woods, with a gravel area to park beside it. There was a creek nearby. I could hear it faintly. Inside the cabin was as simple as it got. One room, a cot, a wood-burning stove, a table with 2 chairs, and a small kitchen area with a hand pump for water. The outhouse was about 20 yards out behind the trees. There was also a journal left behind by the owner explaining how everything worked. Woodpile out back, matches in the drawer, rain barrel filled the basin, that sort of thing. The first night was quiet, cold but quiet. I stayed up for a while just sitting at the table, listening to the sounds outside. I wasn't used to real silence. Back home, there was always the hum of appliances, cars outside, sirens in the distance. Here it was just crickets and the occasional creak of the trees shifting. I slept light but steady, the kind of sleep that comes from total exhaustion. The second day, I walked the area. There were trails, but none were marked. I didn't want to wander too far and get lost, so I kept track of the sun and tried to make mental notes of landmarks. There was a lot of fallen timber and some big animal tracks in the muddy parts of the trail, probably deer. I saw a few squirrels and a fox. That night, the wind picked up, and I could hear branches knocking together in the dark. A couple of times I thought I heard footsteps outside, but I convinced myself it was just the wind playing tricks. Still, I put a chair against the door just in case. By the fourth day, I felt more relaxed. I was eating simple meals, sleeping longer, and not thinking about my phone or emails. I even started a small journal, writing down the little things I noticed, the way the moss grew on one side of the trees, how the birds quieted down after sunset, that sort of thing. One thing I did write about was a noise I kept hearing. It was always around dusk. It sounded like metal scraping or shifting, like a shovel being dragged across rock. It only lasted a few seconds and always came from the woods past the outhouse. I checked but didn't see anything. Day 5, I decided to follow the sound. I sat outside in the cold with my coat zipped up, waiting for it. Around 6:15, I heard it again, same metal dragging sound. I stood up and walked slowly toward the trees. The ground was soft, and I moved as quietly as I could. About 50 yards in, I found a clearing I hadn't noticed before. It looked like someone had been out there recently. The ground was disturbed, patches of soil darker than the rest. I saw something sticking out of the dirt, a rusted piece of rebar or something like it. I didn't touch it, just stared at it for a while. Then I walked back. The next day, I woke up to find footprints around the cabin. Clear ones, boots, adult-sized. They came from the direction of the outhouse, circled the cabin twice, and then disappeared back into the woods. I hadn't heard anything during the night, but I knew those hadn't been there before. My stomach dropped. I stayed inside most of the day, just peeking through the window. I had no cell signal, and the nearest road was probably 8 or 9 miles back. I thought about leaving, but decided to wait one more night. If anything else weird happened, I'd hike out and leave my car behind if I had to. That night, I didn't sleep. I kept the fire low and stayed near the window. Around 2:30 a.m., I saw movement near the treeline, just a shape, too far to make out clearly. It didn't move like an animal, though. It stood still for too long. I stared at it for maybe 10 minutes before it turned and walked back into the woods. I didn't go outside to check. I just waited for daylight. When the sun came up, I packed my things and left. I walked straight down the trail, ignoring my car and aiming for the main road. I didn't stop, didn't rest. It took hours, but I eventually reached a gas station off Highway 41. I asked to use their phone and called a friend to come get me. We drove back later for my car, but I never went near that cabin again. I told myself maybe it was just a hunter or someone camping illegally, but something about the way the footsteps circled the cabin, the scraping sound, the shape in the woods, it all felt wrong. Like someone was watching, but never close enough to see clearly. Just close enough to let me know they were there. I never reported it. What would I say? No crime, no proof, just a feeling I can't shake. But I've never been back to the woods since, and I don't think I ever will. I needed a break. City life had become overwhelming. Constant noise, endless deadlines, and the suffocating routine. So, when I found a listing for a secluded cabin in the woods, promising solitude and a chance to reconnect with nature, I didn't hesitate. The drive was long, winding through dense forests and up narrow mountain roads. By the time I arrived, the sun was dipping below the horizon, casting long shadows between the trees. The cabin stood alone, surrounded by towering pines, its wooden exterior weathered but sturdy. Inside, it was modest, a small kitchen, a living area with a fireplace, and a single bedroom. There was no electricity, just a generator that powered a few essentials. I unpacked, lit a fire, and settled in, embracing the silence. The first night was peaceful. I slept soundly, lulled by the sounds of the forest. The next morning, I ventured out, exploring the surrounding trails, breathing in the crisp air, and feeling a sense of calm I hadn't experienced in years. But as the days passed, subtle signs began to unsettle me. I noticed footprints near the cabin, too large to be mine and heading in a direction I hadn't explored. At night, I heard faint rustling outside, which I attributed to wildlife. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. On the fourth day, I returned from a hike to find the cabin door slightly ajar. I was certain I'd locked it. Inside, nothing seemed out of place, but a sense of unease settled over me. I checked the generator; it was functioning properly. Still, I decided to keep a closer eye on my surroundings. That night, I was awakened by a creaking sound. I sat up, heart pounding, and listened. The noise came again, closer this time. I grabbed a flashlight and cautiously stepped into the living area. The front door was wide open, swinging gently in the breeze. I shone the light outside but saw nothing. I closed and bolted the door, checking the windows before returning to bed, sleep eluding me. The next morning, I discovered deep scratches on the wooden frame of the door, as if someone, or something, had tried to force it open. I decided it was time to leave. I packed my belongings and loaded them into the car. But when I turned the key, the engine sputtered and died. I tried again, nothing. The fuel gauge read empty, though I had filled the tank before the trip. Stranded, I considered my options. The nearest town was miles away, and with no cell service, I couldn't call for help. I decided to wait until morning and then hike to find assistance. That night, I barricaded the door and windows, keeping a fire burning for light and warmth. Around midnight, I heard footsteps circling the cabin. They were deliberate, slow, and unmistakably human. I held my breath, heart racing, as the steps paused near the window. A shadow passed by and then silence. I didn't sleep. At dawn, I set out, armed with a flashlight and a kitchen knife. I followed the trail leading away from the cabin, hoping to find a road or a ranger station. After hours of walking, I stumbled upon a dirt path and followed it until I reached a small gas station. The attendant called for a tow truck, and I reported the incidents to the local authorities. They investigated but found no evidence of another person near the cabin. My car had been tampered with, the fuel line cut. It was clear someone had been watching me, isolating me, and intending harm. I never returned to that cabin. The experience left me wary, but it also taught me to trust my instincts and the importance of preparedness. Solitude can be healing, but isolation can be dangerous when you're not truly alone. I rented a small cabin deep in the forests of northern Minnesota. It was early October, and I wanted a break from work, people, and noise. I'd been grinding through double shifts at a distribution warehouse for the last 7 months. Between that and my side jobs, I hadn't had a single day off in almost a year. My sleep was off, my head felt heavy most days, and I started snapping at people for small things. I needed to disappear for a while. The cabin belonged to an older guy named Rick, who mostly rented it to hunters or ice fishermen. I found it listed on a small regional rental site. It wasn't advertised heavily, just a few pictures and a short description. No neighbors, no reception, no nonsense. That was exactly what I needed. The drive out took about 8 hours. I stopped at a Walmart in Duluth to stock up on canned food, a small propane stove, extra water, and a few backup flashlights. I made sure I had spare batteries, a hatchet, a basic first aid kit, and my .38 revolver just in case. The last 2 hours of the drive were down increasingly narrow gravel roads. Eventually, my GPS gave up entirely. I had to rely on a screenshot of Rick's directions. When I finally arrived, the place looked like it hadn't been touched in years. The siding was faded gray, probably from sun and snow, and there were mossy patches along the bottom. The porch steps creaked under my boots, and the front door stuck like it hadn't been opened in a while. Inside, it was basic but functional. One main room with a wood stove, a sagging couch, a wooden table with 2 chairs, and a small kitchen with an old propane-powered fridge. There was a single bedroom with a narrow twin bed and a bathroom that only worked thanks to a rainwater collection tank and gravity-fed plumbing. There was no cell signal, no Wi-Fi, and no TV. I didn't mind. I just wanted peace. I spent the first night getting a fire going, boiling water, and trying to let my mind slow down. I journaled a little, ate a can of chili. The wind outside picked up around midnight, and the sound of the trees groaning in the dark was strange, but not threatening. I slept harder than I had in months. By the third day, I'd settled into a rhythm. Mornings were spent chopping wood, boiling coffee, and walking the trails around the property. The forest was thick and damp, with scattered deer tracks and the occasional fallen log covered in mushrooms. I'd see squirrels, hear owls at night, and once spotted what I thought was a fox darting through some brush. The air felt clean, and my headaches were gone. On the fifth day, something strange happened. I woke up to find the front door cracked open. I know I had latched it. I always double-checked before bed. The wind might have pushed it open if the latch was loose, but it didn't feel right. Nothing inside was missing or moved, so I brushed it off. I reinforced the latch that day, nailing in an extra hook for good measure. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept listening. The forest didn't sound the same. Usually, I could hear the wind, maybe an animal passing through. But this night, it was silent, dead silent. That kind of silence that presses on your eardrums. I stayed in bed for hours, holding still, barely breathing. The next morning, I went to check the area around the cabin. About 20 yards from the back window, I found footprints, clear as day. They weren't mine. I wore hiking boots with a distinct tread pattern. These were smooth-soled, like sneakers or loafers. They came up from the woods, circled the cabin, and disappeared the same way they came. No tire tracks, no sign of a campsite or gear, just footprints. I spent most of that day on edge. I kept my revolver close. I walked the surrounding woods looking for signs of someone else, but there was nothing. No rappers, no broken branches, no voices, just quiet. I didn't sleep that night either. I sat on the couch with the gun across my lap and a lantern lit beside me. The following morning, I found something even worse. Tied to a tree not far from the cabin was a length of dirty yellow rope. It was about chest high, looped in a rough knot. A crude noose. I cut it down and kept it. I wasn't sure if it was a warning, a prank, or something else, but it felt wrong. The knot was tight, and the rope was stiff like it had been there a while. I considered leaving then, but I was 2 hours from the main road, and there was no one around to help even if I called for it. I thought maybe it was just old, left by someone years ago, but it still made my stomach turn. That night, I put a chair against the front door, made sure all the windows were locked, and stayed up again. Around 3 a.m., I heard a sound I hadn't heard before, something brushing against the side of the cabin. Slow, deliberate. I stood there with the gun in my hand, my breath held tight. Then it stopped. The next morning, I found deep scratches on the siding, for long gouges. They weren't from an animal. They were too straight, too low to the ground, and spaced evenly apart like fingers. At that point, I packed. I loaded the essentials into my truck and made sure it would start. I didn't care about the food or the firewood anymore. I was ready to leave the next morning. That final night, I barely turned off the lantern. I sat with my back against the wall, facing the door. I must have dozed off at some point because I woke up to a soft thud, something tapping on the window. Then another. I grabbed the revolver and moved to the corner, where I couldn't be seen. The tapping continued for almost a full minute. Then silence. I waited until daylight. When I stepped outside, I saw muddy handprints on the glass. Not large, but human. 5 fingers. No gloves. Whoever had been out there had stood just feet from where I slept. I drove out that morning without looking back. I didn't stop until I hit Duluth. I got a motel room and stayed there for the night, trying to understand what had happened. There was no way to explain it. I told myself maybe it was just someone living off-grid, maybe a squatter, but that didn't explain the noose, or the tapping, or the handprints. I sent Rick a message a few days later, telling him something wasn't right on the property. He didn't respond. The listing disappeared a week later. It's been a year. I haven't been back. But sometimes I still wake up at 3 a.m. and feel like someone's standing just outside my window watching. I had been needing a break from everything: work, city noise, my phone ringing every hour, meetings I didn't care about, faces I didn't recognize anymore. Felt like I was slipping away from myself. That's when I decided to take a week off and go up north. I found a small cabin near the edge of a forest in a place called Bremer Hollow. The pictures online showed a simple wooden structure, surrounded by trees, no other buildings in sight. There was no Wi-Fi, no neighbors, no traffic. Exactly what I wanted. Just trees, air, and quiet. I rented it for 10 days. I packed light, just clothes, some canned food, coffee, a small cooler, a sleeping bag, my old rifle, and a journal I hadn't touched in months. I had to drive about 6 hours from my apartment. Most of the drive was long highways, then winding roads that got narrower the closer I got to the forest. The last few miles were dirt, with barely any signs. I followed the GPS until the signal dropped, then relied on the printed directions the owner emailed me. When I pulled up to the cabin, it looked just like the pictures. It had a small porch, a firewood pile out front, one small window on the front wall, and a tin roof that looked like it hadn't been cleaned in years. The trees around it were tall, dense, and heavy with pine needles. There was a trail leading off behind the cabin, narrow and faded. The only sound was the wind moving through the branches. I stepped inside and dropped my bag. The cabin smelled old but dry. There was a bed, a small wood stove, a table, a couple of chairs, and shelves with old books and cooking pots. There was no plumbing, just a pump well outside and an outhouse about 20 yards behind the trees. It was primitive, but I liked that. I spent the first day unpacking, cleaning a little, starting a fire in the stove, and getting familiar with the place. That night, I sat outside on the porch with a cup of instant coffee, watching the light drain from the sky. No cars, no voices, no buzzing phones, just trees and stars. The first few days were calm. I spent my time chopping wood, hiking the trail behind the cabin, sitting quietly and listening to the forest. I saw deer, birds, a raccoon, and once I thought I saw a fox. I wrote a few pages in my journal each night. I even slept better than I had in months. No dreams, no noise, just dark and quiet. On the fourth day, I went deeper into the woods than usual. The trail started to disappear, but I kept walking. I wanted to explore. I walked for maybe 2 hours, stopping now and then to drink water or listen. Around midday, I reached a small clearing with a fallen tree in the middle. I sat on it, ate some jerky, and looked around. That's when I saw something odd. Off to the left, through the trees maybe 50 yards away, I thought I saw a structure, just a glimpse of something straight and vertical like a wall. I stood and walked toward it slowly. Turned out to be an old hunting blind. Elevated, wooden, faded gray, about 10 feet off the ground. The ladder was half broken. It looked like no one had used it in years. I took a picture on my phone, though there was no signal. Then I turned back toward the cabin. That night, something felt different. I couldn't explain why, but the air felt heavier, like the silence wasn't the same. I sat by the stove, reading an old book I found on the shelf, but my eyes kept flicking to the window. It was dark out, and the window was just a black square reflecting the inside. I kept thinking about the blind. Why did it bother me? I went to bed but didn't fall asleep for a long time. Every little sound made me raise my head. Branches creaking, wind pushing leaves. Once I thought I heard a twig snap just outside. I told myself it was probably a raccoon or deer. I closed my eyes and forced myself to sleep. The next morning, I went outside to pump water and saw boot prints in the dirt near the side of the cabin. My stomach dropped. These weren't mine. Mine were closer to the porch near the woodpile. These were deeper, longer strides and came from the tree line. They stopped at the wall just under the window. I crouched down and stared at them. They weren't old. The edges were still sharp, maybe from the night before. I stood up and looked into the woods, but there was nothing but trees. I checked the rest of the cabin. Nothing was missing, nothing looked touched. I even checked the lock on the front door, it was still latched. The back window was nailed shut from the inside, but those prints weren't mine. I spent the rest of the day trying to shake the feeling. I carried my rifle when I went out to the outhouse. I chopped wood just to stay busy. I didn't hike that day. I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting to see someone watching me, but there was never anything there. That night, I pushed a chair under the door handle, like I used to when I lived in a bad neighborhood years ago. I moved the table in front of the window. I left the fire low so I wouldn't draw much attention from outside. I barely slept. The next morning, I found more prints. These ones were at the back of the cabin, near the outhouse. Same boots, same deep steps. They circled around behind the trees and came up to the back wall. Then they disappeared into the woods. I checked the blind again, carrying my rifle this time. The ladder was still broken. I climbed part of the way up using the tree beside it and got a better look inside. There was a sleeping bag, an old thermos, and what looked like a pair of binoculars. Dusty but not ancient. Someone had been using it. I didn't touch anything. I climbed back down, heart thudding. I went back to the cabin and sat at the table for a long time. I didn't know if I should pack up and leave or wait it out. I was supposed to have 3 more days. I hated the idea of someone out there watching me, walking around my cabin while I slept, but I didn't want to run away scared. I hadn't come all the way out here to hide. I stayed, but I kept the rifle close. That evening, I ate fast and cleaned up quickly. I didn't go outside after sunset. I moved a chair and sat facing the window with the gun across my lap. I sat there for hours watching the dark. It was maybe around 2 a.m. when I heard footsteps. Not animals, heavy, deliberate, crunching leaves. I froze. I didn't move a muscle, just held my breath and listened. The steps came from the back of the cabin, circled toward the side, then stopped. Silence. Then the soft sound of something brushing against the wooden wall. I stood slowly, stepped to the side of the window, and peeked through the corner. There was a figure standing just beyond the edge of the porch, maybe 10 feet away. A man, medium build, wearing a dark coat and a hood. I couldn't see his face. He was looking directly at the cabin. I raised the rifle. I didn't aim it through the window, just held it so he could see it. I wanted him to know I wasn't helpless. He didn't move. He stood there for maybe 30 seconds, then slowly turned and walked back into the trees. I didn't sleep after that. The first light, I packed everything I could, threw it into the truck. Didn't care about folding anything or cleaning. I wanted out. Before I left, I went to the hunting blind one last time. I don't know why. Maybe I wanted answers. I climbed the tree again and looked inside. The sleeping bag was gone. The thermos too. There were fresh prints at the base of the tree. Whoever was watching me had taken their stuff and left. I climbed down fast, got in the truck, and drove. I didn't look back. The road felt longer on the way out. Every turn, every open stretch, I kept checking the mirror, expecting to see a figure on the side of the road. But there was no one. I made it home by nightfall, slept with the lights on for a week. I kept checking my door locks every hour, sometimes even at work. My heart would race if I heard footsteps outside my apartment. I started keeping the rifle next to my bed again. I never went back to Bremer Hollow. I didn't report anything. What would I say? That someone stood outside a cabin in the woods? That someone was watching me? A few months later, I saw a local news article online. A body had been found near a trail just a few miles from the cabin. No name, no ID, just a man in a dark coat. Decomposition made it hard to tell how long he'd been there. They didn't release a photo. I still think about those footprints. The man standing in the dark, the blind in the woods. I went to that cabin to find peace. I left with a part of me that never sleeps right anymore. And I think whoever he was, I wasn't the first person he watched. And I probably wouldn't have been the last. I didn't go up there to get scared. I just wanted to be alone for a while. Life in the city had started to get too loud, too busy, too crowded. Work was stressing me out, and I had just gotten out of a long-term relationship that had ended badly. I didn't want to talk to anybody. I didn't want to hear traffic, or phones, or people arguing through the walls of my apartment. I wanted to be somewhere quiet, somewhere where I could think and clear my head. So I rented a cabin. It wasn't one of those trendy places with Wi-Fi and hot tubs and fire pits built for Instagram. It was an old hunting cabin deep in the mountains of northern Idaho. It was listed on a small website that catered to off-grid stays. No cell service. No power except a small generator. No running water except what came from a rusted steel pipe fed by a gravity tank up the hill. The guy who owned it told me the last few people who stayed there either left early or didn't leave a review. That should have been a red flag, but it just made me want to go more. I wanted isolation. I wanted silence. I drove up early in the morning in the middle of October. It was hunting season, but I wasn't worried about that. I didn't plan to hike too far from the cabin, and I brought a bright orange hat and vest just in case. My car was a four-wheel drive Subaru with snow tires, and I figured I'd be fine on the Forest Service roads. The weather was cold but dry. Leaves were already gone from most of the trees, and the air felt clean in a way I hadn't experienced in years. The road to the cabin was rough. The last 3 miles were more like a trail than a road. Deep ruts from rainwater ran down parts of it, and sharp rocks scraped the underside of my car more than once. I didn't see a single other vehicle or person the entire drive in. The trees got denser, and the trail narrowed until I almost didn't believe it was going anywhere at all. Then I saw it, just a dark shape through the trees at first. The cabin was older than I expected. It sat in a small clearing surrounded by pines and thick undergrowth. The walls were weathered gray logs, chinked with crumbling mortar. The roof was sloped in, dark with age but still holding together. A small front porch sagged on one side, and a rusted axe leaned against a stump nearby. The windows were dusty but intact, with faded curtains behind them. There was a small shed a few yards away, and beyond that, the ground sloped sharply down into a dense ravine. I parked near the edge of the clearing and shut off the engine. It was dead silent, not just quiet, silent. I stood there a while, listening. No wind, no birds, no insects, just the ticking of my cooling engine and the faint creak of trees shifting in the distance. I should have noticed how wrong that felt, but I didn't, not then. Inside, the cabin smelled like old wood, cold ashes and mouse droppings. There was one main room with a small cast iron stove, a table, and a single bed against the far wall. The mattress was thin but clean. A pile of chopped firewood sat in a corner. The generator was out back in a little lean-to and started after a few pulls. It was loud, but I only ran it long enough to charge my flashlight and power a small camping lantern I'd brought. For the first day, everything was fine. I unpacked, swept the floor, and explored the area around the cabin. The slope behind the shed led to a narrow game trail that disappeared into the trees. I followed it for a while, but I didn't go far. It was getting dark, and I didn't want to get lost. Back at the cabin, I lit a few candles, made some food on my camp stove, and settled in. The silence was strange, but I was still glad to be away from the city. That night, I slept with the window cracked open to let in fresh air. Sometime after midnight, I woke up suddenly. I wasn't sure why at first. Then I realized I had heard something that didn't belong. A low scraping sound, slow and irregular. Not wind, not an animal. It sounded like something dragging across the porch boards. I froze, listening. My heart started pounding. I waited, barely breathing. Then silence again. I sat there in the dark, straining to hear. Nothing, just the creak of the cabin settling. I told myself it was probably a branch or a raccoon, maybe even a deer, but I didn't go back to sleep for a long time. In the morning, I found nothing unusual outside. No tracks, no signs of disturbance. The air was sharp and cold. I chopped some wood, made breakfast, and tried to shake off the uneasy feeling from the night before. That second day was colder. Gray clouds moved in, and a thin layer of frost lingered in the shade all afternoon. I walked the game trail again, this time farther. About half a mile in, I found a clearing with several old deer stands nailed into trees. Some of them looked abandoned for years, but one looked newer. Fresh wood, clean nails. I didn't see anyone nearby, but I got the sense I was being watched. It was just a feeling, no sound, no movement. But it stayed with me the entire walk back to the cabin. That night, I made a fire in the stove. The warmth helped a little. I kept my lantern on low and sat at the table writing in a notebook. Just small thoughts trying to clear my head. Around 10, I turned in. I kept my flashlight next to me this time, just in case. Again, I left the window cracked open for air. I woke again in the middle of the night. Same as before. A sound. This time it was softer. A light creaking, like footsteps on the porch. Very slow, deliberate. I didn't move. I kept my eyes closed and listened. Then a different sound, a tap. Just one. Like a finger tapping the window pane. My stomach turned cold. I stayed completely still. The tapping came again. One tap, then silence. After what felt like hours, the sound stopped. I didn't sleep again that night. In the morning, I searched the area around the cabin carefully. Still no tracks. No marks on the window. I checked the generator, the shed, the trail. Nothing looked out of place. But I felt it now. Something was wrong here. The silence didn't feel peaceful anymore. It felt heavy, like something was watching, waiting. That day, I stayed close to the cabin. I kept an eye on the woods, but never saw movement. Late in the afternoon, I heard a distant gunshot. Just one. It echoed through the trees and was gone. That wasn't unusual for hunting season, but something about it made me uneasy. It was too close. At dusk, I found something that made my blood run cold. Behind the shed, near the start of the game trail, I found a small pile of stones. Carefully stacked, no more than a foot high. They hadn't been there before. I was sure of it. They were too clean, too neatly placed. On top of the stack was a single object, a spent rifle casing. .308 round. I didn't touch it. I backed away and went inside, locking the door for the first time since I got there. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat at the table with my flashlight and a hunting knife I found in the drawer. I kept the fire going and listened. At around 3 a.m., I heard something again. Not on the porch this time. Out by the shed. A crack of wood. A rustle. Then silence. Then another noise closer. Something stepped on a branch behind the cabin. I held my breath. Minutes passed. Then I heard it again. Footsteps. Just two. Right behind the wall where I sat. Then nothing. The next morning, I wanted to leave. I packed my bag, started the car, and drove down the trail as fast as I could. But a mile in, I came across a tree, freshly fallen, completely blocking the road. It wasn't huge, but it was thick enough to stop my car. I got out and looked around. No chainsaw marks. It had snapped at the base, but the wood looked too clean, too smooth, like it had been cut. I thought about trying to move it, but it was too heavy. I didn't have the tools. My only choice was to hike out, but it was nearly 20 miles to the nearest ranger station, and I didn't know the route well enough. I drove back to the cabin, stomach twisted in knots. I told myself I'd stay one more night and leave at first light, hiking out on foot if I had to. That evening, I didn't make a fire. I didn't light the lantern. I sat in the dark with my back to the wall and my flashlight off. I listened. At around 1 a.m., I heard movement again. This time, it didn't stop. Soft crunching steps moved slowly around the cabin. Once, twice, then again, over and over. It circled for hours. Every time I thought it was gone, I'd hear it again, closer. Then finally 3 sharp taps on the window. Then footsteps walking away, into the trees. At dawn, I left. I took my pack and rifle and I walked. I followed the game trail west using my compass and the map I brought. After 5 hours of hiking, I reached a service road. An hour later, a truck came by and picked me up. I didn't say much to the driver. He dropped me at a gas station in a small town, and I called a friend to come get me. A few days later, I told the cabin owner what happened. He didn't sound surprised, just said something about bad luck during hunting season. I rented the cabin because I wanted to get away from everything. No phone calls, no emails, no neighbors, no city sounds. Just me, the trees, the cold air, the long hikes. I was tired of people, tired of working late, tired of hearing traffic through my apartment window every night. I had some saved vacation time and decided to use it all in one shot. 2 weeks off-grid, alone in the mountains of northern Idaho. I found a cabin listing that looked perfect, secluded, small, no Wi-Fi, no cell service, reachable only by dirt road. The pictures showed tall pine trees surrounding the place, a small stream behind it, and a big front porch with a single rocking chair. That's all I wanted. The drive up was long. I lost signal about an hour out and relied on a printed map and a set of directions the owner emailed me. The last 10 miles were just gravel road twisting through the woods. The forest got thicker and darker the higher I went. Branches scraped my truck, and I kept checking the fuel gauge. I got there just before sunset. The cabin looked like it did in the pictures. One story, old but not falling apart. A bit weathered. No one else around. No other structures in sight. Just trees and silence. I parked beside it, unloaded my gear, and unlocked the front door with the key left in a rusted box under the porch. Inside, it smelled like old wood and dust. It was one big room with a small bathroom off to the side. There was a bed, a table, a stove, a couple of chairs, and a fireplace. Everything I needed. The windows were all small and square. It had a lived-in feel, like someone had used it recently but hadn't been there in a while. I unpacked slowly, made a fire, and heated a can of stew. It was already getting cold. By nightfall, the wind was pushing through the trees hard, and I couldn't hear anything but creaking wood and whistling outside. It didn't scare me. I wanted isolation. I wanted to feel like the only person on Earth. The first few days were great. I hiked for hours every morning, brought a small pack, some food, a water bottle, and my old field journal. I didn't take pictures, just wrote notes. What I saw, how I felt, how quiet everything was. No one passed me on the trails, not even animals. Just birds and the occasional rustle of something far off. In the afternoons, I sat by the stream, soaked my feet in the freezing water, or chopped wood behind the cabin. At night, I cooked, read, or just listened to the fire. There were no distractions. I slept deep and heavy every night, and my head felt clearer than it had in years. It was the fourth night when something changed. I woke up sometime after midnight. The fire had died down. It was pitch black and cold. I sat up, not sure why I woke up. It wasn't a sound. At least I didn't remember hearing anything. It was just a feeling, like something was off. I reached for my flashlight and clicked it on. The inside of the cabin looked normal. I got up, checked the door. It was locked. I went to the window beside the bed and shone the light outside. Nothing but trees and shadows. I figured maybe I had a dream and didn't remember it. I got back into bed and pulled the blankets tight, but I couldn't fall back asleep. I kept staring at the ceiling, feeling like the air had shifted. Eventually, I dozed off again. I woke up late the next morning, groggy and stiff. I didn't feel like hiking. I sat on the porch for a long time, sipping coffee, looking at the trees. The wind had died down and everything was still, too still. I went behind the cabin to chop wood. That's when I saw it. There were footprints in the dirt. Not mine. I wore heavy hiking boots with thick soles, and I always walked the same path from the back door to the woodshed. These were smaller, lighter, not boot prints. Sneakers, maybe. They came from the trees and stopped a few feet from the back wall of the cabin. Then they turned around and went back the same way. I squatted beside them and studied them for a while. They were deep enough to be fresh. They weren't here yesterday. I stood there for a long time, just breathing, listening. Then I walked a big circle around the cabin, looking for more. I found nothing else, but I couldn't stop thinking about those prints. Someone had come up behind the cabin during the night, stood there for a while, then walked back into the woods. Maybe a hiker, maybe a hunter, but why get that close? And how did I not hear them? That night, I didn't sleep well. I kept the fire going all night and sat up in the chair with my flashlight and axe nearby. Nothing happened. No sounds. No shadows. No more prints the next morning. I told myself maybe it was just someone passing by. Maybe they didn't realize the cabin was occupied. Still, I was on edge all day. I stayed close to the cabin, double-checked the locks, moved my truck closer to the door. The next night, it happened again. This time, I woke up because I heard something. A crunch. Soft, like footsteps on frozen leaves. I stayed still, holding my breath. Another crunch. Then nothing. I sat up slowly, reached for the flashlight again, and clicked it on. I walked to the window and angled the beam out into the trees. I saw nothing, but I kept the light on and stayed by the window for what felt like an hour. I didn't want to go outside. I didn't want to make noise. I just waited. The next morning, I went out as soon as the sun came up. I walked to the spot behind the cabin again, and there they were. New prints. Same size, same type. This time, they were closer to the wall, right under the bedroom window. They didn't walk off this time, they just stopped. No return path. Whoever it was either backtracked in their own prints or they were still out there. I packed a day bag and hiked into the woods. Not to relax, this time to look. I followed the general direction of the prints, scanning the ground for signs. After half an hour, I found a torn piece of plastic wrapper caught in a bush. An old protein bar wrapper. Not mine. I kept going. Another hour in, I found something that froze my blood. It was a small cleared spot between some trees, where the ground had been flattened. Someone had sat there often. There was a pile of cigarette butts, a couple empty food wrappers, and a crumpled beer can. No tent, no bag, no fire. Just the remains of someone who'd been staying out here for a while. Watching maybe. It was directly downhill from the cabin, close enough to see the structure through the trees. Hidden, but with a clear line of sight. I turned and walked back fast. Every sound in the woods felt louder. I kept expecting to see someone following me. I got to the cabin and locked the door behind me. My hands were shaking. I stayed inside for the rest of the day, sitting by the window with the axe across my lap. That night, I didn't sleep at all. In the middle of the night, I heard it again. Footsteps. This time, they circled the cabin. I didn't move. I just sat in the chair, holding my breath, clutching the axe. The footsteps stopped at the porch. Then I heard the creak of wood. Someone stepped onto it. Slow. One step. Then another. Then nothing. I didn't go to the window. I didn't make a sound. Eventually, the steps retreated. I waited until dawn before moving. I went outside, axe still in my hand. On the porch, there was something resting on the rocking chair. A dead squirrel. Its neck was broken. No blood. Just placed there like a gift. Or a message. I snapped. I packed everything I could in 10 minutes, started the truck, and drove. I didn't even look back at the cabin. I didn't stop until I was over an hour down the road and had signal. I pulled over and called the local sheriff's office. I explained everything. They said they'd send someone to check it out. I didn't go back. I rented a motel room for the night, slept with the lights on. The next day, the sheriff called me. They checked the cabin, found the footprints, found the trash pile in the woods, found the dead squirrel. They didn't find the person, but they did find something worse. In the woods near the trash site, they found a small camp, tarp, sleeping bag, empty food cans, a torn map. Next to the sleeping bag was a set of pictures, printed photos of me, taken through the cabin windows, taken while I was sleeping, taken while I was chopping wood, taken while I sat by the stream. The sheriff told me the guy was probably a drifter, maybe unstable, maybe just watching, maybe planning something worse. They said I did the right thing leaving. I didn't need to be told that. I went back home and never returned to that area. I didn't rent another cabin. I didn't go on solo hikes anymore. Couldn't. Even now, months later, I keep checking my windows at night. Sometimes I dream about the rocking chair creaking. I wake up thinking someone is outside, watching, waiting. I know I'm not in the woods anymore. I know my doors are locked. But the thing is, I never saw his face, and he saw mine.